It's day 2 of the JTA Sagicor National Athletics Championships. At the National Stadium, we saw a lot of action yesterday and about 2 finals completed during the day's proceedings. We will give you some updated point standings. I'm Sean Grant alongside Shoshana McGowan. Shoshana McGowan not here just yet. You'll hear a little later on. You'll hear her beautiful voice a little later on. It's all about track alert on the local soil, covering from one end to the next. JTA Sagicor National Athletics Championships, day 2, the final day, the final proceedings. As we look for the first event on the track, just a little late in start, scheduled to start about 10:05, or should I say 10:05. But the 1200 meter, this is the final though, and the first event on the track. You have the Visha Pinnock, St. Elizabeth, Janeek Brown from Clarendon, Isha Hyatt from St. Thomas, Aliana Ellis, Trelawney, Akira Morrison, St. Andrew, Ranger from Manchester, Sinclair from St. Elizabeth, Clark, Trelawney, Taylor from Portland, and Bailey from St. Anne, Wilson from Portland, and Henderson from St. Catherine. So that's 3 times around the track. And Pinnock from St. Elizabeth, one of the favorites here to take the top spot. Out in front. Bright and sunny it is on a glorious Saturday morning. So Sinclair and Pinnock are from St. Elizabeth. So Ariana Sinclair from St. Elizabeth is there. So Sinclair from St. Elizabeth moving well in that top position. Sinclair, crew Ariana Sinclair, 4 minutes 15.65 seconds, qualified for the final with the fastest time. So just cruising for this young lady. Can she better her time? Ariana Sinclair having about a 30-meter lead and cruising around in that top spot. She means business today. So Palmer from Clarendon is in 4th position. In 2nd from Trelawney Ellis. Well, remove that 2nd as just... Here comes the young lady from Clarendon, who is in 4th position at the present time. Cruising on the backstretch. So in the meantime, the top position from St. Elizabeth, Sinclair, looks quite comfortable though, you can say. Palmer from Clarendon has slipped into that 2nd position on the front stretch for the 2nd time of 3. In the girls open 1200 meters. We saw a lot of action on the track on day 1, starting with the 1200 meters. Then it went to the 80 meters, then the 100, 400 meters, 150 meters, 800, and the relay. So 1 lap to go, 2:44 on the clock. So Ariana Sinclair out in front, followed by the Clarendonian Palmer, who is in 2nd position. And 3rd, it looks like it is Pinnock. That's the top 3 at the present time. St. Elizabeth 1, Clarendon 2, and St. Elizabeth 3. So cruising on the back stretch. Sinclair has stepped on the gas somewhat. Trying to follow her from Clarendon is Palmer, about 10 meters behind, 5 meters behind Palmer is Pinnock of St. Elizabeth. That's the top 3 cruising along. Now, the diminutive one from Clarendon is making an effort to try to reeling Sinclair, who's leading the pack. 150 meters to go. Sinclair now powers and moves away from the rest of the field, including the young lady from Clarendon, Palmer, who sits in second position. But Palmer is not allowing her to go too far. Sinclair and Palmer. Here comes Palmer on the outside. Sinclair still maintaining about 10-meter lead with about 60 meters to go. The young lady from St. Elizabeth cruising along is Ariana Sinclair. She qualified for the final with the fastest time, and she maintains that as she goes across the line in the top position. 4 minutes 07.67 seconds. In second from Clarendon is Palmer, and sneaking through for third, though, it looks to me from St. Catherine, Henderson. Sinclair's time is 4:07.76 seconds for the top spot. The favorite advancing through to the final with the fastest time, maintaining that number one position by taking the top spot. 4 minutes 07.76 seconds for Sinclair. We have on our books in second, not on the board just yet, though. Palmer finishes in second, as we stated before. 4 minutes 10.61 seconds. That's Janeek Palmer. She qualified with a time of 4:14.01. And Henderson from St. Catherine in third, 4:13.85 seconds. And in fourth should be Pinnock on the board. It's a gold medal for Sinclair, silver for Palmer, and bronze for Henderson. The girls open. This is the 1200 meters final, which took center stage. The start of proceedings on day 2. The next event on track is the boys 1200 meters open final. You have Rondre Simpson from Portland qualified with a time of 4 minutes 12.56 seconds. Demar Robinson, St. Elizabeth, 4 minutes 07.29 seconds, or 79 seconds, pardon me. From St. Anne, you have Gary Christie with a time of 4:06.83 seconds. From Manchester, Kirklander Reed with a time of 3 minutes 56.93 seconds. That was his qualifying time. Portland, you have Jermaine Swaby with a qualifying mark of 4 minutes 10.00 seconds. Romaine Rockland from Westmoreland was rocking yesterday, 3 minutes 54.39 seconds. He has the fastest time advancing through to this final. Now the man from Rockland alongside Rockland is O'Neill Heron from Clarendon. He has a time of 4 minutes 09.85 seconds. Basil Jones of St. Elizabeth also there, 3:57.27 seconds. From St. Andrew, Bevin Davy, 3:59.70 seconds. Andrew Thomas of St. Thomas also there, 3:56.74. And Chevron Cameron, he is from Clarendon, 4:14.29. And from St. Catherine, Jelani Brown, 3:56.12 seconds. Just looking on the competitors, Portland, beside him, St. Elizabeth in that purple shorts. If you weren't here with us yesterday, St. Anne in the light blue shorts. Also there. Then you have Manchester, the yellow shorts. And Kirklander Reed, though, he's a good talent, 3:56.93. Jermaine Swaby is beside him. And beside Swaby, you have Rockland of Westmoreland. And beside the young man from Westmoreland, It's O'Neill Heron from Clarendon. And from St. Andrew is Bevan Davey. So Basil Jones, though, is right there from St. Elizabeth. The man sporting the dreadlocks. Let's see what he has to offer. Maybe some athletes are missing in action, though. It's the boys 1200 meters open. This is the final. We had the first final on the track a short while ago. We'll give you with Ariana Sinclair winning that event. 4 minutes 14.30 seconds. It's now time for the boys. Reminder of the colors, though. Light blue is St. Anne, green is St. Andrew, and you'll see them with the shorts separating themselves. St. Catherine in red, Clarendon in orange, Trelawney in brown, Manchester is yellow, St. Elizabeth is purple, St. Thomas dark blue, Hanover dark purple, Portland is grey, Kingston is black. Now St. Mary a khaki color, and Westmoreland burgundy. St. James is white. So on the inside from Portland in that grey shorts is Simpson. Robinson from St. Elizabeth is right beside him. In lane 2, as we're waiting instructions from the starter, Ricky McIntosh standing on the track in front of the athletes. A lot of heats took center stage yesterday, so not as many races today because it's straight final. Now the athletes been asked to go on their marks. Simpson, Robinson, Krista, Reed, Swaby, Rockland, Heron, James, David, Thomas, Cameron, and Brown. It's a tussle for the number 1 position. And the man from Clarendon, Cameron, he wants to go to the top of the pack. So Cameron goes like he's on running at 200 meters. A reminder, it's a 1200 meter event, 3 times around the track. Now Cameron's time was 4 minutes 14.29 seconds. He's not labeled as one of the favorites here this morning, but let's see what he has to offer on this first lap. So Cameron of Clarendon cruising around, seems like he's slowing down somewhat. Cruising around from Clarendon. Heron is also there from Clarendon, 409.85 seconds in the mix. Davey of St. Andrew qualified 3:59.70 seconds. He has gone to the front of the pack. Davey looks around. He looks comfortable. He looked comfortable in his event yesterday. 3:59, that was his qualifying time. Davey of St. Andrew moving away from the rest of the field. So under 2 laps to go to complete the boys' 1200 meters final. Ariana Sinclair winning the girls section. Now who will win the boys? Davey of St. Andrew, 3:59.70 seconds. Did not qualify with the fastest time though, but was looking pretty relaxed when he ran in the qualifier yesterday. He has a 10-meter lead on the entire field. So Brown of St. Catherine, Jalan is his first name in that second position. About 10 meters somewhat trailing Davey. They're coming around the bend on the front stretch for the completion of lap number 2 in this 3-lap event. Looking on the clock though, 2 minutes 14 on the clock. But Davey of St. Andrew looking relaxed. Brown, Jalan is his first name, qualified with 3:56.12 seconds. That's the young man from St. Catherine, who is in second. And in third from Manchester looks to be Reed. So Reed is third. So Reed now has slid from third into second, trying to reel in Davy. 1 lap to go, or under a lap to go with 2:44 on the clock. Davy looks the strongest of all. A yellow flag goes up around that first bend. Don't know what happened there, but a tussle was going on for the man from Manchester, Reed. But here comes, in the top of the show now, Brown. Jelani Brown of St. Catherine goes ahead of Davy of St. Andrew. It is Brown of St. Catherine. What can Davy do? Can he answer the call with 200 meters to go? Is Jelani Brown from St. Catherine with a qualifying time of 3:56.12 seconds. Now coming around the bend from Westmoreland, it's Rockland. We were looking for him a long time. Rockland goes out to the top of the pack. It's Rockland, and on the outside from Manchester is Reed. Reed now goes by Rockland, and the man from St. Catherine, Jelani Brown. Oh, it's Jelani Brown on the inside. He takes it. Oh, that was close ahead of Kirklander Reed of Manchester. The man from St. Catherine, the young man, Jelani Brown, taking the top spot. 3:49.05 seconds for Jelani Brown for St. Catherine. 3:49.05 seconds. Jelani Brown, 3:49.06 seconds from Kirklander Reed. Reed's time at 3:49.09 seconds. And in third, we tell you officially in a very short while though, one of the favorites in third, I think, was Rockland. Rockland it was in third, 3:54.40. With 200 meters to go, Rockland made his presence felt, made his move, but it was not sufficient as Brown and Reed had more in their tank, and they let him know. And Brown taking the gold, Reed the silver, and Rockland the bronze. 3:49.06 seconds for Brown. Reed in second, the silver, 3:49.09, and Rockland the bronze in third, 3:54.40 seconds.
Hi, Mom. Hey, where you off to? I'm gonna study with the girls later, Mom.
Life moves fast. Be prepared with Sagicor Life. Learn more at sagicor.com.
Hi, my name is Shelly-Ann Fraser, Olympic and World Champion. For your latest track and field news, log on to trackalerts.com. Trackalerts.com from start to finish.
Okay, let's still take a photo of it. Lily, let me take a photo of you. Love it.
Life moves fast.
Lily?
Be prepared with Sagicor Life. Learn more at sagicor.com.
You put in the hours, months, years planning. You put your heart in, and it all comes down to this moment, this second. When you get the keys to your own home, make your move with a mortgage from Sagicor Bank. Get a competitive interest rate, $2 million line of credit, and special rate on home insurance. Make your move with a mortgage from Sagicor Bank.
Seaside Inn, this is Jillian. How may I help? Hold, please. Seaside Inn, this is Jillian. Hold, please. Hi, Mrs. Ashby. Yes, I'm just putting on the final touches to your necklace. Thanks for holding. Golden what delivery? Yao Zhong Wen, Xia, Ding Dan, Qing, and Golden what delivery?
There's working hard for your money.
Hold, please.
And there's making your money work hard for you. With as little as $500 or $50 get started with earning from Sigma Global Funds.
The Sagicor Business Center was started in 2021, primarily to build the capacity of small business owners. It's the first that has happened in Jamaica where a financial institution has partnered with a quasi-government institution, it's the Jamaica Business Development Corporation. IFC was interested in seeing how this particular model works in Jamaica.
So IFC in Latin America and the Caribbean and is focused on financial inclusion. When I see resource centers like this that help bring new companies starting to access third-party financing from banks, it really fits very well with what we're trying to do.
Sagicor Bank is very clear that in order for Jamaica to grow, the SME sector will have to grow.
Sagicor wanted to find some way in helping small business to grow, especially in a globalized world. We can't compete internationally without the requisite skills.
Sagicor e-advantage, bank with ease, as you please, like a breeze, pay no fees, rain or shine, save your time, it's so fine when you bank online.
Finally, there's a savings account that meets your need for speed and ease. Sagicor Bank e-advantage, bank online, no monthly fees, unlimited, free Sagicor Bank ABM withdrawals, interest on your money. Sagicor Bank e-advantage.
It's so fine when you bank online.
Open your Sagicor Bank e-advantage account.
If you are looking to earn more on your investments, invest in number one, Sigma Global Funds, the top performing funds for Jamaica in 2021. For Jamaican dollar and US dollar equity funds, we were number one. For Jamaican dollar and US dollar fixed income funds, we were number one. Our US dollar and Jamaican dollar balanced funds were both number one. Don't settle for less. Invest in the number one funds in Jamaica, Sigma Global Funds.
Everybody, let's welcome Sarah to the team. Here's the company handbook.
Thank you. Welcome, Sarah.
Life moves fast. Be prepared with Sagicor. Learn more at sagicor.com.
As Jamaica's manufacturing and distribution sectors rebound, Sagicor Select Manufacturing and Distribution Fund is poised for growth. Capitalize on this investment opportunity with access to stocks across the sector through one fund, which diversifies your investments. So select your best move with Sagicor Select Manufacturing and Distribution Fund.
Getting ready for the under 9 4x1 heat 1 of 2 heats. Later on will be the final of all the 4x1. So coming up is the age group categories and genders, boys and girls, in the 4x1s. In lane 2, Portland. In 3, Westmoreland. In 4, St. Catherine. In 5, St. Mary. In 6, St. Thomas. In 7, Clarendon. And in lane 8, you have St. James. On the 9, in these events, you may see some athletes just crossing over the lanes. It happens every now and again. If it does, though, don't kill them. Don't kill them at all. So for persons who don't know, the Jamaica's national 800 meters record, which was held by Seymour Newman, and if you listen to what I'm saying carefully, which was held by Seymour Newman, was broken last evening by Navaski Anderson with a time of 1:45.02. Now, in Jamaica's national books, you have 1:45.21. That is the national senior record, or was the national senior record, but that was hand time. When you go on World Athletics site, you see 1:45.30, and that's still Seymour Newman. However, that, whichever one it was, 21 or 30, it has now gone to a young man. Many persons don't know Navaski Anderson, who went to San Diego. He has a story to tell. He did 800 in class 3 and stopped. And at that time, it was nothing. It was in terms of, not in terms of performances, in terms of height. However, within first or second form and fifth form to sixth form, that young man grew astronomically to 6 foot. Wow. We'll get to that in a very short while. On the first heat of 2, girls on the 9 4x1, Portland, Westmoreland, St. Catherine, St. Mary, St. Thomas, Clarendon, and St. James. St. James in lane 8. Moving out well is St. Thomas. St. Thomas gaining on Clarendon, who is in lane 7. St. Thomas in lane 6. Has now gone by Clarendon on the outside, and St. James. A brilliant opening leg from St. Thomas. Whoa, what an exchange from St. Thomas on the back stretch. St. Thomas girls are motoring away from the rest of the pack. Also moving well, Westmoreland on the inside. But St. Thomas and Westmoreland base on the stagger. St. Thomas on the outside, Westmoreland on the inside. On this third leg, the penultimate exchange have been made, and it's all St. Thomas all alone, cruising around the bend on his third leg. St. Thomas, they're maintaining their lead and they're maintaining their lane. I'm impressed with St. Thomas. The final exchange on the 9 4x1. St. Thomas, here comes Portland on the inside. It's the teams from the east. It's St. Thomas and Portland. Westmoreland want to come back into the fray, but St. Thomas maintaining the top spot, taking the girls 4x1 under 9. Stopping the clock at 103.91 seconds. This for St. Thomas, the first heat of 2 in the girls category. Wow, I am impressed with what I saw from St. Thomas. 103.93 seconds. The first exchange was perfect. The second was good, and the third was very good. 103.93 seconds for St. Thomas. Portland is second, 105.43, and in third you have St. Catherine, 106.90 seconds. Top 3 in this heat. In this heat, first of 2 heats, girls on the 9 4x1. So just going back to what I was saying earlier, in terms of the 800 meters, national record was set last evening. Navaski Anderson, and that record was set back in the 70s, was broken last evening, 1:45.02 seconds. I was ecstatic to see that happen. Now we want to see the national junior record go. That's 1:46. Held by the late Never Myton. And I think that one individual can break that record this year if he stays focused for the World Under-20 Championships. So the next heat is coming up for the girls on the 9 4x1. And it's just a beauty to watch these youngsters do their thing on the track. But they're well coached, St. Thomas. I like what I saw from them as the Heat 2 athletes are coming out as we speak. Exciting and excitement galore. And I told you about the 1200 meters earlier on. That was an exciting race on the girls and more so the boys' side, because Rockland thought he had it from Westmoreland, was one of the favorites to take the gold. He made his move at the 200 meters mark, but never realized persons have more in their tanks. Using the roster athletics as we get ready for the next heat on the cards. Heat number 2 in the girls on a 9 4x1. Is Heat 2 of the girls on a 9 4x1. In lane 2, you have St. Andrew in the green shorts, pardon me. St. Elizabeth in 3 in the purple shorts. Kingston in the black shorts. They are in lane 4. Trelawney should be in 5. Yes, they are in the brown shorts. St. Anne in the light blue shorts are in 6. In 7 in the yellow shorts is Manchester. And Hanover, they are in lane 8. And Hanover, they wear dark purple. Second heat, I loved what I saw from St. Thomas in the first. JTA, Sagicor. This is the National Athletics Championships. Athletes on their marks. Manchester, though, was not in the right position, but now she is in the set position. And the gun has sent them away. Good start on the outside from Hanover. Hanover goes out well. Wow! What a movement from Hanover. St. Anne also, they've gone by Manchester on their outside. But Hanover, the band change not great at all. But St. Anne in the middle of the pack. You have St. Andrew there also. St. Elizabeth. But the young lady from St. Anne on the back stretch in the light blue shorts is moving well. In the green shorts is St. Andrew. St. Andrew handing over the baton in the top position. Not the greatest exchange at all from St. Andrew. But St. Elizabeth in second on her outside. In lane 2, it is St. Andrew on the outside. St. Elizabeth. That's the top two at the present time. Not the greatest exchange. Oh, poor exchange from St. Andrew. And St. Elizabeth coming around the bend. She ran in lane 2 for a little while but came over. But here comes St. Andrew on the outside. St. Elizabeth and St. Anne. But it's going to be St. Elizabeth holding off the challenge of St. Anne. It is St. Elizabeth ahead of St. Anne. And the third would be Manchester. Trelawney fourth. And in fifth would be Hanover. And Kingston at the back of the pack. St. Elizabeth taking the top spot, 104.16 seconds. St. Andrew is second, 104.30. And Manchester third, 106.99 seconds. Top three in Heat 2 are the girls on the 9-4 by 1. Trelawney's time in fourth position is 107.46. And kudos for Trelawney, ran on the outside. But certainly St. Elizabeth coming through to take the top position. However, on that final exchange, though, the anchor leg runner ran on, not on the line, but in the lane, and it came back over. I don't think you should impede them for that, though, to be honest. I wouldn't. But yes, you have rules, but come on the 9. No, I wouldn't say that. I wouldn't do that at all. As look on the official result, St. Elizabeth, 104.16 seconds. St. Andrews second, 104.30. Manchester third, 106.99. Trelawney fourth, 107.46. Hanover, they're fifth, 109.88 seconds. Kingston, they're there, 111.98 seconds. Wow, on the 9 girls. Now it's time for the on the 9 boys. We're going to have 2 heats also. On the 9. With some results which happened earlier on. Girls Open, 1200 meters, the first event on the track. Gold going the way of St. Elizabeth's Ariana Sinclair, 4 minutes 07.76 seconds. Silver, Janeek Palmer, 4:10.61 seconds. This is the Girls Open, 1200 meters. And bronze going the way of JTA Henderson from St. Catherine with a time of 4:13.85 seconds. Wow. Gold, silver, and bronze on the girls' side. On the boys' side, in terms of gold, silver, and bronze, you have Jelani Brown of St. Catherine, had a winning time of 3:49.06 seconds. Now, in second was Romaine Rockland from Westmoreland. Well, they don't have second right now. They have third, which is incorrect because Rockland from Westmoreland was third. And gold going Jelani Brown of St. Catherine. Something is happening there. Looking on the official results, there's no silver, so maybe a little error there. Well, we give it to you in a very short while, though. So I don't know if a protest was lodged. But we know that at one point the yellow flag went up during the boys' race when they're going around the final lap on that first corner. The official yellow flag went up. So we don't know if a protest was lodged or an official made a call or ruling. So we're going to get confirmation on that very soon for that 1200 meters boys final. 4x1 on the 9 girls. That was exciting. St. Thomas, 103.93 seconds. In terms of the summer, the fastest advancing through. St. Elizabeth, the second best, 104.16. St. Andrew, 104.30. Portland, 105.43. We'll talk about the qualifiers for the final. St. Catherine, 106.90 seconds. Manchester, 106.99 seconds. Westmoreland, 107.17. And Trelawney, 107.46 seconds. All 8 advanced through to the final in the girls 4x1. So again, in terms of the finalists, we had the 2 heats earlier on. St. Thomas advancing with the fastest time, 103.93. St. Elizabeth, 104.16. St. Andrew, 104.30. Portland, 106.43. St. Catherine, 106.90. Manchester, 106.99. And Westmoreland, 107.17. Along with Trelawney, 107.46. All 8 teams qualifying for the final. Heat 1 of the boys on the 9, 4x1. In lane 2, you have Kingston. In 3, St. Andrew. In 4, Manchester. In 5, Hanover. In 6, St. Elizabeth. In 7, Trelawney. And in lane 8, Portland. Well, Portland missing in action. Just looking on though. Yes, they are there. He's so small. Didn't even see him at all. Or he went under the tent to get some shade, I guess. But the athletes in terms of box 1, 2, and 3 making some adjustments on box 2. And for box 3, it seems like they're okay. Again, the young man from Portland, he's all over, not standing before the number. No, not at all. Now he goes in front of the box number. First of 2 heats. Seems like box 1 is okay. Looking on St. Andrew. Is he taking off his sneakers or socks? He took off something. I think he has taken off his sock. And that's the athlete on the second leg for St. Andrew. So the official asking if box 1 is ready. The white flag goes up on box 1. Box 2 is also ready, and box 3 is ready. 3 white flags raised. Athletes for this first of 2 heats: Kingston, St. Andrew, Manchester, Hanover, St. Elizabeth, Trelawney, and Portland. The starter on his rostrum. Seems like we're going to get the first heat off. Kingston in 2, St. Andrew in 3, Manchester in 4, Hanover in 5, St. Elizabeth in 6, in 7 is Trelawney, and in 8 is Portland. So, starter not happy with that start. St. Andrew didn't go much. Didn't go far from their spot. As again we have to do it all over for this under 9 4x1. This is heat 1 though of 2 on the boys side. We had 2 heats on the girls side. So hopefully we'll get things off and running now. In the set position, and the gun has sent them away. Great start it is on the outside from Portland. On the inside of Portland in lane 7 is Trelawney. Portland and Trelawney doing well. So too St. Andrew on the inside in 3. It's going to be Trelawney in lane 7 doing well. On the inside of Trelawney, Hanover also in the mix. But here comes St. Andrew. St. Andrew motoring on the backstretch in the green shorts. They are in lane 3. St. Andrew, yes they are. Poor exchange from St. Andrew. Yellow flag goes up on that exchange. But coming around the bend, it looks to me like Trelawney and Hanover cruising around the bend. It looks to me, yes, it is Trelawney in the top position, but here comes St. Andrew once again. St. Andrew on the inside. The yellow flag went up, so they may be disqualified, but Kingston is back into the fold. But it is St. Andrew with a 6-meter lead over Kingston in second. Manchester is third. Is St. Andrew goes across the line in the top position. 103.73 seconds for St. Andrew. That's a flash time, but I'm concerned though because the yellow flag went up right at the penultimate exchange. 103.74 for St. Andrew. Kingston is second, 104.60, and Manchester third, 105.25 seconds. First, second, and third in this seat. However, things may change when the official results come. It looked cheeky though at that penultimate exchange. St. Andrew had some issues. From our vantage point, we couldn't tell you why the flag went up, but they had some major issues in that regard. So St. Andrew, maybe in a spot of bother on that penultimate exchange, that yellow flag went up, or maybe it wasn't St. Andrew, but it was a horrible exchange for St. Andrew. And they made up grounds though on that third leg, cruised around the bend. My eyes was more so on lane 7, Trelawney, but they just swooped around that bend on the inside, took control of the event, and came home to take the bacon. The second heat will be coming up. The boys on the 9, 4x1. So getting ready now for Heat 2. Boys on the 9, 4x1. Into Clarendon, St. Thomas, St. Mary, St. James, St. Anne, St. Catherine, and Westmoreland. And going well on the inside, looks like St. Catherine. They're in lane 7. They've gone by Westmoreland on the outside. It is St. Catherine, not the greatest exchange at all, but they are doing well. St. Anne in the light blue shorts in second based on the stagger. St. James in the white shorts on the inside. But it looks to me like it is St. Catherine in that top position. They are in lane 7 on the inside. Poor exchange is coming from St. Anne. And St. James also there, but it's St. Catherine. They're way ahead of the rest of the field on this third leg. They'll hand over the baton in the top position. And it's all about St. Catherine. Cruising on the outside. It is a St. Catherine. Out in lane 3, it is St. Thomas, but it's in St. Catherine. St. Catherine heading towards the line. It is St. Catherine ahead of St. Thomas, 103.62 seconds. That is the flash time for St. Catherine, 103.62. And the official time is 103.68 seconds. St. Thomas is second, 104.25. And in third, you have St. Anne, 105.59 seconds. First, second, and third in the under 9 4x1. That was Heat 2.
Hey, where you off to? I'm gonna study with the girls later, Mom.
Life moves fast. Be prepared with Sagicor Life. Learn more.
Okay, let's still take a photo of it. Lily, let me take a photo of you. Love it.
Life moves fast.
Lily?
Be prepared with Sagicor Life. Learn more at sagicor.com.
You put in the hours, months, years planning. You put your heart in, and it all comes down to this moment, this second. When you get the keys to your own home, make your move with a mortgage from Sagicor Bank. Get a competitive interest rate, $2 million line of credit, and special rate on home insurance. Make your move with a mortgage from Sagicor Bank.
Sagicor e-advantage, bank with ease, as you please, like a breeze, pay no fees, rain or shine, save your time, it's so fine when you bank online.
Find Finally, there's a savings account that meets your need for speed and ease. Sagicor Bank e-Advantage. Bank online. No monthly fees. Unlimited free Sagicor Bank ABM withdrawals. Interest on your money. Sagicor Bank e-Advantage.
It's so fine when you bank online.
Open your Sagicor Bank e-Advantage account today.
The JTA Sagicor National Athletics Championships at the National Stadium. Interesting. As you look now, the next event on track is the girls under 11 4x1. In lane 2, St. Thomas. In 3, Hanover. In 4, St. Catherine. In 5, St. Andrew. In 6, you have St. Mary. In 7, Westmoreland, and in lane 8 you have Portland. Waiting the start of the next event, the girls on the 11 4x1. A reminder of the lane assignments though: St. Thomas in 2, Hanover in 3, St. Catherine in 4, St. Andrew 5, St. Mary 6. You have in 7 Westmoreland, and in lane 8 Portland. So looking over on box 1. And a box 2, the yellow flag waving over by box 2. You don't know what's happening there. And then on box 3 seems to be okay. And the athletes have come off the track. They have taken the athletes off the track who are running the first leg. So I guess the track is extremely hot though, because some of the athletes are just rubbing their bare feet in the ground under the shade. So now they're going back on the track because there's some heat coming from that track. Most of the athletes there are barefooted. We had that discussion at least a week or two ago on Track Alert. As athletes have gone back on the track now. A reminder of the lane assignments: St. Thomas in 1, St. Thomas in 2, Hanover in 3, St. Catherine 4, St. Andrew 5, St. Mary in 6, Westmoreland in 7, and Portland in lane 8. The JTA Sagicor National Athletics Championships at the National Stadium. Girls under 11, 4x1, Heat 1. St. Thomas, Hanover, St. Catherine, St. Andrew, St. Mary, Westmoreland, and Portland. And the gun has sent them away. Brilliant start in lane 8 from Portland. On the inside of Portland is Westmoreland. But Portland on this opening leg doing extremely well, handing over the baton in the top position. St. Andrew in the middle of the pack in that green shorts. They're doing well. St. Andrew eating up the track, going past St. Mary and also on the heels of Westmoreland. But out in lane 8 is Portland. And St. Andrew handing over the baton in the top position over Portland on the outside. It's St. Andrew in that green shorts cruising around the bend. St. Andrew doing well, but St. Thomas not out of the fray just yet. It's St. Andrew out in front. St. Thomas on the inside in lane 2 in second. Here comes St. Thomas. The girls under 11. St. Andrew in the middle of the pack, but St. Thomas in lane 2 there in second at the present time. It's going to be St. Andrew, then St. Thomas, and then followed by Portland. That's the top 3 in heat 1. And the girls on their level 4 by 1, 57.57 seconds. This for St. Andrew. 57.61 is the official time. St. Thomas is second, 58.07, and Portland is third, 58.94 seconds. Westmoreland is fourth, 1 minute 00.90 seconds. St. Andrew taking the top spot in that event in heat 1 of 2. And the girls on the 11, 4 by 1. Wow, wow, wow. What can we say about St. Andrew? Portland, however, started out well on that first exchange. Oh my word, on that first lap, you may say. Portland out in lane 8 started extremely well. They came third. But guess what? On that back stretch, St. Andrew, that runner from St. Andrew, made up ground and handing over the baton in the top position just ahead of Portland on the outside. And the third leg runner swooped around the bend, cruised around the bend, and handed over the baton in the top position ahead of Portland, and tried to sneak through was St. Thomas, who was in lane 2. So we have seen a lot of action on the track from yesterday, not starting from today, from yesterday. Had a lot of action on the track yesterday in terms of the 1200 meters qualifiers, and then we had the finals for boys and girls earlier this morning. I'll give you a recap of what has happened in terms of the top 3, and then later on we give you some point standings for the 1200 meters. This for girls open in terms of gold, silver, and bronze. Ariana Sinclair from St. Elizabeth copped the gold in a time of 4:07.76 seconds. She is from St. Elizabeth, as pointed out. Janeek Palmer Clarendon, the silver, 4 minutes 10.61, and JTA Henderson, the bronze, from St. Catherine, with a time of 4 minutes 13.85 seconds. Gold, silver, and bronze. This for St. Elizabeth, Clarendon, and St. Catherine. You think it not accumulate? Yes, because it going to the point standings. We'll tell you a little later on what's happening there. In terms of the boys' side, in terms of gold, silver, and bronze, not ironed out just yet. Haven't received an official word just yet. But what we have here is silver and bronze. I think there's something in terms of the gold, and it's actually gold and bronze on the boys' side. So gold and bronze. So Jelani Brown of St. Catherine and Romaine Rockland of Westmoreland, first and third they have. And however, I think though a protest was lodged, so something is not ironed out just yet. But it will be interesting though, as we get ready now for the next heat. On the cards, the girls 4x1. This is under 11. We had heat 1 a short while ago. Now it's time for heat 2. In lane 2, you have Manchester. In 3, St. Elizabeth. In 4, St. James. In 5, St. Anne. In 6, Hanover. Kingston there in lane 7. And in lane 8, Clarendon. Those are the competitors for the second heat. 4x1. Athletes on their marks. Manchester is under 11. JTA Sagicor National Athletics Championships. Gunn has sent them away. Clarendon gets out well. Also St. Elizabeth on the inside of Clarendon. It is Kingston. That's lanes 8 and 7. Clarendon and Kingston doing well. So too St. Anne in the light blue shorts. St. Anne handing over the baton in second because Kingston handed over in the top position. On the back stretch, it's Clarendon in lane 8, but Kingston in lane 7. Clarendon trying to go away from Kingston. Also in the mix in the middle of the track is St. Anne. On the outside of St. Anne is Trelawney, but going to the top of the pack, tussling for the top position. Clarendon and Kingston trying to move away from the rest of the field, but it is sneaking around in that top position. They're in lane 3. It looks to me like it's St. Elizabeth. So St. Elizabeth on the inside, Kingston on the outside, Kingston, Clarendon, but it's Kingston ahead of St. Elizabeth, and Clarendon sweeping in for second. So it's going to be Kingston, Clarendon, and St. Elizabeth. It was close for second between St. Elizabeth and Clarendon, but Kingston takes it 59.60 seconds for Kingston. That's the flash time. The official time is 59.59, and Clarendon is second, 59.90, and St. Elizabeth is third, 59.99 seconds. We don't know what happened with Manchester, though. My eyes came on the track for a short while, was focusing on the top two. Manchester did not finish. They were in lane 2, but Manchester did not finish the race. And when I looked on the anchor leg runners, Manchester was not there. So don't know, they pulled them from before, but Manchester did not finish at all. So the next event on track is the 4x1. For boys, we had the 2 heats for girls, as certainly it has been exciting, to be honest. So the 2 heats completed on the girls' side. Now it's time for the boys to take center stage. Under 11, heat 1 coming up, and we'll see St. Mary in 2, Hanover in 3, Trelawney in 4, St. James in 5, Manchester 6, St. Andrew should be in lane 7, and in lane 8 you have St. Anne. Those are the teams for this heat. Just a reminder, though, in terms of what happened last night at the NCAAs. Anderson breaking the 800 meters national record of Seymour Newman, and coming through in third, coming through for second, actually, as we get ready now for the next event on track. So persons would say they don't know much about him. Went to San Diego. If you're just joining the broadcast, Navaski Anderson, 1:45.02 last evening, national senior 800 meters record. As the next event on track, it's good to see that 800 meters record go. It has been there a very, very long time, back in the 70s. Seymour Newman had that record. No, it was a young man, formerly of San Diego, had run 1:45 twice so far this year, but coming back to run 1:45.02 last evening in the final of the NCAA Outdoor Track and Field Championships. In the meantime, the first heat of 2, 4x1 on and running on the outside is St. Anne, moving away. What a start from St. Anne on this first leg. The St. Anne is there also on the inside. Looks to be Trelawney. They are in lanes 4. But St. Anne in the light blue shorts on this second leg, still holding that advantage. St. Anne is also there, but moving well also is Trelawney. Trelawney on this exchange, not the greatest at all, but the man, or should I say the team, St. Anne, the Gun Parish, coming around the bend in the top position. But sneaking through this on lane 2 is St. Mary. And also, no, not the greatest start at all from Trelawney. But on the outside, it is St. Anne still maintaining the top position. But here is Manchester. Manchester muscling through, fighting the breeze, hitting the top and hitting the front. It's all Manchester ahead of the team called St. Anne. Manchester, St. Anne, then St. Andrew. 57.95 seconds for Manchester. And Trelawney, though, the athlete from Trelawney was running in the wrong lane, and then he had to come back out to hand over the baton. Manchester, 57.99 seconds. St. Anne is second, 58.34. And St. Andrew third, 58.47 seconds. Top three in the first of two heats in the boys under 11, 4x1. So it's coming fast and furious now than how it started this morning with the 1200 meters final, as we'll give you point standings the next hour or so. But fast and furious is one thing that you can use or can say. As the athletes are coming off the cycle track, getting ready to go back on the track. So in terms of the next heat coming up, Heat 2, the boys under 11, 4x1. Westmoreland should be in lane 2 though. St. Catherine in 3. Clarendon should be in 4. In 5 is Kingston. 6 St. Elizabeth. 7 Portland. And 8 St. Thomas. That is Heat 2. For that 4x1. As hopefully they'll get that off the way. Looking at box 1, box 2 and box 3. And I'm glad I'm seeing this though, to be honest. Because what was happening before, the athletes were asked to go on the track who were running the first leg and stand on the track, and then they put box 1, they set box 2 and set box 3. And by doing that, athletes who were barefooted were feeling the heat of the track. So at one point they had to take them off to go under the shade. So what they're doing now is fixing the boxes first before the athletes who are starting the relay go on the track. And I think this is the right thing that they're doing. So the officials have said box 1 is almost, the white flag goes up for box 1, white flag goes up for box 2, and white flag goes up for box 3. So now the athletes are going on the track to start the relay. Second heat in the boys under 11, 4x1. A reminder though, Westmoreland in 2, St. Catherine in 3, Clarendon in 4, Kingston in 5, St. Elizabeth in 6, Portland in 7, and in lane 8 you have St. Thomas. So they should be ready for the start of this 4x1. So athletes are there on the track. Starter on his rostrum. As still, I thought they would have started the race already though, after doing the right procedure, because it's hot on the track. So the athlete is being asked to go on their marks. Westmoreland, St. Catherine, Clarendon, Kingston, St. Elizabeth, Portland, and St. Thomas. St. Thomas on the outside. They are in lane 8. On the inside of St. Thomas is Portland in 7. St. Thomas handing over the baton in the top position. From what I saw from St. Thomas in the girls under 9, I'm impressed. But St. Thomas streaking away on the back stretch. They are in lane 8 and commanding so far in this boys under 11, 4x1. This is the second heat. St. Thomas in lane 8, still maintaining that advantage. On the inside of St. Thomas is Portland, and then followed by St. Elizabeth. But the team called St. Thomas over in lane 8 will hand over the baton in the top position. St. Thomas is there. in that top position, still maintaining the number 1 position. St. Elizabeth is in second, but here comes Kingston trying to go through in that second position, but St. Thomas is the number 1 team. Kingston from 4th to 3rd to 2nd. Kingston takes second and 56.58 seconds. This for the team called St. Thomas, 56.62 seconds for St. Thomas. Kingston is second, 57.75, and in third it was close between Portland, who were third, 57.90 seconds for Portland, and in fourth, St. Elizabeth, 57.91 seconds.
I'm gonna study with the girls later, Mom.
Life moves fast. Be prepared with Sagicor Life. Learn more at sagicor.com.
Okay, let's still take a photo of it. Lily, let me take a photo of you. Lovies.
Life moves fast.
Lily?
Be prepared with Sagicor Life. Learn more at sagicor.com.
You put in the hours, months, years planning. You put your heart in, and it all comes down to this moment, this second. When you get the keys to your own home, make your move with a mortgage from Sagicor Bank. Get a competitive interest rate, $2 million line of credit, and special rate on home insurance. Make your move with a mortgage from Sagicor Bank.
The JTA Sagicor National Athletics Championships. Next event on the track, 4x1 under 13 for girls, heat 1. And in lane 2, St. Mary. In 3, St. Thomas. In 4, Hanover. In 5, St. Andrew. In 6, Trelawney. In 7, St. Elizabeth. And in lane 8, you have St. Catherine. Athletes going into there on their marks. Girls 4x1 under 13, heat 1. St. Mary in 2. St. Thomas in 3. Hanover in 4. In 5, you have St. Andrew. Trelawney also there. It's St. Andrew on this first leg, on the opening leg. Hand over the baton in the top position. St. Catherine on the outside, there in lane 8. Cruising on the back stretch. On the inside of St. Catherine is St. Elizabeth. And then St. Andrew in that third spot. So it should be St. Andrew in that third spot. On the outside, it looks to be St. Catherine. St. Catherine and St. Andrew based on the stagger. St. Catherine moving away from the rest of the field. St. Catherine coming through. St. Catherine in that top position. Still on the outside is St. Catherine. On the inside, trying to come through is St. Elizabeth. Now St. Elizabeth hits the top. On the inside of St. Elizabeth is Trelawney. It is now St. Andrew. And St. Andrew takes the top spot ahead of St. Elizabeth. St. Andrew, St. Elizabeth, and then St. Catherine. 53.98 seconds for St. Andrew. 54.02 is the official time. St. Elizabeth is second, 54.12, and St. Catherine third, 54.66. So the next heat on track, girls under 13, 4x1. Heat 2. So lane 2, Portland. In 3, Clarendon. In 4, St. Anne. In 5, Manchester. In 6, Westmoreland. In 7, St. James. And lane 8 is Kingston. So the 4x1s creating a buzz inside the National Stadium. Buzz is one word you could use. Excitement galore. This JTA Sagicor National Athletics Championships. And getting ready for Heat 2 of the girls under 13. Looking at the respective boxes. Box 2 seems like they're okay. So 2 box 1. And box 3. The white flag goes up for box 3. Looking across the box 2, the official stands, and persons are taking their run. You don't see that in under 9 or maybe under 11, but you see more under 13, setting their marker for the baton exchange. That was exciting a short while ago. Now the excitement continues with Heat 2 on the girls' side, 4x1. As it's all Portland, Clarendon, St. Anne, Manchester, Westmoreland, St. James, and Kingston. Also last evening, and the NCAA's outdoor track to feed the championships, Ross won the men's 400 meters. Powell, formerly of Edwin Allen, I think he finished about 6th or 7th, 45.8, representing UTEP, coached by Davian Clark. So I'm expecting more from Powell by next year. That's my expectations, though. But tonight will be interesting in NCAA's finals. On the girls' side, well, Jamaica having some representatives, especially in the 400 meters. Having 3 qualifiers, Kavia Francis, formerly of Manchester and Homewood Technical, will be there. Sharkey Young, formerly of Hydel. And Stacey-Ann Williams, formerly of Stets, competing for Texas. All 3 competitors. Roswell, formerly of Veer, also at Texas Tech, I think. She'll be competing in the 100 meters hurdles for women. In the meantime, let's go back to the track. Portland in 2, Clarendon in 3, St. Anne in 4, Manchester, Westmoreland, St. James, and Kingston in lane 8. The gun has set them away. Great start from Kingston in lane 8. Did I say great? A spectacular start from Kingston in lane 8. Moving away from the rest of the field. Manchester in the middle of the pack. Also there, so is Clarendon. Handing over the baton in the top position is Kingston in lane 8. Motoring on the back stretch. On the inside of Kingston is St. James in that white shorts. They are in lane 7. In the yellow shorts is Manchester. It looks like it's Kingston and then Manchester. That's the top 2. Manchester in that yellow shorts trying to reel in Kingston, who is in lane 8. And so Kingston and followed by Manchester in second for the final exchange. Kingston on the outside, Manchester on the inside in that yellow shorts. Kingston and Manchester. St. James, they are in third. That's the top three. It is Kingston on the outside. Manchester is also there, but St. James in third. That's how it will finish. Kingston, Manchester, and St. James first, second, and third. 54.65 seconds is the flash time. The official time is 54.65 for Kingston. Manchester in second, 54.91, and St. James in third. We'll tell you St. James time in a short while. St. James is third, 55.27 seconds. First, second, and third. Now those were the girls. Now it's time for the boys under 13s. Time for the boys, 4x1 on the 13s. In 2, Kingston. In 3, Westmoreland. In 4, you have Clarendon. In 5, St. Andrew. In 6, Trelawney. 7, St. Catherine. And lane 8, St. Mary. St. Catherine gets out well in lane 7. So St. Catherine, based on the stagger, is doing well. Also there is St. Andrew in that green shorts on the first exchange. It's St. Catherine on the back stretch, followed by St. Andrew in the green shorts in the middle of the field. St. Catherine over in lane 7 in that red shorts on the second leg is maintaining the top position, but St. Andrew coming into the 4. St. Andrew in the middle of the pack, but St. Catherine on the outside on this third leg. Here comes St. Andrew going by St. Catherine on this penultimate leg for the final exchange. It is St. Andrew in that top position. It's all about St. Andrew on the inside. Kingston wants to come to the party, but it's going to be St. Andrew moving away from Kingston, who has slipped into that second position. It is St. Andrew taking the top spot. It is Kingston in second, and in third looks to be like Trelawney. 51.37 seconds for the top spot. 51.37 is the flash time. The official time, 51.40 for St. Andrew. Kingston is second, 52.20, and Trelawney third, 52.39 seconds. St. Andrew started well, so too St. Catherine. Faded somewhat in this first heat of 2 boys under 13s, 4x1. As stated before, you'll hear the beautiful voice of Trishana McGowan later on in our broadcast. And just received some news though. Just getting some confirmation. Crystal Morrison ran today. Ran 12.69 seconds. Trying to see where this meet was. Someone sent me this information earlier today. I think in Switzerland. 12.69 seconds ahead of Leticia. 12.80. And Kambunji of Switzerland. 12.81 for third. I know Kambunji. If you know that name, you know her sister. It's a world indoor 60 meters champion. This is our younger sister who does the hurdles. Was at the World Under 20 Championships in Kenya last year. So it is Crystal Morrison, formerly of San Diego, no, Legacy Athletics. Interesting times ahead. Less than 2 weeks to go for the National Senior and Junior Track and Field Championships. Interesting times ahead. So 2 coming up for the boys. 4x1 under 13s. Hanover is in 2. St. Anne in 3. Manchester they're in 4. St. James in 5. In 6, St. Thomas. In 7, St. Elizabeth. And in lane 8, you have Portland. Athletes standing behind or in front of their numerical box. Athletes going on their marks. Hanover, St. Anne. Manchester, St. James, St. Thomas, St. Elizabeth, and Portland. And the gun has sent them away. Great start for St. Thomas in lane 6. On the outside, St. Elizabeth streaming away from everyone along with Portland in lane 8. So in the inside, Manchester also moving well in lane 4. Manchester in that yellow shorts on the back stretch. They are in lane 4. On the outside of Manchester, St. James in the white shorts. But handing over the baton in the top position will be Manchester. Manchester in the number 1 position. St. James also there. Way out in lane 8 is Portland. And on the inside of Portland, it's St. Elizabeth. St. Elizabeth making up some ground on the third leg. What a third leg from St. Elizabeth in lane 7. But Manchester now in lane 4. They have overall. They have the champion. They have the top sprinter. Moving away from the rest of the field. It's all about Manchester taking the top spot in this heat. 50.96 seconds for Manchester. Coming through on top, I think St. Thomas picked up the second position and St. Elizabeth third. 50.96 seconds for Manchester. 50.95 is the official time. St. Thomas was second, 52.47. However, Portland finished third, 52.62 seconds. So Manchester looked extremely good a short while ago. Wow. He was smooth on anchor. Smooth going home. So that was heat 2 of the boys under 13s. Girls under 15s coming up. Heat 1 and Heat 2. Then in the boys, Heat 1 and Heat 2, 4x1s. Cricket ball throw going on, the final. Under 11 going on, or should be going on. Then you have the 80 meters final. At that time, after these 4x1s have been completed, You have the 80 meters final, the 100, the 150, the 200 meters finals, the 400 meters final, the 200, as we stated before, and the 800 meters final. Then we go back to the 4x1s. Non-stop action from the National Stadium. JTA Sagicor National Athletics Championships. 4x100 meters on the 15 girls. Over in lane 7, you have St. James. St. James handing over the baton in the top position. On the outside is Westmoreland. On the inside, it is Hanover, St. Andrew, and St. Anne. St. Anne in that light blue shorts, eating up the track on the second leg. Looks like St. Anne that the runner was going off way before, though. She had to stop her run. But St. James over in lane 7 having the top position. On the inside, it is St. Anne, the Garden Parish, but they're being gobbled up somewhat because it is a team called St. Andrew in lane 2. But over in lane 7, it's all about St. James and St. Andrew on the inside in the green shorts. But it's St. James cruising along, taking the first heat in the girls on a 15, 4x1, stopping the clock at 53.44 seconds. It is St. James, then St. Andrew, followed by St. Elizabeth. 53.44 seconds for St. James. That's the flash time. The official time will come on the board very soon. 53.44 is the official time for St. James. St. Andrew is second, 54.49 seconds. And in third is St. Elizabeth, 55.84 seconds. So we were ironing out in terms of the point standings. We told you we're going to give you that after the relays are completed. And we have just, should I say, uncovered the point standings on roster athletics. So the next heat on the cards, that was the first of 2 heats, goes on the 15. The second heat is up. Lane assignments, though, should be Kingston in lane 3, Trelawney in 4, St. Thomas in 5, in 6 is Portland, in 7 Manchester, and in lane 8 you have Clarendon. A reminder, though, the parishes differentiate from the color of the shorts. Black shorts for Kingston, Trelawney brown shorts, St. Thomas dark blue shorts. In 6 you have Portland with gray shorts, 7 Manchester yellow shorts, and Clarendon orange shorts in lane 8. So box 1, the white flag has been raised for box 1. Box 2, though, looking on the official, no flag been raised just yet. And looking on box 3, not ready just as yet, though. On the 15 girls, 4x1. Just 3 teams in this heat, the second heat of 2. Girls 4x1. We're coming from the under 9s, under 11, under 13, now it's under 15. These are the heats, and after the completion of the 4x1s, we'll give you the latest point standings, individual point standings in terms of boys and girls, and then the mixed. The team point standings, overall team. As athletes just looking on, awaiting the instructions of the officials. And hopefully we can get this heat off and running. A reminder, though, Kingston in 3, Trelawney in 4, St. Thomas in 5, Portland in 6, Manchester in 7, and Clarendon in lane 8. So something is arraying as the official going over to the athlete in lane 6. That's Portland, stating that her hands must be behind the line The baton can go over the line, but the body must not. Hush comes over the stadium for the second heat of 2 in the girls under 15 4x1. God has set them away. Great start in lane 8 from Clarendon. On the inside of Clarendon is Manchester. That's the top 2 at the present time. St. Thomas also moving well, and Kingston, they are in lane 3. Moving well. So Kingston handing over the baton in the top position, I think, though. St. Thomas with a poor exchange. St. Thomas tried to make up ground after that poor exchange, but St. Thomas on the back straight doing well. But look back out in lane 8. It's Clarendon and Manchester in 7. Manchester, based on the stagger, having an advantage. St. Thomas trying to come back into the frame, but on the outside in lane 8 is Clarendon. Clarendon will hand over the baton in the top position. On the inside of Clarendon is Manchester. It's between Clarendon and Manchester with 70 meters to go. But here comes Kingston on the inside. Kingston on the inside. Clarendon on the outside. Kingston, they've gone by Manchester and gone by Clarendon. It will be Kingston ahead of Clarendon, then followed by Manchester, followed by St. Thomas. 57.10 seconds, the flash time for Kingston. What an anchor from this young lady in the under 15s. 57.14 is the official time for Kingston. Clarendon is second, 57.33, and Manchester third, 57.62 seconds. First, second, and third. Any 2 of the girls under 15 4x1. Portland is fourth, 58.61. And the boys come up next in the 4x1. We told you before about the point standings, though. Overall point standings. Let me give you what I have here in terms of the top 10. Westmoreland, they are, we'll not give you all, though. The 14, Hanover, they are yet to gain a point. St. Mary, they have 3 points. So too St. Anne, they have 3 points. Manchester, 7 points. Westmoreland, they are 10th with 9 points. In 9th, Trelawney, 11 points. In 8th, you have Clarendon with 18 points. In 7th, St. Thomas, 20 points. In 6th, Kingston, 22.5 points. In 5th, Portland, 25 points. In 4th, you have St. James, 27 points. In 3rd, St. Elizabeth with 28 points. In 2nd, St. Catherine with 31 points. And the top position, the defending champion, St. Andrew, with 34, with 54.5 points. That's looking on their point tally, where they've garnered points. The 1200 meters boys, they got 5 points. In the high jump girls, they got 11.5 points. In the men's high jump, they got 13 points. In the women's shot put, 9 points. A cricket ball throw, though. Cricket ball throw, open, and the shot put was open. 9 points. Girls on a 9, cricket ball throw, 7 points. And boys on a 9, cricket ball throw, 9 points. So 54.5 points for St. Andrew. So that is the overall in terms of the mixed on the boys' side. St. Andrew, they have 27 points. Kingston, they have 20 points. And St. Catherine, they're third with 16 points. On the girls' side, St. Andrew, 27.5 points. St. James, they have 25 points. St. Elizabeth, they have 19 points. At Portland, they are fourth on the girls' side with 16 points. Also, St. Thomas, they have 16 points to their belts, or under their belts, you may say. On the point standings, as we await the start form for the boys' relays, on the 15th to close out the relays. Then we have the 80 meters final. After that, though, after the relays, it will be a final after final, starting with the 80 meters, then the 100, and it goes on.
You put in the hours, months, years planning. You put your heart in, and it all comes down to this moment, this second. When you get the keys to your own home, make your move with a mortgage from Sagicor Bank. Get a competitive interest rate, $2 million line of credit, and special rate on home insurance. Make your move with a mortgage from Sagicor Bank.
The Sagicor Business Center was started in 2021, primarily to build the capacity of small business owners. It's the first that has happened in Jamaica where a financial institution has partnered with a quasi-government institution, it's the Jamaica Business Development Corporation. ISC was interested in seeing how this particular model works in Jamaica.
So ISC in Latin America and the Caribbean and is focused on financial inclusion. When I see resource centers like this that help bring new companies starting to access third-party financing from banks, it really fits very well with what we're trying to do.
Sagicor Bank is very clear that in order for Jamaica to grow, the SME sector will have to grow.
Sagicor wanted to find some way in helping small business to grow, especially in a globalized world. We can't compete internationally without the requisite skill.
Sagicor e-advantage, bank with ease, as you please, like a breeze, pay no fees, rain or shine, save your time, it's so fine when you bank online.
Finally, there's a savings account that meets your need for speed and ease. Sagicor Bank e-advantage, bank online, no monthly fees, unlimited, free Sagicor Bank ABM withdrawals, interest on your money. Sagicor Bank e-advantage.
It's so fine when you bank online.
Open your Sagicor Bank e-advantage account today.
Seasiding, this is Jillian. How may I help? Hold please. Seasiding, this is Jillian. Hold please. Hi, Mrs. Ashby. Yes, I'm just putting on the final touches to your necklace. Thanks for holding. Golden what delivery? Yao Zhong Wen, Xia, Ding Dan, Ching, and Golden what delivery?
There's working hard for your money.
Hold please.
And there's making your money work hard for you. With as little as $500 or $50 get started with earning from Sigma Global Funds today.
Everybody, let's welcome Sarah to the team. Here's the company handbook.
Thank you. Welcome, Sarah.
Life moves fast. Be prepared with Sagicor Life. Learn more at sagicor.com.
As Jamaica's manufacturing and distribution sectors rebound, Sagicor Select Manufacturing and Distribution Fund is poised for growth. Capitalize on this investment opportunity with access to stocks across the sector through one fund, which diversifies your investments. So select your best move with Sagicor Select Manufacturing and Distribution Fund.
If you are looking to earn more on your investments, invest in number one, Sigma Global Funds, the top performing funds for Jamaica in 2021. For Jamaican dollar and US dollar equity funds, we were number one. For Jamaican dollar and US dollar fixed income funds, we were number one. Our US dollar and Jamaican dollar balanced funds were both number one. Don't settle for less. Invest in the number one funds in Jamaica. Sigma Global Funds.
with the girls later, Mom.
Life moves fast. Be prepared with Sagicor Life. Learn more at sagicor.com.
Okay, let's still take a photo of it. Lily, let me take a photo of you. Lovies.
Life moves fast.
Lily?
Be prepared with Sagicor Life. Learn more at sagicor.com.
Hi, my name is Shelly-Ann Fraser, Olympic and World Champion. For your latest track and field news, log on to trackalerts.com. Trackalerts.com from start to finish.
The JTA Sagicor National Athletics Championships at the National Stadium. 4x1 under 15 for boys on the track. This is heat 1 of 2 in lane 2, Westmoreland. In 3, Manchester. In 4, you have Portland. In 5, St. Thomas. In 6, St. Mary. In 7, St. Anne. And in lane 8, you have St. Catherine. So, athletes awaiting the instructions of the starter for the first heat of 2. After this heat, it will be over for heats. It will be all final on this day. The JTA Sagicor National Athletics Championships on the grounds of Independence Park Limited, which houses the National Stadium. This is Heat 1, the boys under 15, 4x1. We have a special guest beside me, who has been in the news of late though, but a very important individual. St. Catherine in lane 8, St. Anne lane 7. Athletes on their marks. Gunn has sent them away. Great start from St. Anne in lane 7, but Manchester gets out well. On the outside of Manchester, it's St. Thomas. St. Thomas in the blue shorts. They are going well on this opening leg. St. Thomas handing over the baton in the top position. But you have to look over in lane 8 for St. Catherine. They are way out in front. On the inside of St. Catherine, it's St. Anne from the Garden Parish. On the inside of St. Anne is St. Thomas. It looks to me like St. Catherine on this third leg, having a slight advantage. Cruising around the bend. It is all St. Catherine. They're all alone. They'll hand over the baton in the top position. It is St. Catherine. St. Thomas here on second. On the inside looks like a Westmoreland. And Manchester wants to come into the fray, but it's all about St. Catherine taking the top spot in Heat 1 of the boys on a 15 4x1. In second should be Westmoreland, and in third is Manchester. 50.73 seconds is the flash time for the team from St. Catherine. The official time not on the board just as yet, but certainly St. Catherine spectators and Westmoreland are celebrating. 50.73 seconds is the flash time. We're waiting the official time for St. Catherine, who took section 1 or heat 1, the boys under 15 4x1. We said before we are joined by a special guest, and they have Westmoreland out in front. That's wrong. 51.53. That's incorrect, though. Hopefully they'll change that, because St. Catherine, they won. Westmoreland was second. And hopefully they'll make the adjustment for that, but that's on the board. But we have a special guest sitting beside me. Come closer, Mr. Smith. I think his first name is Winston. Special good day to you, sir.
Greetings to you and to all our listeners, and especially those who are at the National Stadium here listening on KLA's 89 FM.
Mr. Winston Smith, tell me something. Tell me something. I'm not going. I saw your picture in the cleaner the other day, though, but I'm not talking about that. I'm not talking about. He's the president of the JTA, though. But about this meet in itself, happy to be. Happy it's on, back on.
Most definitely, we are ecstatic. I think happy is an understatement. You know, the opportunity for our students now to participate in this activity is more than welcome, and we are overjoyed. It has been suspended pretty much for the last 2 years because of the pandemic. Now we are able to host the event again, or to facilitate the event again, thanks to the continued support by Sagicor Foundation, the Jamaica Teachers Cooperative Credit Union, as well as other sponsors who would have come on board to ensure that the students of Jamaica, the children, would have been provided with the opportunity to showcase their skills, talents, and abilities. And of course, you know, this is a grassroots event that identify students with special talents and give them an opportunity to excel and to advance themselves in the area of sports, which ultimately will give them a better and a brighter future.
I just have to ask him one question and just let him go. That's all I have to do. I'm coming back to you, though, Mr. Smith. Don't go anywhere. The next event on track. This is the 4x1 on the 15. This is heat 2 on the boys' side. Clarendon should have been in. There are in lane 3. St. Andrew in 4. In 5, you have St. James. Kingston in 6. In 7, you have St. Elizabeth. And 8 is Hanover. Hanover gets up well on the inside. In lane 6 is Kingston. It's going to be Kingston and Hanover handing over the baton in the top position. Poor exchange from St. James on the inside of Kingston. At the back of the pack seems to be Clarendon and St. Andrew. Well, going to the front of the pack, St. Elizabeth have come into the frame. Kingston also there on this penultimate exchange. St. James also eating out the track. Closing around the bend is St. Elizabeth. They are in lane 7. Cruising around for the final exchange. Coming around is St. James ahead of St. Elizabeth. St. James have sneaked through on the third leg. Now with about 50 meters to go, it is St. James out in front. St. Elizabeth is second. And it's St. Andrew, who was dead and buried, have back now. And it's St. James, St. Andrew, and it's St. Elizabeth, followed by Kingston. 52.58 seconds is the official, no, it's a flash time, pardon me. And 52.60 is the official time. Second is Clarendon, 53.45 seconds. And in third, St. Elizabeth, the time of 53.56 seconds. As you were pointed out, unearthing talent. But this in itself, was it iffy, though, at the start of the year to say that you're going to have it or not?
Well, we were very much certain that we would have it as long as the regulators allowed. So once the Ministry of Health and the Ministry of Sports and so would have given the green light, we were ready. My instructions to Kemar, who is my national sports chairman from the onset of my presidency, was that he should do everything within his power, and I will ensure from the presidency to facilitate support and give him the necessary help and resources to ensure that this national championship, once given the green light, would go ahead. So we were never in any doubt. We were very hopeful, and it is for that reason. If persons were paying attention, the JTA supported the nation in pushing for full vaccination, recognizing that if our people are vaccinated, then activities like these would be more likely to be available to us.
Was that why you were so confident, because of the vaccination in terms of schools and the athletes?
Most definitely. We recognize that part of the whole program, the academic program, which would incorporate sports and all, must go on. And if we are going to go face-to-face, then we must be vaccinated. So the JTA supported the initiative of the government to ensure that we take care of this. While doing that, we were in dialogue with Sagicor Foundation, and they were fully much on board with us. So we were confident that the sponsorship would be there. The desire is there. The wherewithal, the support from our membership right across the parishes were also there. So the only thing that would stand in our way is the approval from the Ministry of Health and the Ministry of Sport. We know from discussion with the Ministry of Education, the Ministry of Education supported these initiatives. So we were confident that all things would fall in place. We just needed the level, the positivity level to go down. We saw where the nation rallied around to some extent, that the positivity level went as low down as 3.5% thereby. So we weren't sure that at this time it would happen. And we are grateful and we are very excited about the prospect of it happening then, and it is happening now, so we are absolutely over the moon.
All right, you stay over the moon right there. Don't move at all, Mr. Smith. You're listening to the president of the JTA, and to my left is the big man. Can I call him the big man in charge, or Kemar? Kemar, we spoke yesterday, and in terms of planning of the event is on its way. No glitches at all this year for the first day into the second?
Good afternoon to your listeners. Yesterday we had a few challenges, but nonetheless, despite the challenges, we have a very efficient team in place, and we are here, and everything is going smoothly on day 2.
Well, love, I'm saying, everything that's going smooth. No hiccups at all?
None whatsoever.
To get all of these youngsters, you have the tents over by the bleachers, all together from one end to the next, and person thought that was a great idea. To get all of these youngsters to be coordinated, how does that happen though? I mean, how hard is that to do?
Well, we have to thank our hard-working coordinators, because as I said, they are the real implementers on the ground. And once we relay the information to them in adequate time, they will actually get it done.
The meet started a little bit late yesterday, however, not about 10 minutes or so. To be honest, I've been to meet starting an hour late, so about 10 minutes or so. And you think, though, we'll cruise through and we'll end on time today?
Yes, we started on time because the issues we had yesterday, we ensured that those issues, they were remedied to ensure that we didn't have a repeat today. So what we're working, and I think we're right on track to end at the appropriate time.
What parish are you from?
I'm from Clarendon.
So you're cheering Clarendon?
No.
So you're not cheering your own parish?
No, I'm neutral. I'm coordinating the activities here today.
His post is national coordinator, but he's not cheering on anybody, and he's from Clarendon, which I knew this already though, but to be honest, you're from Clarendon and not cheering on Clarendon.
No, I'm not cheering Clarendon. As a matter of fact, if you want me to cheer, I'll cheer the 14 parishes.
I can't say why you get the job of national coordinator, if that's what you're going to do. Smithy, before you go though, final question, before I let you go though, after this is completed though, how does it seem and how does it go for next year? The planning starts right away, or is it that you take a break for the next 6 months? How does it go? How does it work?
All right. For next year, I would not be the person in charge. We'll have a new president. As a matter of fact, I have 73 days left as president. Our next president will be Mrs. Lasanya Harrison. She's the principal of St. Faith Primary and Infant School. She'll be here shortly because I spoke with her just now before coming to do this interview. And she's on her way, have some personal issues she needs to sort out, which she will advise me when she's coming, so I'll go and meet her because, you see, we want to bring her into the position of presidency. One thing I do know, I've spoken with her and we are taking our notes, we are sharing ideas. So when it is her time to start her reign as president come the 22nd of August, she would have gotten from me a comprehensive report or analysis of all that would have transpired this year. So she'll be able to know, look at what happened during the course of my presidency, look at the things that she want to carry on with, or those that she would revamp and upgrade, which is what we tend to do as president. So I'm sure she'll be evaluating Kemar. And you never can tell. Personally, I'm hopeful that Kemar will be returned as national sports chairman. But it is not for me to say. But it's Mrs. Harrison's call. Nevertheless, we are very optimistic that things will happen. And what we do in the JTA, not just that the national sports chairman does his or her analysis, but we have the liaison officer, Mr. Colin Spence, a very integral part of the whole process, as well as Mr. Devon Meek and members of the admin staff and the secretariat. So we will do our review of what transpired now and how things work. Look at the things that went well and those things that, if any, that went not so well, and plan to prevent those from happening next year as we build. And we are hoping that Sagicor Foundation will increase their sponsorship from $10 million to maybe $20 million, so we can provide better facilities and resources for our teachers, our students, student athletes, even our very spectators and parents who come on board. So we're very grateful to the sponsors, and then we are looking for more sponsors to come on board because this is where it all begins. And when we look at the most celebrated Usain Bolt, he started here. We look at Shelly-Ann Fraser-Pryce, she started here. We look at Sharon Simpson right here. Elaine Thompson right here. The Clayton twins right here. As a matter of fact, the Clayton twins were students at my brother's school. My brother is the principal of Grangehill Primary, and the Clayton twins are out of his school in Westmoreland. So we're showing to the nation that we take children from all over, some who would have not made it because of their social background, but we give them a chance. Each student, each district association will select their athletes, and it move right into the parish and come to the national level where the children are put out there so that all can see them and help to move them forward. And as I heard Colin recently, Oblique Seville is another of our rising star that came right through this JTA Sagicor meet, and he described him as now being with the guru. So we're expecting great things from him, and we're saying keep to the nation, keep your eyes focused on the JTA Sagicor meet, because it all begins here, and we are proud of what we do as teachers in Jamaica.
Well, that's the president of the JTA, Winston Smith, and Kemar. I know. Don't you? Any final words?
Yes, I just want to big up my president, because if you realize he's very knowledgeable and he's a lover of sport. That's why he's actually here today, and he's actually pushing this activity. And from day one, as he mentioned before, he said to us, we have to ensure that we have this activity. And just before I go, I want to big up our major sponsors. Thanks to Sagicor Foundation, because as the name said, foundation, they're actually helping us to lay the foundation for our future athletes. Big up to JTA Corp Credit Union, right? And Team JTA. And thank you for your excellent coverage so far.
All right, Kemar Bailey. And the fighting president himself, Mr. Smith. I had to punch you there.
Not a problem. I knew you would come with it, you know. But I just want to set the record straight, because some persons are misunderstanding what we're saying. But listen.
It's not sports, but
I was in boxing gloves, and that's sport. But I'm saying to the nation that, look, we are at a point where we're tired of teachers being abused. Now, I want the nation to understand, the JT is not saying to any teacher to go and fight students. We don't initiate that kind of thing. We are not violence pushers. But what I'm saying to the nation, and I stand resolute behind it, and it doesn't matter how many persons want to castigate the position, I do not want any of my teachers to become a victim of violence in the classroom because they stand up and allow people to abuse them, and they in pursuit of being professional, you end up being professionally dead. And I ask this to everyone who is listening to me. If you're driving on the road and a truck decides to come on your side of the road, are you going to stay there and be dead right? Or are you going to take an evasive maneuver? We have to look at it. People must stop thinking that teachers are not human beings. And I'd ask any adult or anyone listening to this broadcast, if that teacher was your mother, your grandmother, and you're watching that on social media, do an introspection and tell me honestly what would be your thoughts at that time. Looking at a 16-year-old boy abusing a 56-year-old educator, and how you would feel about that. Think about it like that before you make any pronouncement, because teachers are human beings. And the truth is, when a teacher is injured on the job, it takes forever for the teacher to get any form of compensation. And we have data to show that it is a fact. So the teacher is there trying to educate our children, and yet our children feel it's okay to attack and to bring violence to a teacher. And the society is saying that, oh, the teacher should be professional and stay there and die. I don't think so.
That's the word of the JTA president, Winston Smith. I don't know why I start him up. I don't know why I start him up. Thank you very much, Mr. Smith, for speaking to us.
You're welcome. Thanks to KLAs. You know, and I want to say big up Victor. Victor McFarlane is my very good friend, you know. Yeah. And Arvil and Zidane. But tell them to go easy sometime. You know, we have me in your sports program in the afternoon. They are not really guru on certain things, but I just don't have the time to call him to show who is the guru.
Let me just leave him alone. Leave him alone.
Hi, my name is Shelly-Ann Fraser, Olympic and World Champion. For your latest track and field news, log on to trackalerts.com. Trackalerts.com from start to finish.
Hi, man. Hey, where you off to? study with the girls later, Mom.
Life moves fast. Be prepared with Sagicor Life. Learn more at sagicor.com.
Okay, let's still take a photo of it. Lily, let me take a photo of you. Lovies.
Life moves fast.
Lily?
Be prepared with Sagicor Life. Learn more at sagicor.com.
You put in the hours, months, years planning. You put your heart in, and it all comes down to this moment, this second. When you get the keys to your own home, make your move with a mortgage from Sagicor Bank. Get a competitive interest rate, $2 million line of credit, and special rate on home insurance. Make your move with a mortgage from Sagicor Bank.
The Sagicor Business Center was started in 2021, primarily to build the capacity of small business owners. It's the first that has happened in Jamaica where a financial institution has partnered with a quasi-government institution, it's the Jamaica Business Development Corporation. ISC was interested in seeing how this particular model works in Jamaica.
So ISC in Latin America and the Caribbean and is focused on financial inclusion. When I see resource centers like this that help bring new companies starting to access third-party financing from banks, it really fits very well with what we're trying to do.
Sagicor Bank is very clear that in order for Jamaica to grow, the SME sector will have to grow.
Sagicor wanted to find some way in helping small business to grow, especially in a globalized world. We can't compete internationally without the requisite skill.
Sagicor e-advantage, bank with ease, as you please, like a breeze, pay no fees, rain or shine, save your time, it's so fine when you bank online.
Finally, there's a savings account that meets your need for speed and ease. Sagicor Bank e-advantage, bank online, no monthly fees, unlimited, free Sagicor Bank ABM withdrawals, interest on your money. Sagicor Bank e-advantage.
It's so fine when you bank online.
Open your Sagicor Bank e-advantage account today.
Seaside, this is Jillian. How may I help? Hold, please. Seaside, this is Jillian. Hold, please. Hi, Mrs. Ashby. Yes, I'm just putting on the final touches to your necklace. Thanks for holding. Golden what delivery? Yao Zhong Wen, Xia, Ding Dan, Ching, and Golden what delivery?
There's working hard for your money.
Hold, please.
And there's making your money work hard for you. With as little as $500 or $50, get started with earning from Sigma Global Fund.
Everybody, let's welcome Sarah to the team. Here's the company handbook.
Thank you. Welcome, Sarah.
Life moves fast. Be prepared with Sagicor Life. Learn more at sagicor.com.
As Jamaica's manufacturing and distribution sectors rebound, Sagicor Select Manufacturing and Distribution Fund is poised for growth. Capitalize on this investment opportunity with access to stocks across the sector through one fund, which diversifies your investments. So select your best move with Sagicor Select Manufacturing and Distribution Fund.
If you are looking to earn more on your investments, invest in number one, Sigma Global Funds, the top performing funds for Jamaica in 2021. For Jamaican dollar and US dollar equity funds, we were number one. For Jamaican dollar and US dollar fixed income funds, we were number one. Our US dollar and Jamaican dollar balanced funds were both number 1. Don't settle for less. Invest in the number 1 funds in Jamaica. Sigma Global Funds.
So it's now time for final after final after final. I just heard from the JTA president, Winston Smith, as we get ready now for the girls under 9, 80 meters final. Melissa McPherson from St. Thomas is in lane 1 at a time of 12.77 seconds. You have Kiana Morris of St. Elizabeth is in 2 at a qualifying time of 12.81. From St. Anne, the Garden Parish was Anika Kelly. She's in lane 3 with a time of 12.66 seconds. In 4 from Trelawney, Hatanisha Williams, 12.65 seconds. She is in 4. In 5, Tamoya Watson of Westmoreland with a time of 12.69 seconds. In lane 6, Judah K. Pitt from St. Andrew, 12.45, the overwhelming favorite. In 7, St. Andrew again, you have Tonian Townsend, 12.73. That was her qualifying time. And the Borja Morris from Hanover, 12.75 seconds. You have to look out in lane 6. Pitt from St. Andrew. She is the overwhelming favorite to take this event. But guess what? It doesn't matter what you come in with. It matters what you do on the day. Here we were speaking to the JTA president. And the reason why we asked him that question, though, was all of statements that were made on the Gleaner or in the news recently of the incident which happened at Tivoli High between a student and a teacher, and he made some comments after. Some persons loved it, some persons did not. So he was trying to clear that up, as he mentioned one radio station, but we're on track alert at the present time. So if you have not done it just yet, do it now. Do you know what I'm talking about? Press the subscribe button. If you have not done it yet, do it right now. We love you guys. We're going to continue to show your support to watch Track Alert. So subscribe to Track Alert as we continue to bring you track of the field all across the globe. Not only on the local soil, but all across the globe. So they're having some discussions there with the athletes for the first final after the 4x1 relays. We had the 1200 meters final earlier on. I should say finals, because there were 2 races earlier on this morning for boys and girls. And some of the athletes are just happy to get out of their respective parishes to come to the National Stadium, somewhere they have dreamt about of coming. Some of them, that is, seen it on television, social media, and have dreamt about it. So they're just ironing out for the girls 80, and right after will be the boys 80 meters final. I like Tamoya Watson, though. She is very small, though, but she has some speed. 12.69 seconds was her qualifying time. And beside her from Trelawney Williams, who's in lane 4. And Kelly from St. Anne in the light blue shorts in 3. I'm hoping everything is okay now for the start of the girls' 80 meters. Some medal presentation going on the cycle track. And the youngsters are on the track. I don't think they should be on it very long, though, to be honest. Most are barefooted. And you know, the 12 o'clock sun does do a lot when it comes on to heat. So athletes, McPherson of St. Thomas in 1, Morris St. Elizabeth in 2, Kelly St. Anne in 3, Williams from Trelawney in 4. Athletes on their marks. Oh, coming out of the blocks was Watson, looking a little bit nervous though. Watson, she's the smallest in the field though. Maybe the smallest in the whole championship. But she did look good in qualifying, winning her heat, qualifying for the final. He had 4 heats to the final in the preliminaries to qualify for the final. Athletes on their marks once again. And the gun has set them away. Watson gets out well. So to Pitt. On the inside, it looks to be Morris. Morris now coming through is Kelly of St. Anne. But the favorite is Pitt. And it's going to be close between Kelly of St. Anne and Judah K. Pitt of St. Andrew. It was close between the two. Let's see who will come out on top. Was it Anika Kelly of St. Anne or Judah K. Pitt of St. Andrew? It was close going towards the line. The favorite was Judah K. Pitt, though, to be honest. Pitt gets it, 12.46 seconds. The favorite takes it ahead of Anika Kelly. So 12.46 seconds. Kelly's time is 12.47, and Morris is third, 12.61 seconds. Gold, silver, and bronze. Girls under 980 meters. The boys, they are next. 80 meters for boys. Final. Birch of St. James is in 1. Walford, St. Thomas in 2. Dunkley, Manchester 3. Johnson, St. Andrew 4. Andrew, St. Mary 5. Levy, Kingston in 6. Brand of St. Catherine 7. And Lee from Clarendon is in lane 8. And out in front from Manchester is Dunkley. Dunkley, but on the outside from Kingston, it looks to be Levy. And Levy gets it ahead of Dunkley. Levy takes the top spot. He is from Kingston. Nathan Levy, who qualified 12.32 seconds under his belt. So Nathan Levy takes the top spot ahead of Dunkley of Manchester. Wow, we came from behind and took control with about 15 or 10 meters to go. So that is a win for Levy. Not on the board just yet. Don't know if the officials were ready in the room. So points being tabulated now. Last time he gave it a point standing, St. Andrew. But we're ahead. We'll give you a reminder of the point standings very soon. Well, next event on track is the girls under 11 100 meters final. And then the boys 100 meters under 11. You have the under 11, under 13, and under 15 divisions to come. So Dunkley was second, 12.83 seconds. Now the time comes on the board. Levy 12.57, Dunkley 12.83 for second, gaining the silver, and the bronze going the way of Brian, 12.84 seconds. Gold, silver, and bronze. Levy, Dunkley, and Brian. The next event on track as we see the medal ceremony going on the cycle track. The next event is the 100 meters on the 11 girls. So Kalia Raymond from St. Thomas is in lane 1 at a time of 15.26 seconds. In lane 2 from Portland, Monique Bogle, the time of 15.18 seconds. In lane 3, Brianna Chin from Trelawney, 15.04 seconds. In 4 from St. Andrew, Odena Crary, 14.76 seconds was her qualifying time. From St. Thomas, Kalia Senior is in lane 5, 14.64 seconds was her time. In 6, Kelly Johnson, 15.04 seconds. In 7, Kiara Smith of Portland, 15.09. And in lane 8, from St. James, Akeelia Jump, 15.10 seconds. So those are the competitors for the girls on the 11 100 meters final. Raymond, Bogle, Chin, Crary, Cena, Johnson, Smith, and Jump. What we saw yesterday, they took them, and they're doing it today, which is a good thing. Took them to the paces, making sure the dotted line does not fool them with the lanes coming around the bend when they meet. So they're making sure everyone knows their lane and understand the dotted line or dotted lines. So the official ceremony will happen a little later on. The start of this 100 meters. It's a windy over the National Stadium on the second day of the JTA Sagicor National Athletics Championships. It's an event where a lot of coaches come and watch to recruit specific athletes. So if you're here, you look around the stand, you'll see coaches from various divisions, from various schools around the globe, around the island, pardon me. And they're setting the blocks for the athletes. Some will be comfortable using it, some won't. But the favorite to take the gold in this event is Senior from St. Thomas, who will be competing from lane 5. But Crary from St. Andrew in 4 will have something to say. Those two are labeled as the two favorites. Well, it's extremely windy though. Looking on the respective flags and banners around the stadium. And they're going into a negative wind. As per usual, inside the National Stadium at this time of the day, the wind tends to die down when it comes on to 5 o'clock or so. As Chin is in lane 3. Testing her blocks. She just ran the relay earlier on, running the ankle on that Trelawney team. She has some speed, has some pull, but will it challenge Senior of St. Thomas or Crary of St. Andrew? Long jump also going on. We had a cricket ball throw on in earnest yesterday and also today. And then the high jump took center stage yesterday. But today, after the 4x1 qualifiers heats, you have now the 100 meters. You had the 80 meters finals for girls and boys. Under 9 completed a short while ago. Now it's the under 11. It's their time to shine. And athletes going on their marks as the music being played. Hopefully they can turn off the music and get the athletes getting ready. Raymond of St. Thomas 1, Bogle of Portland 2, Chin of Trelawney 3. You have Crary St. Andrew 4, Cena St. Thomas 5, Johnson St. Andrew 6, Portland Smith is in 7, and the jump from St. James is in lane 8. And the gun has sent them away. Not the greatest start at all from Cena, but Crary of St. Andrew is out in front. Crary of St. Andrew is out in front. We said before, it is going to be Crary. Surprise in the lot, it's Crary from St. Andrew. In second, looks to be Cena of St. Thomas, who was the favorite coming into this championship. 12.59 seconds to take the top spot. That's a flash time for Crary of St. Andrew. 12.59 seconds for Crary. Well, 40.76 is the official time. Cena is second, 14.94 seconds. And third is Chin, 15.05 seconds. Girls under 11, 100 meters. Boys to come up next. So Crary from St. Andrew was labeled as one of the favorites. Came in with 14.76 seconds in the preliminaries. In the final, repeating that time, 14.76. Cena, however, who had 14.64, ran a slower time in the final of 14.94 seconds. Cena of St. Thomas. It's now time for the boys on the 11 final. 100 meters. DeAndre Allwood from St. Elizabeth is in 1. Damar Clark, Manchester, is in 2. In 3, you have Javier Lawson of Trelawney. His time was 13.91 seconds. In 4, Davir Walker from St. Thomas, 14.54 seconds was his qualifying time. From St. Thomas, you had Rashawn Graham, 14.12 seconds. Was his qualifying time, advancing through to the final. He's labeled as a favorite. Veron Graham from Kingston with a time of 14.53. He is in lane 6. In lane 7, you have Najeri Ferguson from St. Anne. 14.36 seconds was his qualifying time. And DeAndre Barham from Manchester is in lane 8. The qualifying time of 14.62 seconds. Athletes on their marks. I have to look in lanes 4 and 5. Oh, a recall though. A recall. The St. Thomas pair of Walker and Graham in lanes 4 and 5. They are labeled as the favorites. But sometimes it doesn't matter who you or what labels you. It matters what you do in the final. Not comfortable with the blocks was Clark of Manchester. He says he's go without. Or has changed the blocks and made some adjustment. Thought he wanted to go off without it. He says he's ready. Looks across to the starter. So Allwood, Clark, Lawson, Walker, Graham, Braham, Ferguson, and Barham. And the gun has sent them away. Brilliant start now. In lane 3, Lawson of Trelawney. Lawson of Trelawney goes away from Walker. Lawson of Trelawney silencing the St. Thomas duo. It is Lawson of Trelawney, 13.95 seconds. Qualified 13.91. Lawson of Trelawney takes the top spot. 13.95 seconds for Lawson of Trelawney. That is a flash time. 13.95. 30.96 is the official time. Walker is second. 14.28 seconds. And in third, you have Barham, 14.43. Gold, silver, and bronze in the boys on day 11, 100 meters. So negative 3.60, the wind speed for that 100 meters, negative 3.60. So girls under 13 is up next, 100 meters. Kiara Hamilton from Hanover is in 1. Terry Ann Deacon from Manchester is in 2. 14.26, 14.05 their times respectively. Tanisha Richards of Trelawney is in 3 at a time of 13.87. In lane 4 from Kingston, Ciara Williams, 13.63. In lane 5, the time of 14.36 seconds, Orville Bent. In 6, you have Trisha Lee Sutherland, 14.13 seconds is her time. In 7, Adriana Harris, 13.95. She's from St. Thomas in St. Andrew. In lane 8, Chelsea Ann Samuels, 13.72 seconds. So, in lane 1, Hamilton is there. All athletes are there. They're ready for this event. Girls under 13, 100 meters final. Lane 3, Richards with a 13.87 seconds clocking. And Ciara Williams, 13.63. She's in 4. And in lane 8, 13.72, Chelsea Ann Samuels from St. Andrew also there. This is an interesting race though. 3, 4, and 8 have all gone under 14 seconds. The wind before this race was negative 3. What will it be for this race? Who will come out on top? The boys under 13 is next. They're standing right behind under 13 for girls. Samuels. Athletes. And the gun has sent them off. Great start. It is from Williams of Kingston on the inside. Looks to be Richards. Richards and Williams. And here comes now Williams trying to gain on Richards. It is Richards out in front. But now Williams passes her. It's going to be Williams taking the top spot from Kingston. 14.04 seconds. Williams of Kingston taking the top spot. 14.05 seconds for Ciara Williams. Second is Samuels. Samuels came through for second. And in 40.26 on Sutherland third, 40.30. So Richards, who was at the top of the pack, faded somewhat into fifth, 14.38 seconds. So Kiara Hamilton, where did she finish though? At the back of the pack in 8th. So Williams taking the gold, Samuels the silver, and Sutherland the bronze. That's the girls. Under 13. Now it's time for the boys. So Elaine Thompson of Trelawney is in lane 1. 13.42 seconds was his qualifying time. Danielle Simmons of St. Thomas is in 2. 13.39. In 3, you have Zanjay Carty from St. Andrew, 13.19 seconds. In 4, you had Janeek Kelly from St. Elizabeth, 13.66. In 5, Mario Ross, 12.68 seconds from St. Thomas. He is a good young man from St. Elizabeth in lane 6. You have Jamoni Hilton, 12.92 seconds for this man. In lane 7, Caden Robinson from St. Andrew, 13.29 seconds. And Anil Lawrence of Manchester is in the 8, 12.78 seconds. He is from Manchester. Mario Ross, labeled as one of the favorites, have to look out in lane 8 for Lawrence. And Jamoni Hamilton is in lane 5, lane 6 bottoming. Ross in lane 5. Looked extremely good at primary champs. Let's see what he has to offer now. He is in 5. He's from St. Thomas. And the gun has set them away. Brilliant start on the outside from Robinson of St. Andrew. But now, coming through in the middle of the track is Mario Ross. It's going to be Ross streaking away. It's Ross just ahead of Lawrence. I think that Ross got the better of Lawrence in lane 8, 12.39 seconds. So Mario Ross, I thought, got it at the line ahead of O'Neill Lawrence of Manchester. But it's close. It was close. I thought, though, that Ross goes. Yes, he did. 12.40 seconds for Ross. Lawrence from Manchester is second. 12.40. Both having the same time. Hilton is third. 12.64 seconds for Jamoni Hilton. He is from St. Elizabeth.
Hey, where you off to? I'm gonna study with the girls later, Mom.
Life moves fast. Be prepared with Sagicor Life. Learn more at sagicor.com.
Okay, let's still take a photo of it. Lily, let me take a photo of you. Lovies.
Life moves fast.
Lily.
Be prepared with Sagicor Life. Learn more at sagicor.com.
The Sagicor Business Center was started in 2021, primarily to build the capacity of small business owners. It's the first that has happened in Jamaica where a financial institution has partnered with a quasi-government institution, it's the Jamaica Business Development Corporation. ISC was interested in seeing how this particular model works in Jamaica.
So ISC in Latin America and the Caribbean and is focused on financial inclusion. When I see resource centers like this that help bring new companies starting to access third-party financing from banks, it really fits very well with what we're trying to do.
Sagicor Bank
find some way in helping small business to grow, especially in a globalized.
As you please, like a breeze, pay no fees, rain or shine, save your time. It's so fine when you bank online.
Finally, there's a savings account that meets your need for sports interest on your money. Sagicor Bank e-Advantage.
It's so fine when you bank online.
Open your Sagicor Bank e-Advantage account today.
Seaside Inn, this is Jillian. How may I help? Hold please. Seaside Inn, this is Jillian. Hold please. Hi, Mrs. Ashby. Yes, I'm just putting on the final touches to your necklace. Thanks for holding. Golden what delivery? Yao Zhong Wen, Xia, Ding Dan, Ching, and Golden what delivery?
There's working hard.
The JTA. JTA Sagicor National Athletics Championships. Next final on the cards goes on a 15 100 meters. We have seen under 9 80 meters, under 11 100, and under 13 100 meters. So for this event, in lane 1 from Clarendon, Tamara Blackstock in 2, Taysha Nay Drummond from St. Elizabeth in 3, Kalia Satchwell, St. James in 4 from St. Anne, Madison Campbell in 5 from Westmoreland, you have Kimbra McCalla in 6, Georgia Barracks from St. James in 7, J.D. Harris from St. Andrew, and in lane 8 you have Lysaith from Hanover. Regina is her first name. Athletes on their marks. In the set position, Gunn has set them away. Great start it is from Harris of St. Andrew. She is in lane 7. Alongside her is Barracks. Now moving well from St. Anne. Campbell. Campbell takes over. And Campbell goes across. A long lady from St. Anne. Looks to be Campbell. Madison Campbell takes the top spot, takes the gold in the girls on a 15 100 meters. 13.65 seconds for Campbell. Barracks of St. James is second. 13.78. And Harris in third. Harris come third from St. Andrew, 13.98 seconds. Trishana McGowan, you're here.
Yes, I am. Good come from behind victory for Campbell, 13.65 and a negative 3.1 wind. So you can just imagine what these youngsters have to battle with on track at the moment. Not just their competitors next to them, but also the windy conditions. But like I said, a good come from behind win for her.
Well, guess what? If you look through the marathon tunnel, you see a lot of the athletes are there because right after the 100 meters will be the opening ceremony. So the opening ceremony happens. Why the opening ceremony for all events don't happen at the opening? I'm just asking.
Your guess is as good as mine.
They call it the ceremony.
I think it's more the certainty that more persons would be at the event and want to showcase and thank them, because the event is no good, of course, oftentimes without the support of your spectators and so on. So I don't know the answer, but I'm assuming maybe if I was in the position, that would be my reason for doing it, even though I would go opening ceremony on the first day.
Yeah.
But like I said, from a marketer standpoint, you know the business of what we do in terms of sports and sponsorship. Mm-hmm. Sponsors want to be seen. They want all euphoria of the moment.
Yeah.
So while it is about the athletes and the events, it's also have to take in consideration those who have contributed funds to make the event possible.
And Sagicor have done that in a huge way of $10 million for this year. And we spoke to the president of the JTA. He's hoping for more next year.
Yeah, more the merrier. It sounds like a lot of money, but we know it takes cash to care. And I am sure that they needed more, but they have made it work, especially coming out of the pandemic, Sean. No competition for 2 years.
Yeah. The next event on track. In lane 1, you have Rashawn Ramsey from Westmoreland. The time of 13.33 seconds. St. James, Gregory Williams is into 13.34 was his qualifying time. Manchester, Jaman Blackwood in 3, 13.15 seconds. In 4, Marco Dean Henry from St. Catherine, 13.05 seconds. In 5, you have Renard Chanteloup from Manchester, 13.28 seconds. You have Jaleel Matthews, he's in 6, 12.18 seconds, or 78 seconds, pardon me. And in lane 7, Akeem Honeygun, 13.31. And Andre Boyd from St. Catherine there, 13.24 seconds. 6, this for Jaleel Matthews. And also in lane 4, Henry. Athletes just standing up. The officials are meeting. Athletes now asked to go on their marks. Ramsey, Williams, Blackwood, Henry, Chanteloup, Matthews, Honeygun, and Boyd. in set position. Oh, Boyd on the outside from St. Catherine. Went out before the gun, but I don't think a red card will be coming out. We haven't seen any from the meet started yesterday, so I don't expect any to come out today. Maybe a warning, but they are under 15s though. So everyone goes on their marks once again. So the field still at 8. Boyd gets an opportunity, gets a lifeline. He is in 8. And the gun has set them away. Not the greatest start. Long lifts up in chin and goes across the line. Matthews from Westmoreland takes the top spot ahead of Blackwood second and Henry third. So 12.49 seconds for Matthews of Westmoreland. And I think, though, that Blackwood of Manchester finished second. Yes, he did. 12.72 seconds. And Henry finishes third. 12.74. Henry is from St. Catherine.
The time doesn't even matter to a lot of these youngsters. It's just the victory for themselves and also for the parishes. And I mean, the time 12:47, not the fastest. We can, talk about it over and over about the lack of performances and competition they would have had over the last 2 years. But the bigger picture is they're having fun. They're getting the job done. Once you're in the final, you have contributed well for your parish. And, what better way to do so than with a gold medal performance?
And that was a splendid gold medal performance, taking the top spot in the boys under 15 100 meters. And we give you the results in a very short while, the latest in terms of point standings. Now, if you go on roster athletics, you'll see the JTA Sagicor National Athletics Meet, and then you can find out the point standings when you go to the left of that page and press team results. So we give you the mixed point standings so far, and this is St. Well, give it a 14. Some adjustments were made a short while ago after that event. It's updated right away. In 14th position, there's no Saint. Hanover, they have 7 points. In 13th, St. Mary with 8 points. It is the team results. In 12th, St. Anne with 22 points. In 11th, Clarendon, they have 23 points. In 10th, Westmoreland with 30 points. In 9th, Trelawney, 34 points. In 8th, St. Elizabeth with 56 points. Also with 56 is Portland. In 6th, Kingston, 56.5 points. In 5th, St. James with 58 points. In 4th, Manchester, they have 5th Andrew with 115.5 points, the defending champions. So that's the mixed. Now we have in terms of the top 5 for the male and top 5 for the female. Top 5 male.
The top 5 male at the moment in 5th position, St. Catherine on 31. The parish of St. Thomas in 4th on 41 points. In 3rd, Kingston, 45, only leading St. Thomas by 4. In 2nd, Manchester, 52, and they're tied on the same amount of points as St. Andrew, who are leading also on 52.
Maybe it's 52.1, 52.2.
Yeah, interesting. But the point standings, though, very close. When you look at the top, the 5th place and the 4th place, only 10 points separating with events to go. So interesting days, races to come.
On the girls' side, we have to give you the top 5. St. Elizabeth, they are 5th with 33 points. In 4th, you have Portland with 35 points. In 3rd, St. Thomas with 38 points. And 2nd, St. James, they have 43 points. And 1st, St. Andrew with 63.5 points. Now, interesting enough, you can just click and see where they gathered points. So St. Andrew on the girls' side gathered points. 12 points from the under 980 meters. They gathered 6 points from the 100 meters under 15. 7 points from the under 13 100. 11 points from the 100 under 11. And they gained 11.5 points from the high jump for Girls Open.
Yeah, maximum points, good amount of points, I should say, being amassed by St. Andrew from the number of events. Where they have fell short, though, is the
ball throw
and also the 1200 meters.
Yeah.
So not the strongest area for them. But they're still leading based on their prowess in the other events. And like I said, more to come. And when you listen to those point standings, the overall point standings see St. Andrew out in front, which is really good. But then individual points, they're not leading by, 20 or 25 so far. So overall, I think that also speaks to the volume of the performances, the credibility of the performances that we have been able to witness from these youngsters. And like we always know, children are determined, they're fighters, and they're very competitive. Nobody wants to lose. They dislike losing.
Yeah.
And we're seeing that in these finals, and we saw it yesterday in the qualification rounds.
Well, last evening we were speaking about the NCAA's Outdoor Track and Field Championships in Eugene, Oregon. And last year, 800 meters record held by Seymour Newman for many, many years.
40 plus years.
Yeah, many, many years.
Yeah.
And the thing about it, there was some debate going on last night, which one was the record, because on the Jamaica records, there's 1:45.21. That was the record in terms of what Jamaica have as its record. However, when you go World Athletics, it was 1:45.30. Well, I was told last evening that the 1:45.21 was hand time. And he had a clock time of 1:45.30. So that's what World Athletics had as the national senior record. But what at the NCAA's, Anderson Navaski. And the persons have asked, who is he?
Yeah, I've seen that question being floated around about the youngster. But I don't know what they mean by who is he, as in which school he attended.
Well, persons should know by now he went to St. Jago High.
Yeah, you and I know that. But when they ask that question, sometimes is it about the school that he attended or the quality, if he was a star?
Because nobody knew him
in high school.
If you have a name like Navaski Anderson, person would remember you.
Yeah, but so like you said, he went to St. Jago, and I think that, being at Mississippi State, he has been knocking at the door all season in terms of, indication, all being well at the right track with the right level of competition. He just might be able to go fast. I did not anticipate the record being broken, mind you.
I did.
You did?
Yeah.
Yeah, I wasn't sure.
He ran 1:45 in the semifinals.
He did, but no, I mean before. Well, let me be specific. I didn't expect him to run 1:45 here at the championships.
Well, I did.
But I anticipated he would have gone fast. But
he posted 1:45 earlier this season, and I said 1:45.
Yeah, but then I started gauging. I'm like, I wonder if it's a track.
No.
That's what I started thinking.
I watched the race, and I didn't know much about him, to be honest. I'm not going to comment. I knew him long time now.
No.
So at that time, I started to investigate who he was, and I was told by the manager of St. Jago who he was. In fact, he called me. I didn't even call him. He called me, and he was telling me about him because I was so happy with that 1:45. And
I think that's when
Mr. Gordon actually called me and told me.
Big up, Jeff. I think that's when everyone started, who follows track and field, started saying, who is this you? When he ran that 1:45 this year, he sparked an interest, like you said, Sean, from you, from myself, Donald, the other people, who is he?
Yeah.
Where was he?
What
did he do?
And to hear his story, though, and we would have loved to interview him later on, though, but to hear his story about when he was there, when Keenan Lawrence was there, and he was short as Keenan Lawrence. All of a sudden, when he was third or fourth form, he just started to grow.
Spurt.
He stopped doing track on the field when he was in, I think, first or second form. Yeah. And then because all the highlight was on Keenan Lawrence at that time from St. Jago, and then he did something else. I don't know if he did anything else, but it wasn't track on the field, and he's just started to grow. He's 6 foot now. He just started to grow. So he came back into track on the field, the latter stages. And didn't do too well, and that's why nobody heard of his name. But it was good enough for him to make the track team where he is.
Yeah, and I think that I did an interview recently with an athlete. Running very fast. It will drop today. Akeem Blake, and when I spoke to Akeem Blake in the interview. He's formerly of Merlin Otti High School, and he said it was such a great desire of his to possibly compete, in the final at Champs. That was one of his greatest desire, to be in a Champs 100 meters final, like the other boys. He said he would sit Friday nights in the stands and be like, I wish that was me. Look at him now, having a very good season, 10-1 so far this season, well, 9.92 seconds.
Why wasn't it him?
Why wasn't it him?
Yeah, in that final. a chance.
That's what he's saying. You know, so many things. You know, coach not having everything together compared to other schools. You know, and other boys. You know, getting ahead of him, but it's coming back now to what we're saying. You know, he was overshadowed.
Yeah.
Hear the word that I use?
Overshadowed.
by Keenan, Keenan Lawrence, not in a bad way.
No.
But just based on his prowess at that time. But here he is. So we have said it before, Sean, and we have watched it over and over the years. Sometimes it's not those who shine at our boys and girls championships go on to break the records for the country or or their universities or even get the gold medals at the world or the world championships or the Olympic games.
Yeah.
You know, so don't sometimes count out an athlete if they finish 8th or they're not making a final. But hope that if they so have the desire to compete to the highest level, that they are good enough and they will make it.
Akeem Blake, though, to be honest, I've watched his progress for the last couple of years, and not as a professional, more so as an athlete representing Merlin Otti. He left school early, but I thought, though, he was very good at that age.
Yeah, he showed signs of it, right?
Yeah. And he went to Western, was extremely good at Western, come to champs, and then he had some niggles and stuff like that. That's why I asked you, what did he say? Because I don't know if it was coaching, though, to be honest, because for him to show
he said it in the interview that the coach that was really guiding him, that had him really doing extremely well, the coach had left Merlin Otti High School. And you know very well sometimes when that happens, and others maybe step in, maybe don't work as fast as you'd have wanted, as how you were competing before, based on the conversation we had.
Okay. Well, I'm glad that he is in the right camp.
Yeah,
I think he is in the right camp. With good coaches around him.
Yeah.
Michael Frater, though, part of that coaching team, the Titans team.
Yeah, Gregory Little, Yohan Blake.
Yeah.
I'm not going to tell you too much because I want you to watch my interview later on YouTube when it drops. But he said something.
Okay.
I asked him, how did he end up? Yeah, but I'm just going to tell you. I asked him, how did he end up training in Kingston with Michael Frater, Gregory Little, and the Titans team? He slid in Yohan's DM and said, "You're my idol. I would love to work out with you." And Yohan, said to him, not yes to come, like it's going to work. He said, come and see if you like it. And rest is history.
Yeah. And he left school early, though.
Yeah, he did.
He left school, I think, 1 year early.
Yeah.
On that way.
Yeah.
On that path. But in itself, I think, though, to be honest, that you expect a lot more from him. He went on a 10 seconds recently, 9.9. And I'm glad that you're promoting your YouTube channel.
I was more yeah. But no, and like you said, today.
5 p.m. today. It will release for 5 p.m. today.
Yeah.
Okay, so you can check that out.
But I'm happy, Sean, you're bringing up that record by Arnold, that 145, 800 meters record. I mean, did you say you saw it coming, but how refreshing is it to have a record at this point in time for Jamaica in that event? All right.
It is extremely, extremely refreshing. Let me tell you this much. If persons have listened to where I work normally, they'll know I talk about one specific event a lot, and that's the 800 meters on the junior side, because it's an event that I love, and to be honest, and one of my idols, Never Myton, passed on last year, and he still has a record in that junior category. He would tell you a lot of stories about not the record, but about the 800 meters, what you need to do. He lived in the States. He'll come down sometimes. He'll look at some individuals that he thinks that can break his record, and he'll give advice. He will give advice like say for Mr. Massas at Calabar. Mr. Massas has a story because he went to Tivoli.
Yes.
And Never Myton was HOD at Tivoli.
Yes, he was. Yes, I remember.
So Mr. Massas used to give a lot of trouble as a student. So to calm him down, the Myton said, okay, you're going to be my assistant coach. So that's how he actually got into coaching and in the track of the field. So, but he'll assist Mr. Massas in terms of with some athletes. He'll always have something to say about that specific event and what is needed to be done, because he was a special athlete, Never Myton himself. So I like that event. I love that event, to be honest. So in the last couple of years, you've seen the record going, was there for 30 odd years at Boys and Girls Championships, and it is cutting down from 148. And I wanted it to go to 147. I mean, one individual ran 147.
Yeah.
Yohan Blake ran 147, but not at the Boys Championships. And how he ran at Boys Championships was that he ran to gain points.
Yeah,
not to break the record.
I thought he would have done so in the preliminaries because the workload, by then started for the final on his legs would have been too much. And he wanted that record again at the Carafta Games.
Yeah,
and it did not come. And when I spoke to him after the event, and he said I wanted the record. I said, why did you not get the record? So I told him, I said, you clocked the first 400.
Thinks too much. I think he's too bright.
Isn't he remarkable though academically?
He's too bright. Well. He ran. We were at the meet at Jamaica College at the Ashanti Stadium last week.
Yes.
And he ran the 800 meters. And I spoke to him after that, and I said, "Boy, he ran 148. He's consistently running 148. Shavonne Hall, the record. Well, both of them hold the record at champs. Shavonne Hall and himself. Shavonne Hall, formerly of Edwin Allen, now at a college in the U.S. Both of them have the record now. Hall ran that record. Hall ran the race, and he beat Hall. But the thing is, he says he can tell you what he did wrong after the fact. But I think while he's running to not any instruction what he feels to do. What he feels to do, because even in that race, he started to run fast with about 200 meters to go. Like, why won't you up in the... And he was sitting behind everyone in the first lap, not running that pace that he should to break the record. And then after when 250 meters to go, that's when he kicked.
Yeah, I think for him, it's just like, and for any athlete for the 800 meters at the high school level, it's just to keep knowing that you can go faster. Yeah. And I think for Yohan, he's, like you said, he's super bright. And I think if he's to continue pursuing track and field, he'll become more developed and understanding to the event, to the point where he will know, being a collegiate system, they will tell him how to gauge himself. You start feeling it. It's like football, when you're supposed to feel when the ball come off your feet, where you're passing it to. It become intuitive for you. And I think, like I said, for him, I'm happy to know that he has the desire and want to do it. So I think once he ends up on the collegiate level, they will help to even guide him better. This is how you feel it. You'll start feeling it, because no disrespect. Big up to the coaches out here with the 800 meters and the over distances. But we work with the resources that we do have. There's more to it. There are more technicalities to running the event.
Let me tell you something.
Which I think he will get once he leaves and go to college.
I think he just needs a conch in his head. That's all I think he needs.
That's what you need?
That's what he needs. Mr. Johnson is a coach of Jamaica College.
Mr. Johnson agrees?
I don't know if Mr. Johnson agrees or not. Mr. Johnson is a coach of Jamaica College. But sometimes when I speak to Yohan after the race, I said, boy, what instructions the coach give you? It's something different than what he did in the race. So I just think, that's what I said, he's too bright. So when you're too bright, you think for yourself, even though your coach gives you...
He's a typical athlete. Sometimes they get instructions and it doesn't. Even on the football field, it happens.
You said sometimes. It's all the time.
No, in this case, it might be occurs too often, right? But I'm just thinking, like I said, just in general, a lot of athletes sometimes, they don't always follow instructions, whether it be for track and field or football, netball. We see a lot of times the turnovers, even in basketball,
Well, that's true.
It's hard when you're in the moment to execute on all the instructions that you're given. And that is why it requires a certain level of intelligence, thinking process as well. As to you're out there, you have to now start navigating as you see best. And sometimes it just doesn't go according to how coach
you can control the race. I
agree with you. That's why I'm saying always go according to
exactly, because
plan.
if it is that he runs the lap 53 for the first lap, oh please don't tell me that. You can go faster on your first lap, because every single time you finish, you're finishing and have a lot left. So that is telling me something. So for me and Yohan Blake, I am hurt that he did not break the champs record.
Yeah.
But he has an opportunity to break the national record. I think he can go 146. Just to tell you though, we're listening and seeing the opening ceremony is going on now. We had a band out there and cheerleaders going on. Athletes are still in the marathon tunnel, not marched out just yet. But going back to what we said though, I think he can run 146. I think he can run 146. He ran 147 this year. And to be honest, I believe he can run 146. I see it in his legs. Now, same like Anderson, I believe that he would have broken the record last night. And I was watching, and to be honest, I'm going to tell you something. I think that Anderson could have run faster. Although he was dying at the line, to be honest, he was dying at the line. What I can say though, he is a big lad and he got boxed in. He allowed, if you watch the race last night, he got boxed in that 800 meters. He allowed himself to get boxed in. He could have easily go around the athletes and settled, but he did not. He allowed himself to get boxed in, and then it took him some time to come out of that little maze to gain that silver.
I think that for Javon, I believe that he can go much faster than he has so far this season. I'm not thinking of the time. I believe that, with the right competition and everything right on the day, an athlete can clock, the best time and based on the form that they're in. With that said, you also have to take in consideration the rounds, the level of competitiveness and competition they would have had coming in as well. So I think at our junior trials coming up in a couple of weeks, let us see if he will go faster than he has so far this season. Because now there is no pressure to deliver in multiple events like he did at Champs, helping his team to get points, and also at Carifta Games
in the 8 and 15.
In the 8 and the 1500 meters. So, like I said, now it will come down to, I'm sure, wanting to execute the best possible race, and hopefully that will land him much faster than he has gone so far this season.
Funny enough, at Carifta though, we were on the radio at Carifta, and Sebastian Cole, World Athletics boss, was sitting beside, was doing an interview with him, and he was watching Blake, and that 1500 meters is his favorite event. Yeah. That's what he did back then. And he liked what he saw from Blake, and I said to him in the commentary though, that he's an 800 meters athlete, so you're going to see some speed. He settled in the 1500 meters, winning that gold medal, and came out when the last lap for the 15, he let it loose. And Sebastian Coe was extremely ecstatic with his performance. Now, the time wasn't great, no, but it was tactical, and that's what he does well in his mind. And that's the thing when you're too bright. In his mind, you think that, okay, I will do this and do that. Sometimes you think because you think you not know it, but to a point that you can handle it your way, it works out for you. But if you listen, it will be better than what you have done before, and will carry to a new level of thinking, a new level of performances.
Well, like I said, I don't disagree with that, but I still believe that, all being well, based on the conditions and not having to do multiple events at the national trials coming up, he just might go faster. Along with, I'm also a firm believer that once he goes off to university, and if it's something that he's really going to do, he will have a better understanding of feeling. Not that he doesn't know, because we confuse because he's in high school and he's super bright. He does. He will have that feeling that I am off pace, I'm going too slow, I'm going too fast. So with development, like I said, as a now out of high school into becoming a man to the event, you just might see him go faster. That's just
he's going to.
My
he's going
thinking.
To. But I wanted him to go fast on our local soil.
It doesn't matter for me when they do.
No, it matters for me. That means I'll see it.
Oh, you want to witness it? I just always want them to, to get that personal best wherever. Once it's not in Florida, I'm good.
Well, I will not comment on that.
Once it's not in Florida track,
I will not comment on that.
Big up to the athletes who compete in Florida.
Thank you very much.
But I'm just saying.
Let's leave it there. But what I will say though, the 800 meters, as a question you posed, that we went way off radar, is coming back into the fore, because you're going back to 1948, 52. we were once a factor in the middle distance, and it is growing. The interest is taking its time to grow. Usain Bolt called a lot of ridiculous. Want to do it too.
You know, I've had a conversation over and over about, you know, the lack of interest or great interest in the 400 meters and longer distances. Many want to believe because the 100 and the 200 is more attractive and it's shorter. No doubt it is. But what Mo Farah did, for example, during his time of competing in the middle distances, he wasn't just competing in the event. He was, like you saying, he had charisma. He had personality. And because of that, you found that persons became interested to watch the event. And I think, you know, for 800 meters, I believe that we have to move with the time. And too often, you know, people do not, or even track and field people want to not observe the era in which we're in. And social media is a big thing. Trends are also a big thing, and that follows sports. So I think fast times, charisma in events, you will find people becoming interested in that event as well. So pursue the event, because like I said, 100 meters was around very long. We had our fair share of glory in the event, even before Usain Bolt. Asafa started competing in the event, got the world record. Usain came, broke the world record, and took it to a whole nother level. But like I said, people in sports oftentimes want to dismiss what's going on in the world, and trends are a thing. Trends are a big thing. And in sports, the trend for sports is how you make an event look attractive. It's not only about, oh, the workload is too hard, or the 100 and the 200 meters are shorter, the training is much easier, so athletes gravitate towards that. You can make any event a glory event by how you compete in it and who you are in terms of your personality. Jamaicans were not fan of pole vault. They watched Isabayevo compete in that event over and over. We like Blanka Vlasic of Croatia in the high jump for women. We could not stop watching the high jump. You know, people remember her because she wasn't just jumping over the bar. Her personality reeled you in. So like I said, with the event, you know, the times is also good, but the personality to really in like, yo, I'm enjoying this event. Come over the side here. Come join the event here. It makes a difference, in my opinion. I might be wrong.
I don't think you're wrong, though, to be honest. I don't think it's a right or wrong conversation. But that's your opinion, and a lot of persons would agree with you, including me, would agree with you regarding that. So I'm of the notion that you're correct.
How did Jamaica, and you know, like I said, for our viewers and so on, not trying to convince anybody, but for the longest time, Jason Dads Morgan was doing the throws. Dorian Scott did the throws. When did Jamaicans start becoming interested in the throws event? That we are looking to it, we want to know what's going on. It was through Julian Robinson and Frederick Dacres, Travis Michael. They started not just throwing the distance, competing with the rest of the world, but they did it consistently.
And they showed you through Frederick Dacres that you could win a world title.
And you can train on the local soil through a Jamaican coach and get that done as well. The same now, we have it with Tajay Gale and the long jump. Shanika Ricketts, she's been so consistent herself, and Kimberly Williams, following the footsteps of Trisha Gay Smith. You know, so like I said, Sean, trends are not just for dancehall music or fashion. That's where we are. When you look at what reels our young people in, they know every dance move. They know all the new songs. So like I said, we go back to the track, but trends are a thing, and once you make an event attractive, it can reel new athletes or allure athletes to that event. The 400 meters on track?
Girls under 13, 400 meters. Wilson of Manchester in 1, Whitaker of St. Andrew in 2, Senior St. Thomas in 3, Westmoreland's Robinson 4, Thomas of St. Thomas in 5. You have Kingston's Reed in 6, and Lennon of St. Elizabeth in 7, and Stewart of St. Elizabeth is in lane 8. So Lennon of St. Elizabeth doing well. On the inside looks to be Senior of St. Thomas. Senior of St. Thomas also there on the outside of Senior is Westmoreland's Robinson, and Moya Thomas of St. Thomas also there. But it looks to me like a Westmoreland's Robinson having a slight advantage. She is in lane 4 coming around the bend. So it is the young lady from Westmoreland in lane 4. That is Robinson having a slight advantage on the outside of Robinson. It is Reed of Kingston. Reed of Kingston now hits the front. It is Reed of Kingston on the outside of Reed is Lennon of St. Elizabeth. Lennon of St. Elizabeth trying to get the better of Reed of Kingston, but Reed of Kingston holds her off and take the girls on a 13,400 meters. It is Reed of Kingston, 106.78 seconds for Shanika Reed of Kingston ahead of Lennon of St. Elizabeth. 106.82 seconds for Reed, and in second is Stewart, 107.12 seconds for Stewart of St. Elizabeth. Should be Lennon though. Thought it was Lennon of St. Elizabeth. She was right alongside her. Stewart was in lane 8. But let's hear what you have to say.
Like I told you yesterday, and with the 400 meters, whether you go fast or slow, you will feel the effects. And these young athletes are feeling the effects after crossing the line. But mere determination we saw in that performance. Very gutsy run from them, not the fastest time. And while they battle the wind, it's extremely windy. But they're giving nothing but their best effort, and I don't think the parishes and those locked in could ask for more. Hopefully someone will attend. Okay, yes, the medical and the volunteers are rushing as fast as possible. I think the hands are not enough downstairs, and you need that for the 400 meters and 800 meters as well to meet these athletes. Hydration fluid being given out. Love to see that. And they're getting their assistant, Sean, to actually get back on their feet. So like I said, the 400 meters tough event, and it's no different for these youngsters just now.
Well, the 400 meters completed for the girls under 13. And they're continuing with the events, but the athletes are still inside of the marathon tournament. I thought they were going to go right to that first before any more events, but the marching band and the cheerleaders are there in front of the athletes to come on for the opening ceremony. They have been there a long time.
Yeah, they're being given instructions. I guess they're just maybe trying to fine-tune as best as possible what to do while we await the next event on track.
So the boys under 13, 400 meters. Daniel Edwards of St. Anne is in 1. Ronaldino Richards from St. James is in 2. With a name like Ronaldino, I don't think track and field was in his father's or his mother's mind when he was named. Now, Zamari Foster, St. Andrew, is in 3. Roshane Richards from St. Catherine in 4. You have Andros Molloy from Kingston is in 5. Hanover's Nadre Foster is in 6. And Ronaldino Francis from Manchester is in 7. And in lane 8 from St. Andrew, Jadane Campbell is in lane 8. So you have Ronaldino Francis from Manchester in 7. And Ronaldino Richards from St. James is in 2. Wow. I thought that name was unique, but I take it back.
It's close to Ronaldino, like the footballer.
It's not Ronaldino, it's Ronald.
Oh. So maybe coming from mommy's name and daddy's combined. Could be.
Or Ronald.
Or Renee or Ronald or Arnold.
R-O-N-A-L.
So somebody named Ren and somebody named Arnold.
So hold on.
Likely.
No, well, Francis' name is Ronaldino, R-A-N-A-L. And Richard's name is Ronald.
It's boys.
Yeah.
Oh, no. Mommy wanted her name to be a part of, and daddy wanted the footballer. I'm convinced that's what it is. I'm convinced.
And for Richard is Ronald, R-O-N-A-L. So
see?
The Dino is not D-I-N-O, it's D-E.
I'm telling you, whatever it is, mommy. Remember, the mommy's in on carry for 9 months. I must have a saying this. My initials or something have to be a part of my boy's name. But you're not missing any action just yet because the boys are just going to their marks at the start of the event.
On the 13, 400 meters, when you pass the back stretch, you'll see the cheerleaders getting ready to come on the infield. And the boys on the 13, 400 meters, Campbell is there. Ronaldina Francis is there. The boys on the 13, 400 meters. So on the inside from St. Catherine is Richards. It's Richards of St. Catherine. It looks pretty well. He had a time of 54.29 seconds. That was his qualifying time, the overwhelming favorite. The man called Richards of St. Catherine. He has about a gigantic lead, a country mile. St. Catherine. Richards in the top position. It is Richards in second. It looks to be Foster of St. Andrew. That's the top two. But it's all about Richards taking the top spot. Cruising through, cruising home. It's all about Richards. Campbell goes in second position. 59.29 seconds for Richards. The boys under 13. This is the 400 meters. 59.29 seconds for Richards. And in second should be Campbell of St. Andrew. 1:01.30. And in third, it was close going towards the line. Maybe Moller got it. 1:01.30 for Campbell, but it was Francis for third. 1:02.67.
Looked good in qualifying yesterday and pretty much repeating a similar performance. A strong run. I love these last 200 meters, and I think all being well, I'm not sure if he did the PEP examination. But good running, 59.29, battling this kind of windy conditions, not having the best form or being pushed by or as closely by the other opponents. So I think that he will be pleased with that performance, and I think he maybe would have wanted to have gone faster than 59, but he will take it along with the victory.
So the under 15 girls with it. So they're going to hold the races now for the official ceremony. So the parade of athletes and the marching band will be coming through the marathon tunnel. And the athletes under 15 girls and boys on the track side. So the marching band and parade of athletes are there. So they say they're going to start the opening ceremony now. And hopefully it gets on the way very soon though. Big up to Sagicor all the time. To Shauna McGowan taking pictures. She has nothing to do. And videoing herself. Is that going on your YouTube page too?
No.
Okay, that's
You
one.
think my YouTube page is about my selfies?
I don't know. I
Well,
don't. I don't.
actually have
I
it
don't.
on
I don't want you to contend with the track alert, you know. So yeah.
Oh no.
Yeah.
No man, faster thing up, man. Bringing live coverage of various events. And someone, you never know who is locked in, you know. That's why Sean, you must be on your best behavior.
Okay, I'll try.
Someone called yesterday and said, you know, I should tell Foster. Sorry, Foster, I ate the message for dinner. Big up Track Alerts because they've never felt disconnected to track and field in a long time. Being able to watch primary champs. They said the only thing was missing was the recent prep champs. Yes.
Yeah.
But they were very happy to have watched all 3 days of the primary championships that we did, and you know, just other track and field events that he has been able to carry.
Well,
Can you
that's
imagine
good.
if Foster gets some sponsors on board? Thing gonna lead.
Yeah.
And he's not just doing it here, like you said, because he have done the meets overseas as well in Maryland and so on. So, yeah, keep going.
Well, sponsors should realize a good product or a growing product, if you want to call it, a developing product. But guess what? We're going to take a little break here as the athletes are going to be parading through the marathon tunnel, going on the track, led by the marching band and the cheerleaders. As it's all about the opening ceremony of the JTA Sagicor National Athletics Championships happening at the National Stadium. To Sean McGowan, Sean Grant here on Boys.
So the first team that is coming out right right behind the marching band, I think I'm seeing Clarendon. Am I right? Let's hear it for Clarendon. Let's hear it for Clarendon. So right after the marching band, we have Clarendon. And if you could just turn aside the labels, the starch labels. Hanover is next up north. Let's hear for Hanover. Right after Hanover we have Kingston. Let's hear for Kingston. And of course Manchester is outstanding in their yellow. Let's hear for Manchester. Right after Manchester we have right after Manchester we have Portland. Let's hear for Portland. Right after Portland we have in green St. Andrew. Right after St. Andrew we have St. Anne. After St. Anne comes St. Catherine. Let's hear for St. Catherine. Right after St. Catherine, who do we have? That looks like St. Elizabeth. Let's hear for St. Elizabeth. And after St. Elizabeth comes who? St. James. Let's hear for St. James. After St. Mary, is that St. Mary before St. James? St. James, then St. Mary. We have St. Thomas also in there. Let's hear for St. Thomas. And after that, there's a team out west. Is that right? He's still in the west. Trelawney. Let's hear for Trelawney. And then let's welcome Westmoreland. So let's blow the movers on us. Come on, let's hearten up. Give us some steam in the stand. Give us some steam in the stand. Well, welcome the marching band. Don't go quiet on me now. Don't go quiet on me. Let's get it going. Let's get it going. Let's keep it going. So they're making their way. They'll be right here behind these palms that are here along the track. And one young man decided that he's going on the track to have a dance. I'm sure he will have a good dance when the entertainer comes. Look at the team, look at the team, look at the team. So as we welcome the Starlight Marching Band, being led by our volunteers, is it? From Sagicor. And the volunteers are trophy girls. They have put the trophy one side until they're ready to present it. but they are doing a good job. Come on down, come on down, come on down. So right after the team is in place, we'll be asking for first to be done. And then we get the official function on the way. We're going to be moving us in a kind of clock. So here the classes by. Let's hear for the teams, let's hear for the teams, let's hear for the teams. Let's hear for the teams. Let's hear the time. And hoping that all the coordinators are in place. Cheer on your team, cheer on your team. Come on, cheer on your teammates. They need to hit the ball, but cheer them on, cheer them on. Coming out of 2019 and the DA. It's from primary to this meet over the years. Here are the stars of tomorrow. Let me hear it one more time, let me hear it one more time on the stands. Marching the Starlight Track team, the marching band. Get yourselves into position, turn it around and let's get this thing going on the road. Look at them, look at them, look at them. They're doing their thing, they're doing their thing. It's been 2 years coming, 2 years coming. 2 years coming. Here we are today. Thank you so much. We are at that right now. Just getting our passes in place. Thank you so much. At this time, we're going to be inviting Mrs. Jojo Williams to come with us to ensure that we complete the session and head back to the track. So, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, members of the parishes and the followers who are here for this year, thank you, brothers. This is the 37th staging of the JTA Sagicor National Athletics Championship happening here at the National Stadium. And you know that we would have had an hiatus for 2 years since 2019. Here we are again in 2022, getting this our activity, official ceremony on the way. And without any further ado, I invite Mrs. Jojo Richards, Regional Officer for South Central of the JTA, to do first. Please pause in the stadium and be reverent at this time. know that you will lead, you will guide, and at the end of it all, we will be careful to give you every glory, every praise, and honor in Jesus' name. Amen.
Come on, let's hear the sound in the stadium. Come on, it's a good Thank you so much. It is our pleasure to be presenting this ceremony for this 37th time here at the National Stadium. And we're going to be inviting our singer, Renise Barrett, to join us at this point where she's going to be doing the national anthem. Asking everyone in the stadium to stand for the national anthem. We're asking everybody to remain in a standing position so we can have the national anthem. Everyone who is moving right now, please stop.
Keep us free from
He has done some things twice, but this time he's representing the Jamaica Teachers Association, this country as president at this week for the first time. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome at this time Mr. Winston Smith as he brings the welcome, the official welcome and remarks. Let's hear from Mr. Winston Smith.
I wonder how we can match that. But I believe the quality of our singing is indicative of the quality of this championship. And we're keeping it alive and well. Please welcome more singers. Yes, indeed. We do one. And this is one that I'm very excited about. We have been on a 2-year hiatus, born of the COVID pandemic. But today we are here and we are very grateful to God for allowing us this opportunity. Let me use the opportunity also to recognize and to acknowledge our President-elect, Mrs. LaSonia Harrison, who should be somewhere in the stand, as well as our immediate past President, Mr. Jasford Gabriel. I also use the opportunity to acknowledge all the parish presidents, national chairmen of the various committees, our Board of Trustees Chairman, Mr. Patrick Smith, as well as our Secretary General, Dr. Mark Nicely, and members of the Secretariat, all teachers in the stadium, as well as those who are listening or watching on the television. We celebrate and acknowledge you at this time. We also take this opportunity to recognize our coaches, our athletes, and very importantly, the parents who would have allowed their children to come out on this day or for the last 2 days to participate in this event that I want to believe is a global thing when we look at the results that this championship has produced over the last 37 years. We are hopeful and we say to the Minister of Sports that you should come on board and support the Jamaica Teachers Association as we rally around this cause, because this grassroots championship has unearthed many talents that is currently serving Jamaica well and would have served Jamaica well in the past. It is through this grassroots event sponsored by the Jamaica Teachers Association in conjunction with the Sagicor Foundation, the Jamaica Teachers Cooperative Credit Union, and other sponsors who would have thought it fit to spend their money, as I love to call it, substance over hype. We have put our energies, our time and effort in allowing these children with God-given talent to be nurtured and blossom into quality athletes who are making a living for themselves and at the same time flying the flag of Jamaica high on the international scene. COVID has put a damper on the championship, but yes, we are here today to carry on an activity that is a household name in Jamaica. Are all looking out for this activity. Yes, the opportunity to polish them and make them into world beaters. And we recognize the coaches in the various schools and clubs who are here this afternoon. Could we give for those coaches who are helping talents? In addition to recognizing our coaches, we use the opportunity as well to recognize all the various media houses present. And we thank you for coming out and letting this championship be seen by those who are not able to sojourn into Kingston and be a part of it live and direct. But I'm sure the commentary from the various media houses are going out across the length and breadth of Jamaica, so persons are able to participate and to listen and to experience it variously and imaginatively. Athletes thunder down the track and showcase their skills, abilities, and talents.
Those who are in the social media, we acknowledge you as well. And we say to all Jamaicans, today at the National Stadium, we are having a track meet second to none in this island. Again, ladies and gentlemen, I thank you for participating, whether live at the stadium or in the social media, mainstream media. And as such, we declare this activity open by the power vested in me as president. We welcome everyone and we say congratulations to you, to the parishes, the athletes, the coordinators, and we say well done everyone as we declare it open and say thank you.
Thank you so much. Let's hear it for Mr. Winston Smith one more time with his at this our 37th staging of the JTA Sagicor National Athletics Champion. All the coordinators kindly join me now, right here. Move as quickly as you possibly can. But she is into a bigger position now, but she is still here and she's still the same humble sister that we're used to, and we're going to be recognizing her in just a while. So I'll tell you as soon as the parish coordinators are here with me, come on up, right? All right, so we're going to ask you to, all right, they're in place now, all right, so I have to be talking and making sure that I'm doing the right thing. So the coordinators are in place. The person that I'm talking about earlier on, who has been with us for a while, is none other than the Vice President for Group Marketing at Sagicor Group Jamaica and Executive Director of Sagicor Foundation. Let's put our hands together and welcome none other than Alicia White. Let's hear it for Alicia White.
Hello, everybody. I am elated on behalf of Sagicor to welcome you once again to the JTA Sagicor Athletics Championships. We love this event at Sagicor and at the Sagicor Foundation. And we are so happy to be back. Make some noise if you're happy to be back. Make some noise if you love these children. Make some more noise if your parish will be coming out on top today. Sagicor is pleased to sponsor this event because it all starts here. I remember I said this with my chest. Was it a couple months ago when our 4x100 world record ladies performed here? All of the members of that team ran the championship. Every one of them. Tia, Tina, Briana, everybody. Usain, Shelly, all of them. Because it all starts right here. So, right now I want you to take a look at these children and take a look at the ones under the tent and everyone that you see here on the track, because I guarantee you, one of them will be an Olympic champion or more in the future. And that's why we are so happy and so proud to support this meet. I'd like to invite my fellow sponsors to join me on stage or on track. From Milo, Siobhan come. Sagicor, JTA Cooperative Credit Union, Milo, National Baking Company, Gatorade, Jamaica Observer. If you're here, please come. Can we take a picture? Also. Crystal Blackwood is the brand manager of snacks at National Baking. Siobhan Lawrence is the regional consumer marketing manager of Nestle Caribbean. And in truth, it takes a village. No, clap them. Them cutie. In truth, it takes a village to make this happen. So on behalf of Sagicor and the JTA, if I may be so bold, Mr. President, thank you very much for supporting this event. JTA Cooperative Credit Union has also been with us forever. No, clap them here. Them have money. Clap them. So, on behalf of the President and CEO, Mr. Christopher Zaka of Sagicor, thank you very much for making it. It's so good to see all of you, and we'll see you again next year.
So let's hear it. Let's hear it. Alicia White. Let's hear it for Alicia White and Sagicor. Thank you so much. This is $1 million or more worth of picture. $15 million worth of pictures a while ago. Thank you so much. We've got some presentations to be made to the coordinators. The presentations made to the coordinators. And then I will just announce your names. All right. The gift is coming from Sagicor, of course, and Sagicor is recognizing the coordinator kind of doing over the years, and especially bringing them out of the pandemic into 2022 to be here. It's a feat that, it required these kinds of coordinators right across Jamaica to really bring the children out. Come on, let's hear it for. And she has received hers. What's your name? For
Manchester.
Let's hear it for
Westmont.
Let's hear it for
St. Anne.
Let's hear it for
Kingston.
And Portland. And St. Catherine. And down the road to who? St. Elizabeth. And we have here who? St. Mary. And definitely, last but not by any means least, we have
St. James.
Let's hear for the coordinators. Thank you so much. Let's hear for the coordinators. And I hear somebody talking about what the content. Come back over to the right for a group shot over that side while we continue the presentation ceremony. And Alicia is now with children, making presentations to the children on my left. All right, so what is going on my right, we're doing it on our left so that we can move quickly. I'm going to be asking at this time the parish winner, the parish that has brought in the most followers. We are going to be announcing that right now. Keep the music going. Keep the music going. Let me hear the drums. Let me hear the drums. So, as we said before, there is a cash award for the parish with the most followers at this 37th staging of the JTA Sagicor Athletics Meet. I'll be announcing that as soon as Elaine and the team presentation to children. Right after that, we're going to be having a performance from a very important entertainer. And that person, you should know, you would have heard him. He is the kind of person, come here, Katie, away from the mic. So let us do this together. Who is the entertainer that we are going to be hearing from today?
He sings songs like Leg the bird, leg of the bird, leg of the
So you know who we're talking about, right? So that will be our entertainer. We'll be introducing him in just a while, and Katie will come in back. At that time, we'll release the name of who. But continue with the. The parish of Clarendon has received tokens. Clarendon has received their token. Hanover as well. Kingston as well. We're now at the parish of Manchester. Down now to the parish of Portland. Presentations going out to the children. And we're moving as fast as we possibly can. Saying, I'm going to announce she's showing how can still take care of the children. And there is not just vice president of group marketing, group. This is a very important aspect of the presentation for Sagicor, our title sponsor. All right? And therefore, she has, while doing the presentations to the children, that we can now with the award of the winning parish with the most followers. And gentlemen, are you still here? I think you can see that I'm still here. Now, Katie will tell me what after the first figure, good, and at the end, there's a 5 in the number. Talk now! Yes. And there's another number. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I only have one gift in this category. Yes. Only one award we can offer. And all 14 parishes are trying hard to go home with this money because this is good money to work with the children again for next year. Ladies and gentlemen, asking Ms. Barrett from the JTA to join me with that information. She has been at the gate, and she has been in those who have come. You've come. And the parish with the most followers. And this is second day of the 37th staging of the JTA Sagicor National Athletics Championship is a parish. Yes, it's a parish out of 14 parishes. Let me for the parishes. Let me hear it for Clarendon. Let me hear it for Hanover. Let me hear it for Manchester. Let me hear it for Portland. Come on, let me hear it for St. Andrew. I think that St. Anne can beat this one now. Put it up, let me hear it in the sound for St. Anne. Let me hear it for St. Catherine. Make some noise in the stand for St. Elizabeth. Make some noise in the stand for St. James. Let's hear it for St. Mary. And let us hear it for therefore, winner and $50,000 that they give to the national with is a parish of 2019 into 2022. Let us welcome St. Elizabeth.
Hey, where you off to? I'm gonna study with the girls later, Mom.
Life moves fast. Be prepared with Sagicor Life. Learn more at Sagicor.
You put in the hours, months, years planning. You put your heart in, and it all comes down to this moment, this second. When you get the keys to your own home, make your move with a mortgage from Sagicor Bank. Get a competitive interest rate, $2 million line of credit, and special rate on home insurance. Make your move with a mortgage from Sagicor Bank.
Sagicor Business Center was started in 2021, primarily to build the capacity of small business owners. It's the first that has happened in Jamaica where a financial institution has partnered with a quasi-government institution, it's the Jamaica Business Development Corporation. ISC was interested in seeing how this particular model works in Jamaica.
So ISC in Latin America and the Caribbean and is focused on financial inclusion. When I see resource centers like this that help bring new companies starting to access third-party financing from banks, it really fits very well with what we're trying to do.
Sagicor Bank is very clear that in order for Jamaica to grow, the SME sector will have to grow.
Sagicor wanted to find some way in helping small business to grow, especially in a globalized world. We can't compete internationally without the requisite skill.
Sagicor advantage, bank with ease, as you please, like a breeze, pay no fees, rain or shine, save your time, it's so fine when you bank online.
Finally, there's a savings account that meets your need for speed and ease. Sagicor Bank e-Advantage. Bank online. No monthly fees. Unlimited free Sagicor Bank ABM withdrawals. Interest on your money. Sagicor Bank e-Advantage.
It's so fine when you bank online.
Open your Sagicor Bank e-Advantage account today.
Seaside Inn, this is Jillian. How may I help? Hold please. Seaside Inn, this is Jillian. Hold please. Hi, Mrs. Ashby. Yes, I'm just putting on the final touches to your necklace. Thanks for holding. Golden what delivery? Yao Zhong Wen, Xia, Ding Dan, Ching, and Golden what delivery?
There's working hard for your money.
Hold please.
And there's making your money work hard for you. With as little as $500 or $50, get started with earning from Sigma Global.
Entertainment galore at the National Stadium on the grounds of Independence Park Limited. The JTA Sagicor National Athletics Championships second and final day. Sean Grant alongside Shoshana McGowan. We took a break a short while ago for the opening ceremony, which is still going on at the present time. Who is that down there, Trish?
Lali.
Who's that? That's the name of the DJ?
Yeah.
Lali? I'm just asking though.
I'm gonna need her for keep up, you know. The kids have flocked him, so I'm not sure if our viewers will even get the chance to see him properly. They have been trying for the longest time to get him, you know, in the clear.
Yeah.
But each time he moves, so does the kids, and he's now. Well, I'm not sure if they're allowed on the field.
I don't think they are though, but they're children too. You can't kill them for that though.
Since there's a World Cup World Cup, sorry, a match Nations League match on
Tuesday. Tuesday or Wednesday, on the days.
But
against Mexico.
Yeah.
But in itself though, I liked the opening ceremony. The athletes came through the marathon tunnel, marched along the cycle track, came around in front of the grandstand. And they're asking all of the athletes to go right at the side of the track. And Lali will be performing.
Yeah, he wants them to do the dirt
bones.
What
song? Do what?
Dirt bones.
Do you know how to do dirt bones?
Yeah, everybody can do it.
Everybody can do dirt bones.
It's just a matter of how good can you do it.
Okay. So
and
can you
can
illustrate?
do leg of the bird?
My bird fly away a long time.
Oh
so I let go that bird years ago.
Yeah, the kids are having fun though.
Yeah, and that's the greatest thing.
You remember I told you about trends and what it does?
About what?
Trends.
Yes.
And the impact of trends.
Yes.
Fashion, entertainment. If Lali, people like Lali, Ding Dong, they have done a very good job in terms of the dance moves, and it's very captivating. The kids are captivated by it, and it's catchy.
Yeah.
So it's easy to sell the song. The song is very catchy as well.
Okay.
But yeah, so like I tell you, that's the power of.
That's like a bird there, where they bend over and like they're paddling in the water. That's what bird they let to go with that.
like I said, the most important thing is they're having fun, and it's the power of the impact his song has on these
You don't
kids.
answer the question up to
What you
now.
ask me?
What kind of bird am I Lego with that?
Oh,
But
for them look a bird.
And you paddle like you're paddling in the water.
You have different moves
Okay.
in one song.
In letting go the bird.
Mhm.
Okay. Okay.
Different
Well, isn't that
moves and
signal the
style.
plane though?
Similar.
It's similar to signal the plane.
Modern, yeah.
I said a modern signal the plane with a different name.
Yeah,
Different twist.
I mean, I think what Elephant Man has done over the decades in terms of his songs, because you know once Elephant Man do the songs, and you have to have on your sneakers.
Yeah.
You can't dance in slippers and heels,
Okay.
with Elephant Man songs, pon the river, pon the bank, and by the time you do 2 of Elephant Man thing, that you're sweaty, you lose about 5 pounds. Ding Dong has done similar, and like I said, looking at like what Lali has done with Dirt Bones, I'm not sure if he thought it would have been like this.
Not taking off like this.
No.
But
He thought it would have.
But you showed me Lego the bird, but you have not showed me Dirt Bones.
No, I forgot stand up for do that. I can't do that.
We are in the box here.
You go and pay me?
No.
Pay me?
No, pay to do what?
To
Just
show you.
illustrate. I mean, there's no camera in here. They all be listening to you with the Dirt Bones.
I feel like you set me up.
I'm not setting you up.
Do I get a medal?
Yes.
You see, you're like not just to me, but our
not gold, silver, or bronze, but a medal.
No.
No what?
What you want me to do? I'm listening to you now, but like the
Dirt
viewers,
Bones, like the children on the sidelines. You're all excited
Yes, I
about
am.
Lali.
Yeah.
Yeah. Did I say
And
his name
it's
correct?
always huh?
Did I say his name correct? Lali?
Lali?
Not Lila.
No, Lali.
Okay.
But I love a good entertainment package, especially for the kids. Yeah. Like I said, just the entertainment package, I think, for events with children. I like, like I said, people like Lali or Ding Dong, or even Elephant Man with clean version of his songs, things that they can dance to and enjoy, instead of so much of the other musics, over sexualized songs and so on. So yeah, I think he was a really good fit for their entertainment package.
Who's that?
Lali.
Lali,
Like
okay.
I said, and I think he's good for the entertainment package
For the
kids.
children.
Yeah.
But you have not showed me Dirt Bones as
Right,
it.
before we leave here today.
And the producer is here.
The producer
I mean,
don't mind.
Mr. Foster is
don't
here.
do not mix up the producers. Before the day is done, I might show
You might show me?
Yeah,
No, man,
yeah.
we can't accept that.
I go with our feeling.
We cannot accept that.
Yeah.
No. If it is that you are pointing out dances, pointing out Leg of the Bird, pointing out Dirt Bones, I have not seen Dirt Bones, and I want to see it.
Doing it.
I didn't see it from here.
You're not paying attention.
Maybe not.
But no, the kids. Wow, it look. What you call it, madans?
No, I don't call it children madans.
No, man, not the children. You know, like when when they're like.
Yes, I know exactly what you mean.
Start running away.
Disperse, yeah.
Yeah, that's how they started to look.
You know, last night, you know what came to mind last night? Last night I was watching the NCAAs, and the commentator was before the start of the 100 meters for men. The commentator stated about one of the athletes, he looked like a bulldog. I said to myself, if I called someone out here look like a bulldog, I don't think I could leave the stadium.
He said that?
He said that.
You didn't hear. I don't
He's
think you
built
heard.
like a bulldog.
I don't think you heard him.
No, I
He's
did.
built.
He's built like a bulldog.
He's not look.
Well, if you're built like a bulldog, don't you look like a bulldog?
No, maybe
Physical,
physical.
yeah.
He meant that.
Yeah.
Maybe his upper body is really thick or heavy. I mean, I wasn't watching. I'm just assuming. But choice of words or one word they say do make a difference in a sentence.
Yeah.
So if you look like a bulldog, I think a lot of it more so like your physical features
Yeah.
or your facial features versus built like a bulldog. Yeah.
But you have to
people
watch
can
it over,
say,
though.
True, I agree with you. I don't agree with him saying that. But it makes a difference.
If I said it, I'll be lashed left, right, and center.
Jamaicans would have you.
But it was surprising to hear him say that though last evening.
I'm never surprised whenever I hear some things on commentary. overseas, not particularly.
And I'm not
America.
bashing anyone. Let's put
No,
that
it's
out.
not bashing. I'm just saying they're not. I don't want to say they're not thinking about the feelings of the athletes or anybody that they're addressing, but the comparison is so that people understand what they're getting at.
Yeah, I understand what you were saying.
While Jamaicans are a little bit more. What's the choice of word I want to use? You just have to be careful what you say. Long and short.
Because I was doing some commentary, and I said, I'm not going to call the athletes names, but I said in that commentary, senior athletes, boy, one is reeling in the other. And one took offense. I got a message.
Yeah.
A message reached me.
Yeah.
Say, why, I mean, I really no money now.
Exactly. So it's our sense of humor and our views on things. It's different from the Americans. The Europeans are different than the Americans. Americans are different from the people from Asia. So like I said, everyone has
every culture has their different
thing. So so you can't just be saying anything.
We can't. But what we can be saying, though, the next event on track is the girls under 15 for 100 meters. And this is, we had the girls, we had the boys in terms of under 13s. But now it's time for the under 15s. So on the track a short while ago. So just looking on lane 5. A little bit different here in terms of the summary. I'm a little bit confused though with what is presented in front of me. But let's hope this can be ironed out. Because in one, this is not it I have here. So I'm a bit confused. Because St. James is in one. There's a lot of mix up here with all the excitement happening. Morrison from St. Anne in 2, Barks St. James in 3. So I don't think that's on the track because the St. James athlete is in 1. So let me look on the board. On the board says Satchwell Row Morrison. So maybe there's something wrong with the app, because I don't have that in front of me. And that will be a little bit disappointing though. Athletes on their marks. So we don't have the lineup for the girls under 15, which is so now we do. So Kalia Satchwell in 1, Rowe from Kingston is in 2, Morrison from St. Anne is in 3, Donaldson St. Andrew in 4, Evans St. Catherine in 5, Winter St. Catherine in 6, Buchanan Westmoreland in 7, and from Kingston Drysdale is in lane 8. Drysdale just cruising along on the backstretch. Doing well on the inside from St. Andrew is Donaldson. Also doing well from St. Catherine is Evans. Evans is in lane 5. Now with about 200 meters to go, it's Evans of St. Catherine based on the stagger having, I would say, a slight advantage, but I would say no, a major advantage. It's Evans of St. Catherine in the top position. Evans cruising around in the top position from St. Catherine. Witter is also there from St. Catherine. Those are the 2, 1, 2 for St. Catherine. Evans of St. Catherine all alone with about a 20-meter lead over her schoolmate, her teammate, I should say, Winter. So it's all about Evans. Tracy-Ann Evans stops the clock at 1:03.05 seconds. That's the flash time, 1:03.05. This for Evans of St. Catherine. The board name not on the board just as yet. 1:03.05 seconds. Evans' time now comes 1:03.10 is the official time. Winter should be second, and Winter's time is 1:07.04 seconds in second position, and in third you have Donaldson 1:07.32 seconds. Gold, silver, and bronze. So St. Catherine gaining gold and silver in that girls under 15 400 meters run.
Very tall frame athlete. I think she managed the race very well. She did yesterday, and she has gone faster, I think by a couple seconds than she did in the qualifiers. Yesterday I spoke about her running on her heel. No different today, but like I said, I think she's very promising, and the results for her favors in a gold medal performance. 2 big medals for St. Catherine, and we know how close the parishes are individually for the girls and for the boys. So all is on the line, like I said, I think down to the final event, wanting to make sure that they're amassing as close as possible.
The next event on track, I'm not disagreeing with you at all, Trishana, is Sheldon Alexander, the boys 400 meters under 15. So Sheldon Alexander is in 1 from Kingston, just making sure of the right lineup. And from Kingston is Kamari Samuels. He is in 2. Ched Brown of St. Thomas in 3. You have Winalda Faulkner from St. Catherine in 4. Anthony Drummond from St. James is in 5. Shane Miller from St. Catherine is in 6. From Clarendon, Raheem Rowe, he is in 7. And in lane 8 from Westmoreland is Amari King. Those are the 8 competitors for this boys on a 15 400 meters final. Have to look out for Ched Brown of St. Thomas in 3. 1 minute 00.65 seconds was his time coming into this final. And the gun has sent them away. Great start in lane 8 from King. King is from Westmoreland. On the inside of King, out of Clarendon is Rowe. He's in lane 7. On the inside of Rowe is Miller from St. Catherine. And moving well, looks to me like it's St. Catherine's Faulkner was gained somewhat on Drummond of St. James. Faulkner, he is in lane 4. But based on the stagger, you have to go back out in lane 8 for Amari King. Having a slight advantage, he wants to carry the field in the home stretch. Making a move is Miller of St. Catherine, who is in lane 6, has gone by Rowe in lane 7. On the inside of Miller, this will be Faulkner of St. Catherine. He is in lane 4. The man in lane 4 is Faulkner of St. Catherine. In the middle of the field, he's gaining somewhat on King. It's Faulkner of St. Catherine. He's all alone, but King on the outside fighting for that second spot. But the man from St. Catherine is going to be Faulkner taking the top spot ahead of King out of Westmoreland. Faulkner's time is 101.72 seconds from St. Catherine. We had St. Catherine 1-2 in the girls under 15, and now in the boys under 15 is St. Catherine again. 101.72 seconds for Faulkner out of St. Catherine. In a second, we'll tell you that in a very short while. Winalda Faulkner taking the top spot. King of Westmoreland is second, 102.15 seconds, and Drummond finishes third, 102.75 seconds. Drummond is from St. James.
Big run for Faulkner. I think that gold medal he has wanted since the start of the championships, primary championships, not being able to get those gold medals. But here he is, did very well to cross the line in front, representing St. Catherine, the parish of St. Catherine, and also his primary school, Spanish Town Primary. I think, like I said, based on his height, he's one for the future. If this is something he looks to pursue long term, and if he's to get into the right hands, whether it be a school and also coaching. So very, very tall athlete, looks, poised to be one of the future stars.
Okay.
And stars for me doesn't always result into just gold medal performances, but contributing well to whatever you choose to do track and field wise.
Okay. But I'm not going to make it past, though. We just had the completion of the 400 meters. We'll give you the updated point standings in the next 2 minutes or so. But Dirt Bones, I'm not going to make that pass. You're not going to go away today and not perform that Dirt Bones for us.
All right. So once the event is finished, I'll do it.
What event is it you're talking about? The entire event?
No, the 800, just before the relays.
Oh, just before the relays. Yeah. Okay. How sweet of you.
because I don't want you. Go tell the viewers them and next time say Trishana promised to show you something and never show you.
Yeah.
I can't have you making me look like I'm not trustworthy. Let's not have that on
Let
record.
us not. Well, one thing we can say, the next event on track is a 150 meters. The JTA Sagicor National Athletics Championships. We have a special guest in the next couple of minutes or so, the coach of St. Thomas. And I'm impressed with St. Thomas, though, to be honest. Is the head coach? Coordinator of St. Thomas. She's in the booth with us. You'll hear from her in a short while. But I'm impressed with what I saw from the under-9s 4x1 team. They were the most impressive 4x1 team you could have.
Yeah, I think that I believe that for these youngsters, you have to instill the right things, and once you do, I think it oftentimes results into good things. And sports is about winning. But it's not just about them, finishing first or second or whatever it is, but doing the right things, because you can do the wrong things and still win.
Mm-hmm.
So, like you said, it was really impressive to see these youngsters with the good baton passes, exchanges yesterday. And I think also what you find is that I've seen it from even Heidel youngsters over the years, where they do so well with their baton changes at the respective meets. So it's good to see yesterday that the relays were handled very well by a lot of these youngsters, and definitely promising as to what can only get better for a lot of these schools, the athletes, wherever they decide to go. And that's how track and field continues to grow and get only better on the island.
So the 150 meters, the next event. As we stated before, we do have a special guest. And Nikisha Hudson will be that special guest. But one thing I can say about this event is that it's so special. I do have to say the name, not once, but twice. It's the JTA. This is the national JTA Sagicor National Track and Field Championships, Athletics Championships. And one thing we can say, though, it has been a wonderful afternoon, the 150 meters, the next event on track. And we do have a special guest for you, and we called her name earlier on, the coordinator over by St. Thomas. It is Miss Hudson, Nikisha Hudson is her name, and she's just standing by. Nikisha, you're in the booth. It's a special good day to you as the 150 meters is ready to get on the way. How are you?
I'm great, thank you. I'm doing wonderful, thank you very much.
I was impressed with what I saw from St. Thomas in the under-9 4x1. I've said it time and time again. Who's the head coach?
Well, it's a team of coaches. I'm not actually a coach per se. I'm the coordinator. I'm not trained as a coach, but I have a very good team of coaches who are working with us, and hence the results.
Where is it that you train, though? Because the girls stayed in their lane. The baton chains were beautiful to watch from the under-9 girls. Where is it that you train?
Well, kudos to the coaches of License Primary, Mrs. Jackson and Mr. Worrell and his team. They have been doing a wonderful job. We actually use their training ground, which is not one of those field that is up to standard. But with what we had, we are performing well.
With what you had, you're performing beautifully, more than well. Don't get anywhere just yet, because the next event on track is the under-9 girls. This is the 150 meters. So Aquel Wilmot of St. Andrew is in 1. In 2, you have Melissa McPherson from St. Thomas. In 3, Nelia Crawford from Portland. In 4, Anika Kelly, St. Anne. In 5, from St. Elizabeth is Kiana Morris. In lane 6, St. Andrew, Judah K. Pitt. In 7, Tamoya Watson from Westmoreland. And lane 8, Anika Jameson from Manchester. Athletes are standing, awaiting the instructions from the starter. This is the under-9 final. Girls, 150 meters. Athletes on their marks. Wilmot, McPherson, Crawford, Kelly, Morris, Pitt, Watson, and Jameson. A hush comes over the National Stadium. The gun has set them away. Brilliant start it is in lane 5. All going well. That's Morris of St. Elizabeth. On the inside, or should I say the young lady from St. Anne is Kelly. Kelly is there, but on the outside of Kelly is Pitt of St. Andrew. It's Kelly and Pitt going towards the line. Kelly on the inside, Pitt on the outside. Pitt will hold off Kelly. It's close towards the line between Pitt and Kelly. And Judah K. Pitt from St. Andrew. And on the inside was Anika Kelly from St. John, but it was Pitt who got the gold, 23.84 seconds. Kelly the silver, 23.91, and Morris the bronze, 24.32 seconds. First, second, and third, and that in itself, as we still have our special guest. You're not looking too happy after that race at all?
No, we are comfortable. We expected that. With the time that Miss McPherson went in with, we know we wouldn't be getting gold, but we are grateful that she put her all in it, and we got some points, which is important.
You were second in the point standing the last time I gave point standings. Did you think that you could challenge for the title? Did it come to say that we can win it this year?
Yes, we did. Yes, we did. We are coming to win, not just to represent, not just to participate, but we have picked up some injuries along the way. We didn't do so well in some of the events that we were hoping to.
Hold that point there. It's now time for the boys, 150 meters. We had the girls a short while ago. Now time for the boys on the 150 meters. Lawrence in 1, Blake in 2, Newell 3, Walford 4, Williams 5, Senior 6, Andrews 7, and Dunkley in lane 8. Athletes asked to stand up as Lawrence is from St. Anne in 1, Blake St. James in 2, Newell St. Catherine in 3, Walford from St. Thomas in 4, Williams of St. Elizabeth in 5. You have Senior from St. Andrew in 6, St. Mary's Andrews in 7, and Dunkley from Manchester is in lane 8. Athletes once again on their marks. The gun had sent them away. Brilliant start on the outside from Dunkley. On the inside of Dunkley's Andrews and also Senior from St. Andrew. He was in lane 6. Senior from St. Andrew having a slight advantage. Senior, can he hold off the pack? Senior and Dunkley. That's the top two at the present time. Senior from St. Andrew. But here comes Dunkley fighting the breeze on the outside from Manchester. But it's going to be Senior taking the top spot ahead of Dunkley. 24.36 seconds. This for Senior of St. Andrew. 24.36 is the flash time. The official time not on the board just yet. Senior's time is 24.35 seconds in the top position. Dunkley is second, 24.40, and Walford, the bronze, 24.73. I saw you urging on your athlete a short while ago. Not happy? Oh, what happened a while ago?
I am truly happy. That's a little boy who we have been having a little issue with in getting him to training. I know he could have gotten a goal if we had him the amount of time we had really wanted him to turn up, but he medal, and that's a good thing.
I see you're happy, man. I see you're happy. So that you're happy. But one thing I can say, though, about the St. Thomas team is that I love what they bring to the table. Many persons think about St. Thomas thing, don't think about technique or anything like that, but technique is there. Coaching, you can see.
Yes, definitely. The coaches have been working tirelessly to ensure that the students actually learn these techniques and perform them when they come forth.
Well, good luck to you in the rest of the championship.
Thank you very much, sir.
All right, they just have the young lady from St. Thomas, the coordinator, you may say, Nikisha Hudson. And with us still is Trishana McGowan. You're not a coordinator, though, Trishana.
I can coordinate, but I'm not.
Not a dancing coordinator, though. Not at all.
No.
Well, that's okay. That's okay. I'll be taught a little later dance routine by Trishana. And I think everyone here is excited in the room. The dance routine Trishana will teach us later on.
Routine? No, this is getting out of hand. Routine is like a full-on,
Well, you can't have a routine that lasts 5 seconds.
No, I just train you one move. One dege move. Turn Jamaican people. Nothing special. One dege. Not even just one decade. You know when people say one decade, one me give?
No.
That is it.
Well, next event on track is the girls under 11 200 meters final. And we had the under 9 150 meters a short while ago for girls and boys. In lane 1, Kiara Smith of Portland. In 2, you have Dajana Foster from St. Catherine. In 3, Kayla Raymond, St. Thomas. In 4, from St. Andrew, Odera Crary. In 5, from Trelawney, Brianna Chin. In 6, from Trelawney, Jasmine Williams. In 7, Tiandra Watson from St. Thomas. And in lane 8, from St. Andrew, Kelly Johnson. In terms of the fastest qualifiers entering in this event, you have to look out for Watson from St. Thomas at a time of 30.98 seconds. Also there, Crary in lane 4, 30.22. And Chin from Trelawney, 30.37 seconds. And Chin looks like she can fight the breeze more so because of her body frame. Saw her in the 100 meters earlier today. Copped her medal. Let's see what she has to offer in the 2. Brianna Chin out of Trelawney. Trelawney in lanes 5 and 6. Chin and Williams, respective lanes. So after the 200 meters will be the 8. We had the 100 meters earlier on. 400 meters, 150, now the 2. Now we'll switch to the 800 meters and the relays, medley relay, and also 4x1s. We had the qualifiers this morning. So Trish, in terms of the breeze, though, will it affect these athletes? Do you think it will affect them? We saw a -3 earlier on.
I think it has somewhat eased down. It was a bit excessive earlier. Like you said, it was a -3, but we will know soon where it's at. But I think it's not as excessive as earlier or from where we are seated. But what I can say, these youngsters have managed very well, and I applaud them. They've managed to navigate very well since yesterday in the windy conditions. And that's the thing about children. They're having fun. They're very competitive. It's in their DNA. And, you know, the wind, I think, you know, doesn't affect them greatly, but it ampers the time and other things. But they manage well, and we go to the next event on track.
Smith, Foster, Raymond, Crary, Chin, Williams, Watson, and Johnson. And the gun has sent them away. Brilliant start from Tiandra Watson in lane 7. Has gained on Johnson of St. Andrew. But moving well also in the middle of the pack is Crary of St. Andrew. Crary of St. Andrew having a slight advantage coming off the corner in the top position. Crary, the young dynamo from St. Andrew, is moving well. That's Crary on the outside. It looks doing well. Looks to me is Johnson. And not Johnson, but Watson. And it goes across the line. Crary takes a top spot, 30.12 seconds for Crary of St. Andrew. And Watson of St. Thomas, I thought, finished second, but 30.13 seconds for Crary. In second is Watson from St. Thomas with a time of 30.26. And Chin finishes third, 30.58 seconds. The Chin is from Trelawney.
Good running from Kerry. I thought she ran extremely well. She got out at the very sound of the gun, and it was really good sprinting and holding her form coming home. And it doesn't matter who it is, it's not easy to do. And the wind reading is a -3.1, so it has not eased down like I thought it did, because these are the conditions the athletes would have competed in earlier. So extremely windy, but like I said, these children are very competitive. They're having fun, and nothing else matters to them about the windy conditions.
And the gun has sent them away. Clark in lane 8, Barham in 7, Graham in lane 6, coming around the bend. This from St. Andrew is there. Brown also in the mix, but Clark of St. Catherine is on the outside. But trying to sneak through from St. Thomas is Raymond. Raymond and his teammate Walker. That's the top two. But on the outside, trying to come through from Kingston is Graham. Graham takes full control and takes the boys on the 200 meters. Stopping the clock at 28.76 seconds. This from the man from Kingston. It is Veron Graham. 28.76, 28.74 for Graham. In second is Walker, 29.21 seconds. Walker is from St. Thomas. And in third, we'll tell you in a very short while, but congratulations to Graham. Raymond is third, 29.53 seconds.
All these babies deserve hugs. We're seeing some really top performances from them, and the determination, having to come from behind and claim victory is always admirable, and we're seeing that from these youngsters. So good running once again on display, all 8 boys, but for Raymond to be at about 40-50 meters to go and having to dig deep and make sure that he held on for the win should be applauded. We go to the next event on track. The ladies are going to the mark. So these are the under 13 girls 200 meters final.
Coming around the bend, it looks to be Sutherland from St. Elizabeth. Sutherland from St. Elizabeth maintaining the top position. On the outside of Sutherland, it's Samuels of St. Andrew. But Sutherland feet in the breeze and will go across the line in the top position. Sutherland takes it 28.33 seconds. In second, I will tell you in a very short while, it looks to be Senior of St. Thomas. But Sutherland's time is 28.34 seconds. And Senior is second at 28.54. And in third on the board is Honeygun, 28.57 seconds.
Yeah, weird running style from Sutherland of St. Elizabeth. Head tilted onto her left shoulder all the way. But guess what? If that gets the job done, it gets the job done. Built a little bit like a younger Shelly-Ann Williams, now representing for Texas Longhorns, formerly of St. Elizabeth Technical High School. Looked very promising, but 28.34 the given time to the winner, and I'm sure she'll be pleased to be walking away as gold medalist, adding to the collection of her parish. We go to the next event on track, which will be the under 15 boys. And these are the penultimate for the 200 meters.
So the under 15. It's under 15 or under 13? So it should be under 13 boys. And Carty should be in lane 1, it's in 8, pardon me. So Carter in lane 8, Lawrence of Manchester in 7, Hensewood in lane 6. He is from Kingston, Burke of St. Catherine in 5, Ross St. Thomas in 4. And he is the favorite, Ross of St. Thomas, after taking the 100 meters earlier today. Dondre Thompson of Trelawney should have been in 3 though, was missing in action. In 2 from St. Elizabeth, you have Jamoni Hilton, and 1 you have Kaden Peko from St. Catherine. And the gun has sent them off. You have to look on Ross. He is in lane 4. Ross has covered Burke on his outside and has gained somewhat on Henshwood. No, from Manchester, doing well is Lawrence. Lawrence will carry the field in the home stretch, but Ross on the inside is Lawrence from Manchester and Ross from St. Thomas. But Ross takes full control with his head pointed in the air. It's Ross from St. Thomas. His second gold of the championship. 25.22 seconds for the man named Mario Ross of St. Thomas. 25.22. In second is Lawrence of Manchester. 25.55, and Carter is third, and Carter is from St. Andrew. We'll tell you Carter's time in a very short while. 26.83 seconds, Trish.
No surprise about Ross's victory. I think he has sent his signal and, have his name floating around. Yeah, since primary champs. The Eastern leg started May 2 over by the Stadium East Field, and he came to the major championships a couple weeks ago, repeated that performance for licensed primary, and here he is stepping up and getting that gold medal for the parish of St. Thomas. So good running from him. Like I said, he will need some rest after these championships because he has been competing since the top of May, and he has done so tremendously. So I'm sure the parish of St. Thomas will be happy to get that victory. So is the school and also family and friends.
So the next event on track is the girls under 15, the 200 meters. And Tenera Blackstock from Clarendon is in 1. Dejanay Morrison, St. Anne, is in 2. Georgia Barracks of St. James is in 3. Tracy Ann Evans, St. Catherine in 4. Denisha Parkinson, St. Elizabeth in 5. Madison Campbell from St. Anne in 6. You have Regina Lysaith from Hanover in 7. And JTA Harris from St. Andrew is in lane 8. Athletes in the set position. God has sent them away. You have to look on lane 4 and lane 5. Lane 4 is Tracy Ann Evans of St. Catherine. However, she's been covered this by Barracks of St. James. Barracks of St. James is doing well, but on the outside it looks to be like St. Anne's Campbell. St. Anne's Campbell and Barracks of St. James. It looked to me like St. Anne's Campbell having the advantage and will take the gold in the girls on a 15-200 meters. It's the young lady from St. Anne, Madison Campbell, taking the top spot, 27.25 seconds. And in second, looks to me that Barracks is second, 28.37. And in third, we'll tell you that in a very short while. But in third is Harris, 28.73 seconds.
Good running, very, very good running. I think that St. Anne have been producing, over the years, really quality athletes, and we have been seeing a lot more of that again, from these youngsters coming out of the pandemic. So we are, 28-80, really not a bad time. We have seen a few shown on display over the course of the primary champs from the central leg as well. And here we are having to witness that again over the last 2 days for the JTA Sagicor Athletics Championship. So the parish of St. Anne, I hear that's going to have some things going on down there. Some youngsters, it's like hidden talents. We're releasing them one by one, and we're getting a glimpse of it.
Starting from Sharika.
I get to understand that where Sharika is from, that district
in St. Anne.
In St. Anne, they do produce, over the years, they produce a really, really fast athletes, and not just for track and the field, but also girls who that would do netball and boys in football. We go to the next event on track.
Brown of St. Thomas 1, Senior of St. Andrew 2, Williams St. James 3, Matthews of Westmoreland in 4. You have Johnson of Manchester 5, Boyd of St. Catherine 6, Ramsey of Westmoreland in 7, and Honeygun from St. Elizabeth is in lane 8. The starter not happy at all. The under 15 boys 200 meters final. In this event, you have to look out for Matthews of Westmoreland, who is in 4. At a time of 26.24. Beside him is Johnson of Manchester, 26.56. And Boyd of St. Catherine, 26.66 seconds. We're talking about lanes 4, 5, and 6. In the meantime, we spoke about lane 4. Jahil Matthews gets out well. On his outside is Johnson and Boyd. That's the top 3 at the present time. But the man in lane 4, the man from Westmoreland, Matthews, in the top position. He has brought the Westmoreland people on their feet. He's striding away on the rest of the field. Jaleel Matthews of Westmoreland will take the gold in the boys under 15-200 meters. In second is Andre Boyd of St. Catherine. The time is 25.36 seconds for Matthews of Westmoreland. Boyd is second. He is from St. Catherine. His time is 26.21. And Ramsey third, the bronze, 26.54 seconds. Rashawn Ramsey is from Westmoreland. Westmoreland gold and bronze.
Big up the people from Westmoreland that might be locked in and watching. Getting something to cheer about. So good running. They have done well too, producing good athletes, Sean, over the years, especially from the Manning's school. They've had their fair share of successful athletes through Khalees Spencer, Stephanie Ann McPherson, and others. So the school, no stranger to success, and they are definitely on show here and showing us that we are also a force to reckon with. So good running and getting a gold medal to take back to the parish of Westmoreland.
Yes, indeed. The next event on track is the 800 meters, as we stated before. So the completion of the 150, 200, and 400 meters happened in terms of the finals. And the next final on track is the 800 meters. We told you before we'd give you the point standings. After the 800 meters will be the 4x1s. And the 4x1s for all categories. And then it will be the sprint medley and distance relay to close out the championship. But everybody's asking what's the latest in terms of the points standings. The mixed point standings. 14 teams on show. St. Mary, they are 14th with 10 points. Hanover, they are 13th with 14 points. Clarendon, they are 12th with 29 points. Trelawney, 11 with 43 points. Also with 43 is St. Anne. In 9th, Westmoreland with 62 points. In 8th, you have Portland with 77 points. And in 7th, St. James, 86 points. In 6th, Manchester, they have 93 points. In 5th, St. Elizabeth with 108 points. In 4th, Kingston, 113.5 points. In 3rd, St. Catherine with 134 points. In 2nd, St. Thomas, 162 points. And the defending champion, St. Andrew, not St. Anne, St. Andrew, with 198.5 points. Any surprise there, Trishana? St. Andrew leading from the 4th. They have led from the first day.
I don't think there's much surprise. I think the surprise for, I think many would be St. Thomas, the parish of St. Thomas, being right up there versus maybe St. Catherine and Kingston, maybe taking the top 3 slots so far. So that's the I think would be the only surprise on my part, St. Thomas being right up there. But surprised in the sense of, again, they've done so well the last couple of seasons all around. We would have missed a lot of these youngsters because of the pandemic. But clearly some work would have been done, Sean, to be having the success that they're having at this junior level, and similar to what we are seeing as well for in the boys and girls champs, section at the high school level. So for me, I think St. Andrew or Kingston, I don't want to say they're the powerhouses, but the resources and other things, infrastructure, I think is a little more at their disposal than that of some other parishes and schools within some parishes, because they're youngsters, they do go to school, so we have to take that into consideration as to what pushes a few parishes ahead. But even with that said, I applaud the coaches, the athletes, and everyone involved from the various parishes to be punching above their weight, to not just being here competing to get points and medals for the respective parishes, but just the athletes and, looking at the talent that's out there on display. It's really great. Like I said, with the lack unlimited, the lack of or limited resources in terms of field to train on, sneakers or spikes, hydration, so many things that they don't have. And when you look at the performances, it's hard to tell.
Yeah, it is. It is. That's why I was surprised, though, speaking to the coordinator, Ms. Hudson, earlier on in terms of St. Thomas. I'm one of the surprised few, and there must be few, because when a person would say, "What? They don't know that St. Thomas produce the goods all the time?" Yeah, they do, though. Well, not necessarily collectively at one time to win championships, but they are challenging at the present time in second, and they are mounting a challenge. It's not over just yet for St. Andrew, because after these two events, 800 meters open for girls and boys, then it will be time for the relays. So relays come right after, and I expect, I am labeling St. Thomas as the favorite in the under 9 girls.
I think based on how they looked, I'm with you. I agree. It's no for them to come and deliver or not deliver. So the final is different, because now from yesterday's qualifications, it's the best 8 that will be out there. So they may be, I don't want to think that they just looked good because it was that heat that they were in, but more so they're really a good team. But it will be interesting, and I fancy them based on how they looked in qualifying.
Well, as I always say, I hope I don't have goat mouth. Can you tell me something, though? Can persons tell me something? How did that come about, goat mouth?
Okay, I'm not afraid of the old. I'm not one of those women who are afraid of saying their age.
Yeah.
I'm not. I embrace age. I love the aging business. Anyhow, with that said, I'm going to answer your question.
Oh, thank you.
So I am now 35 years old, right? In a few weeks, I'll be 36. My grandmother used to say that to me. So therefore, it is before my time.
Yes.
So you ask me a question and me can't answer. But I'm hoping, though, one of our viewers might know. And so I don't know who can bring up maybe the comments or something. So ask back the question. So since I don't know, maybe one of our viewers know. What you say now about goat mode? What you say about
how did that come about?
So to our wonderful viewers, Sean wants to know how the phrase
goat mode
come by.
Yeah, because
Shoshana is 35.
Why not use something else? Dog mode, horse mode, cow mode.
I don't know.
Why use goat?
I can't answer. I mean, I have no problem with it. I come see it, I'm going to go with it.
Have to big up Celia French when she walks past.
But I love a lot of our phrases, don't you?
Yeah.
Yeah, I do.
Without even understanding them, yeah.
Yeah, one of my favorites is the higher monkey climb.
Yeah, the more I'm exposed. In fact, I saw that phrase this morning. That's why I just rolled it off my tongue on someone's status. I was like, Lord, I must say, I would trouble this woman, I know.
And humble calf, do what?
Oh, Lord.
Suck the most milk.
Yes.
Right? Yeah.
I don't believe in that, though.
Neither do I.
The patient man riding the donkey. No, I don't believe that.
I mean, how much patience can one exercise before taking matches in their own hands?
And not driving away in a Benz? I'm so patient, I'm going to ride away in a donkey?
So if our people are locked in and they know more than I do, because I really don't know why it couldn't be what Sean is asking.
Yeah,
so repeat it one more time, because we just might have someone. Hold on. We just might have the 800. Don't start yet. You're not missing anything. I don't know why, Sean. I'm only 35. We'll be 36 in a few weeks. But ask Sean wants to know what? Hit it.
Why is it they came up with the phrase goat mode?
All right. So let me see.
The answers are there?
Because goat mouth are poison. Big up Nadine Loudon. Big up yourself for that response.
Let me go to the track. I'll address that after. In the meantime, is Henderson from St. Catherine in 1. Anderson St. Anne in 2. You have War from St. Elizabeth in 3. Palmer Clarendon in 4. Sinclair from St. Elizabeth in 5. Shepherd St. Catherine in 6. Pierce from St. Thomas in 7. And Morris from Manchester is in lane 8. So Henderson from St. Catherine goes out in front, but the Anderson from St. Anne goes by her, like she wasn't even there. Anderson now takes control of this event, and Anderson with about a 5-meter lead over St. Catherine's. Henderson, who is in second. That's the top 2 for the first lap of this event. So Anderson out of St. Anne cruising on the front stretch and slipping into that second position is Sinclair from St. Elizabeth in second, and in third out of Manchester is Morris, and she's been passed though by Pierce, and Sinclair is also there. Sinclair is in second, but the young lady from St. Anne Anderson out in front, but Sinclair from St. Elizabeth is right in the mix. She has gone by the young lady. Sinclair is now in the front position. Sinclair of St. Elizabeth. In second is Pierce of St. Thomas. Pierce now gaining on Sinclair with about 300 meters to go. Ariana Sinclair from St. Elizabeth. Pierce is from St. Thomas. So Pierce wants to tabulate some points for her team, who is in second overall, following St. Andrew. And St. Andrew will be losing some points somewhat because they have no entry at all in this final. But now Pierce is gaining on Sinclair with about 200 meters to go. And Sinclair felt the presence of Pierce and stepped it up somewhat. Ariana Sinclair of St. Elizabeth is moving away from Pierce, who settles in second position. But in third, coming through from St. James, it looks to be, we'll tell you in a very short while, but the young Ariana Sinclair. Ariana Sinclair is way out in front. Sinclair with about an 8-meter lead as Pierce has falling off the pace, trying to come through for second. Looks to me like Henderson. But now it's all about Ariana Sinclair from St. Elizabeth will take the top spot in the Girls Open 800 meters. Stop of the clock at 2:33.91 seconds. 2:33.91 for Sinclair. And let's see now, in terms of finishing second, 2:33.91 for Sinclair. So was it Wall though finished second? Sinclair 2:34.00 seconds. I could not see the color of the shorts because she pulled down her shirt over the shorts. And at one point I thought it was white because that's the color of St. James, but there was no St. James athlete in this final. So it was War, her teammate, 2:37.58 seconds for silver. Sinclair getting the gold, 2:34.00 seconds ahead of her teammate War. So St. Elizabeth gaining valuable points along with gold and silver.
I think that Sinclair is staying true to form. She won at the primary championships in the event for Carisbrook Primary, and now coming back, to do the same thing for her parish. And even I think she was a lot easier in her execution this time around compared to when we saw her a few weeks ago for Carisbrook. She got out extremely fast and finished very well, and repeating that performance. So I guess the 800 meters is her event. So the people of St. Elizabeth. Initially, I did not know where the school was. Carisbrook. But before we were finished for the day, we went on a break, and someone messaged to say,
knowledgeable fans, knowledgeable viewers.
Like, the school is in the parish of St. Elizabeth. So good running from Sinclair again.
Right. Sometimes the viewers can't make me feel done, to say.
I never feel like that though.
Thank you for helping me.
Oh, sorry. Because
you couldn't agree with me.
Because, okay, see, just now, big up Nadine Loudon, like I said. You see, you asked the question about why goat mouth, and what Nadine Loudon said.
What she said?
Goat mouth is poison, because goat mouth are poison. That's what she said. And see, Margaret Bell says, they say, hi, Margaret.
Goat mouth are poison?
Yeah, that's what they said.
So if you eat the goat mouth, they're poison?
And see, Carl Harrison said, because when goat eat any plants, it died. See? So
You never know that.
Neither did I.
So go to eat plant.
Listen what you see what I made the statement when you asked me the question, I tell you me I was 35, me not sure, but I knew some of our viewers would have had the answer. So thanks for that very much. So like you said, they make you feel done. They educate me. That's what I see it as. Because
I'm thinking about the poison.
No one person, they said, has all the information or know everything. So teach me, and once you don't belittle me, that's I don't like. I don't belittle people, and I don't believe in that.
Okay.
But educate me, I like that.
All right.
So big up to our viewers for sharing that information. So Sean, I go study it.
When I go
Let me tell you something. Come Monday, Shawty's going to call me and be like, sis, did you know it's true I'm talking? So
But I have to check it out.
I know. So thank you all for that feedback. So it will allow us now to do our homework ourselves. The boys 800 meters are on track.
Final. So Jelani Brown of St. Catherine is in 1. You have Corey Christie from St. Anne is in 2. That light blue shorts. In lane 3, Kirklander Reed of Manchester. In 4 from St. Thomas, you have Cavell Nooks. In 5 from St. Andrew, Bevan Davey. In 6 from St. Thomas, Johannes Carty. In 7, Romain Rockland from Westmoreland. And lane 8, Basil Jones from St. Elizabeth. Rockland was one of the favorites to take the 1200 meters, finished 3rd in that event.
Yeah.
Qualified for the final with the fastest time, Rockland. And knowing by how his spectators have been, when he goes around for the first lap, you watch the spectators here right at the top here. Those are the Westmoreland supporters. They'll be on their feet.
Travel from very far. Westmoreland far enough.
Yeah.
So
It
they
is?
want, of course, so they're looking forward to something to celebrate. So the boys are asked to go back into.
I thought it
their
was just
position.
around the corner, though. We'll get to that in a very short while. God has sent them away. The start of the boys open. We're talking about the 800 meters. Basil Jones, sporting the dreadlocks. He's in lane 8. He's out in front. He goes out hard. Saw him, though, in St. Elizabeth at the western end of the primary school division. As he cuts across the line, persons say that they know which school he's going because all of his brothers went to one school, and that school is not in the west. It's right here in Kingston. In the meantime, the man from St. Elizabeth, Basil Jones, way out in front. In second from St. Thomas is Carty. Carty is a strong individual. And in fourth, looks to me like it is Davy. So Davy now has gone into the top position. Into second, pardon me. And following Jones of St. Elizabeth. He has now gone by Jones of St. Elizabeth. And Nooks also in the mix of St. Thomas. So it's going to be Brown of St. Catherine in the top position. Jelani Brown of St. Catherine in the top position. We mentioned about Rockland. The Rockland seems like he's suffering something. He's way at the back of the pack. So Jelani Brown of St. Catherine out in front. In second on the inside is Basil Jones of St. Elizabeth, followed by Carty of St. Thomas in third. On the back stretch, the young man from St. Catherine, Jelani Brown, has opened up a lead of about 8 or 9 meters over Davy, who is in second. He is from, not Davy, pardon me, Carty from St. Thomas. So in third, it is Jones of St. Elizabeth, going back down to the top of the pack. So Carty has moved along and has gone by the man in the red. It looks to be like Brown. So cruising around in the top spot, it looks to be like Johannes Carty. He looks to left, looks to his right. The man from St. Thomas. He made his move with about 200 meters to go. He slowed it down. He's passing the McDonald Tunnel. He's cruising home. Here comes for second. He's calling them home. He has turned, oh my word, 2:24.94. He backpedaled over the finish line. What an audacity being shown by this young man, Nooks of St. Catherine. Nooks is from St. Thomas, pardon me. And Brown finishes in second, 2:26.95. And Carty is third. Carty, the tall Carty, finishing third. I had him as one of the favorites, Johannes Carty from St. Thomas. St. Thomas gaining first and third in this event.
Big points for St. Thomas. Remember, they're second behind the parish of St. Andrew. So all things coming down to the wire. And I think, you know, what a performance. Like you said, he made that surge at for the last 200 meters. And I think it was really unfortunate for Brown having left his lane 1 open, so he came right on the inside, not having to do little work, you know, in terms of going around. But I love it. I love the performance. I love the turning around and calling. He's having fun. And that's all it is. Good to see these youngsters, like I said, you know, enjoying themselves, doing very well for their parishes and schools and all those persons who have turned out to support. And you spoke about the parish of Westmoreland. Like I said, for them
something happened. I mean, athlete is now finishing, and Bevan Davy from St. Andrew going across the lines. Maybe he has looked good this season though. And then one of Rockland is now just coming down the line. So it looks tired. So maybe I had some injuries or so. But they have done a lot of work throughout these 2 days.
And for the primary schools as well in May. So like I said, not because they're children, they do get fatigue as well. And they do have school 5 days for the week, training and having to compete. But look at the determination and wanting to finish despite how slow he's coming in or far behind. So we should applaud the efforts from these youngsters and teaching them. You start, you finish, once you're not injured. And we have witnessed that just now.
But they can't do anything except to applaud these youngsters. No matter if they're finished at the back of the pack, you have to still applaud them. And I'm looking to see if the results have come through for the 800 meters boys open. If it's posted, Nooks getting the gold, 22 minutes, 24.97 seconds. Jelani Brown of St. Catherine, the silver, 226.95. And Johan Scotty, the bronze, 228.16 seconds. Now, after gaining those medals, and let's see what is happening to the point standings. So, guess what? Let me laugh. Don't ask me what kind of laugh that is. It's St. Mary, they're in 14th position with 10 points. Hanover, 13th with 14 points. Clarendon, they're in 12th with 30 points. Trelawney, they're in 11th with 43 points. St. Anne, they're 10th with 51 points. Westmoreland, they're 9th with 63 points. Portland, they're 8th with 77 points. St. James, they're 7th with 86 points. Manchester, they're 6th with 101 points. In 5th is Kingston with 113.5 points. In 4th, St. Elizabeth with 127 points. In 3rd is St. Catherine with 149 points. In 2nd is St. Thomas with 182 points. St. Catherine after that run in the 800 meters. Now, St. Andrew only had someone finishing in 7th on the boys' side. They had no one on the girls' side. So after that run in the 800 meters, open for girls and boys, St. Thomas, they have made a run. They have pushed up the chart in terms of cutting the deficit made by St. Andrew. They are 182 points. St. Andrew at the top of the pack, 200.5 points. 200.5 to 182.
So this is 18.5 points separating them.
I'm glad you went to math class.
Yes, with the relays to come. So, like I told you, Sean, you remember during the primary championships when the battle was between Greater Portmore and Licensed Primary, and I love that a school from the east did well, and now we're seeing the parish collectively having a very good outing here. And it's not about if they're to go on to win. If they should win, I'm sure they'll be happy as they should be, but they're competing well.
And the favorites for this event is St. Thomas.
Yeah. So if they should do their work,
if they do their work or do what they did in the preliminaries, then they'll bag 12 points. I don't know where St. Andrew will finish, but they would bag 12 points.
Yeah, bringing them within 6 points with other relays to come. But like I said, Sean, the parish, the parish of St. Thomas, all parishes should be happy with the display from these athletes over the last 2 days. And St. Thomas, and again, something to be excited about. We have spoken highly about the talent pool that they do have there, despite their shortcomings and lack of resources. And they're not unique to the situations, because other parishes do suffer with the same or struggle with the same situations and circumstances. But we await the start of the under-19 4x100 meters sprint relay.
Under 9. Trelawney in lane 1.
I said under 19? Oh, poor babies. And they can do, these babies can do no wrong for me, so I won't have any analysis after, because to me, they will all run good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, Trelawney there in lane 1 qualified with a time of 107.46 seconds. Westmoreland in 2, 107.17 seconds was their qualifying time. Portland in 3, 105.43 seconds. In 4 from St. Andrew, 104.30 seconds. In 5, St. Thomas, 103.93 seconds. St. Elizabeth, they are in lane 6, so 104.16 seconds. In 7 is St. Catherine with their qualifying time, 106.90. And in lane 8 is Manchester, 106.99 seconds was their qualifying time. Yellow flag being shown at box 1. Box 2 seems like they're okay. And box 3 seems like they're okay also. So boxes 1, still the yellow flag is there. Still the yellow flag being shown at box 1. So this gets interesting in terms.
And remember, we have made mention of it before, Sean. Sometimes the delay in the start, the officials, they have done a very good job at, telling the children not to cut over, make sure you stay in your lanes, where they should be standing, because we cannot assume that these children know, especially at this stage. It's their first time inside the national stadium, and it's a big ask of them to be competing in front of this size crowd as well. But here they go.
Trelawney 1, Westmoreland 2, Portland 3, St. Andrew 4, St. Thomas 5, St. Elizabeth 6, St. Catherine 7, and Manchester in lane 8. Athletes on their marks. The starter not happy at all.
With lane 1, she needs to come closer to the line. She's too far back. So she was behind where the 1 is.
Yeah.
Again, the officials having to make sure.
So the gun has sent them away. Trelawney in 1, gets out well, but you have to look out for St. Thomas in lane 5, who has gained somewhat on St. Elizabeth out in lane 6. St. Thomas with a blistering start. The back exchange not as great as we saw earlier this morning, but still St. Thomas in this under 9 division on the inside. St. Andrew trying to cut the deficit somewhat on the second leg, but St. Thomas also moving well on the outside of St. Thomas is St. Elizabeth, but St. Thomas handing over the baton, and not the greatest exchange. It's St. Thomas on the inside, St. Elizabeth on the outside. So St. Elizabeth is leading St. Thomas, and St. Andrews coming around trying to sneak through on the inside. So it's going to be close with all 3 handing over the baton in the top position. So St. Thomas, they got the baton. They cut across and came right back on their lane. St. Thomas out in front. On the inside is St. Andrew. On the outside is St. Elizabeth. But St. Thomas, the favorite, will take the girls under 9 4-1. This is the finale. This is the final of the under 9 girls. 103.90 seconds for St. Thomas. It was close for second between St. Andrew and St. Elizabeth. 103.89 seconds for St. Thomas. And in second, maybe it was St. Andrew who came through. No, it was St. Elizabeth, 104.57. While for third, it was St. Andrew, 104.60.
So if our calculation is right, based on the point standings that we just read, St. Thomas have closed the deficit on St. Andrew with big points for that win in the relay. So it would be now St. Andrew leading by 6 points with more races to come. Good running from St. Thomas. Like we told you at the start, they were looking to be the favorites based on how they looked this morning. The changes were not as smooth, and that's what happens in a final. And they're babies, but they handled themselves very well. And, we have to applaud all 8 teams. Like I told you, I had no analysis. All of them are going to run good for me.
So all of them ran good.
All of them look good.
All of them
Big
look
up
good.
the babies.
Oh,
and I'm just happy to see them. And the under 9, when we get to the under 13 and 15, I'll be critical. But the babies, they're handling themselves well.
Well, the first baton change for St. Thomas this morning was so good. So good. However, this time around, they were aiming for that, though, but a little mix up with that. And they held the momentum.
Because they
held
want
the lead.
to win. They want to win. Start
So what
pressuring
does that
them
mean?
little selves.
So,
no, they're not too young to know
be
what pressure
pressured?
is. Of course.
Okay.
That's what wanting victory does. We see it happen even with our seniors at major championships. We have seen United States, our own Jamaicans, getting it wrong because they panic who move out too fast, who never move out. We see it at our boys and girls championships. So just imagine these babies handling the pressure well and getting the job done.
Yeah.
Big up themselves for that.
So we just saw the girls. Now it's time for the boys. 4x1 under 9. And just looking on, St. Mary is in 1. In 2, you have St. Andrew. In 3, Manchester. In 4, Manchester. In 5, you have St. Thomas. In 6, you have Kingston. In 7, St. James. And in lane 8, St. Anne. So this is the boys under 9, 4x1. So getting ready for the start of this under 9 boys 4x1. Will St. Andrew make a statement? Because St. Thomas has been cutting into their lead. They are in lane 5, St. Thomas. St. Andrew in 3 and Manchester in 4. In terms of qualifying time, St. Andrew qualified the time 103.74 and St. Thomas qualified the time of 104.25. St. Andrew the favorites to take this event based on the times. So looking at the respective boxes though, box 3 and box 2 not ready just as yet. And I'm glad for persons telling me about the poisonous mouth of the goat. So I'm going to stop using that saying though, goat mouth. That means my mouth poison.
I'm just happy though that we were able to get the clarification through our viewers. So it's always good when you have little questions, throw it out. You never know.
Yeah.
Knowledge is power, they say.
Yeah,
and like you said, you never know
who
will share that knowledge with you. So all those who sent in to let us know what goat mouth means, thank you so much. I learned something today. Because a lot of times I think people just use the terminology not knowing exactly about that goat mouth poisonous.
Could I just say yeah?
Yes, until you research it for sure.
No, I'm not saying what they said or what they put out is incorrect. I'm not saying that.
Oh, you just want
I just want some more information on it, though.
I don't want no other information.
I believe
all of them.
So poisonous mouth by the goat. So in other words, me love curry goat. Right? So part of the goat, poisonous.
The mouth.
Well,
the mouth.
They never say them roast goat head yet. Goat head soup. You ever drink goat head soup?
It poisoned the plant.
It poisoned the plants.
Right?
I'm just saying.
Not humans.
Oh, okay.
I'm sure. So I'm not sure if Nadine or Margaret, I'm not sure who are the others who had sent in the comment. You can all answer Sean's question. He is fascinated with this at the moment.
Yeah, I don't know because I've always drank goat head soup.
But them said poisonous to plants.
The plants. But one said it was just poisonous.
Oh. You have a point.
The mouth is poisonous. So I don't know.
True. I'm sure they will we'll get our producer to bring up the comments if they shed any more light on your question. Hey. Let me throw this out there. The event has not started as yet. This will be the under 9 boys.
Yeah.
But Sean is the one being curious about goat mouth. I'm good with all that you shared with me about it being poisonous. But Sean, you have now had Sean very more curious and intrigued onto something else.
Once I went up to by Gauntown, not Gauntown Road though, and then turned left and went up way in some hills. I think where Louise Bennett Coverley actually lived, not close to her house somewhat. And it was extremely cold up there. I didn't know that part of Jamaica could be that cold. Persons who lived there wore a sweater every night.
Yeah, I'm from Gordontown.
Yeah, well, I'm proud of you. But in any case, we're not talking about you. But it wasn't Gauntown. We turned up in the hills before we reached Gauntown, off Gauntown Road. And I sat, because it was a 9 night, I sat around the pot that was cooking around the back, and I was cooking goat head soup. So for the entire night, just to feel warm,
that's where you sat?
That's where I sat, and I drank enormous amount of soup that night.
Did it help you to feel warm?
It helped in many ways. It helped in many ways.
I love a properly prepared goat head soup. Not too spicy. I'm not a fan of spicy food, but I love a good or fish soup. Yeah, I love fish cheese soup.
Oh no, can't do without that.
For real?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Cow skin, goat head, cow cod. Yeah, that's the soups I love. Yeah, but the fish tea, no, can't.
So
do
you
that.
know, since we're here for the parishes, you know, not to start a debate which parish cook better and what. But let me tell you something about St. Elizabeth.
Oh, Lux.
I went to St. Elizabeth in December.
Mm-hmm.
What a set of people and full of food down there. I know they call it the breadbasket parish,
Mhm.
but they literally live up to their name. And they're kind with it. You ever go match at Stets?
If I ever go to match at
When you
Steps?
go to match at Stets, do you leave with anything? Do you leave empty-handed?
No, I don't actually.
Exactly.
Because I don't go back. I don't. When I turn out of Stets, I don't go to the right. I go to the left.
So you come up with stuff. with goodies.
Not necessarily.
All right, so before the event get going, so the athletes are still awaiting the starters instruction, everyone, for the under-9 boys event.
What are you saying?
But Margaret says, we think that the goat mouth is poison, but what really happened is that the goat doesn't bite. They drag the plant so hard that it usually kill the plant.
Okay.
Oh.
So the mouth.
Jamaica Traddings says, just not put your goat mouth on me and it's good enough.
What's his name? Jamaica Traddings?
Yes.
Hold on, if me have goat mouth, I'm going to talk about him. Trouble him at all.
So Nadine is saying, any plant goat mouth up, really bad. It doesn't stay alive, but if it just crop it, it stands a chance of survival. Eating the goat head does nothing to you. So you can't stop ask questions.
No, but just,
Eating
no, I
goat
get
head.
it. No, I get it. No, I get
Like
it.
we said, knowledge is power.
Well, obviously, it hasn't done anything to me, though. And I've been eating it for a
And
long
all
time.
of us who track it. So again, to our viewers, thank you so much for engaging and educating us on
by the
clarification.
way, can step in with something. And by the way, as we await the start of the 4x1 on the 9s, if you haven't subscribed yet to Track Alert, please do so. As we try to improve in every angle, every way that we grow, and we grow in terms of our broadcast and help to grow the sport locally. And person will say, track and field need to grow. Yes, sir. Every sport needs to grow at one point or another. Every broadcast team needs to grow at one point or another.
Yes.
So as we grow, track and field grows, and help us to grow by subscribing to our page. So, in the meantime,
Okay, so I think
like
they're
it faster.
No, but we
We're part of it.
and without the viewers, it is of no good.
Yeah.
No, is
Yeah,
it?
yeah.
So the viewers are very good to have. So the delay of the event is due to a parish coming in late. So lane 2 is late. I'll tell you which parish that is soon. So
Trelawney.
the youngster, Trelawney. So they're putting their spikes on. The officials are trying to get the boys to their respective spots. So the starter at the moment, trying to rush his spikes on. The anchor leg, I think, making his way.
Do they have them confused though? Because of the individual, the gentleman, was walking the anchor leg.
So they're trying to get that sorted as soon as possible. Disappointing though, having the youngsters waiting for quite some time, but we hope they will get to run off soon.
So we await Trelawney. What do you think they were doing though? They forgot that they had an under 9 relay?
Yeah, I'm not sure because we have not had that since even yesterday, where a parish is missing from an event.
And it's a final.
And it's a final, so I'm not sure what would have... I mean, it could be a case where they really did not realize that it was their time. It happens.
Maybe they're heading back to Trelawney and forgot that, hey, we have the 4x1.
No,
They
I
weren't?
think they maybe just got caught up.
Okay.
Missed their warm-up or something, or missed the call room, because that happens as well. But they're making their way so that I'm loving the officials are also accommodating, them coming in.
Yeah. And in terms of the event on track, and hopefully we can get this event off and running the next 2 minutes or so.
All right, so the anchor leg, the last leg athlete for the parish of Trelawney, now in his lane. I think they are good to go because the second leg is there and so is the third.
So the white flag now for box 3 has been waved. The yellow flag for box 1 is still up.
And I'm not seeing an athlete for Trelawney
in lane 2.
So they are one boy short at the moment. But still, for the youngsters to have gotten this far, I can understand the officials, holding.
It's all about the JTA Sagicor Athletics National Championships here at the National Stadium. The final day winding down, though. The yellow flag being used over by box 1 for this boys under 9 4x1. We saw the girls earlier on, and while we wait for the start of the under 9 4x1s, my good friend Trish, what are you going to say?
The official, I am happy that the official is running. She has no. This is how. I'm not sure if our cameraman can pick it up, but the official really wants the race to go off as they get over. The official has put the youngster for the second leg of Trelawney on her back, so that he doesn't have to run across and lose breath and energy before he gets to competing. So he's making his way onto the track soon, courtesy of one of the officials assisting by putting the youngster on her back. I told you yesterday when I said our babies, and you're like, I'm behaving as if they're my babies. And I think as adults, when you're in the presence of children, you become a village. So big up the official for that.
Why you love the village talk, sir? Yeah, because they come from Garden Town.
No, man, they're children. It takes village, they said, to grow children. And if we start moving away from that, we're in a problem. But we'll go to the start.
So it's the boys under 9 4x1. We saw the girls a short while ago where St. Thomas took the top spot. St. Mary in 1, Trelawney 2, St. Andrew 3, Manchester 4, St. Thomas 5, Kingston 6, St. James 7, and St. Anne in lane 8. St. Anne gets out well, so too St. Thomas, but Kingston is moving well, moving away from St. Thomas. It's going to be Kingston handing over the baton in the top position. Not the greatest exchange from Kingston. St. Thomas on the inside, on the backstretch in the blue shorts. Moving well now is St. Andrew. They are in lane 3. They are the favorites to take this event. St. Andrew, they've gone by Manchester, and will be St. Andrew on this penultimate exchange taking the baton in the top position. Kingston is out in front. Now followed by St. Andrew on the inside. The baton for Kingston has been exchanged at the 150-meter mark. They're going to be disqualified, but it's all about St. Andrew. For the final exchange, they hand over the baton in the top position, and then it's followed by Manchester. The flag goes up, and St. James is also there, and it's St. Thomas and Kingston battling it out right there. But we can say the winner of this event will be St. Andrew, going across the line 101.09 seconds. That's the flash time for St. Andrew, who leads in the points division. 101.09 is the official time for St. Andrew. As we await the board now to say it, 101.11 seconds, the official time. Manchester second, 102.23 seconds for Manchester, who is in second. And in third is Kingston, 103.57 seconds.
I think that when you look at the point standings before this event, St. Thomas, having won, would have come within 6 points. Now, overall team points before we get into the individual. Now, as a team, St. Andrew would be back up now by 12 with that win for the under 9 boys. But good running. Like I said, it was really a long wait for the youngsters, waiting for Trelawney. We applaud the officials because it doesn't make sense for them to go back home and not compete in a final. That's not why we're here, I love the rules of the sport, but like I said, we're being accommodative. So good running from St. Andrew to get that win. And like we said, the ding-dong battle between themselves and St. Thomas. The athletes are aware. Coaches are letting it aware that we need these wins if we want to pull away and become champions.
So the next event on track is the girls under 11, 4x1. Trelawney is in lane 1. In 3 is Portland. In 4 in Kingston. In 5 St. Thomas. In 6 St. Andrew. In lane 7 is Clarendon, and lane 8 is St. Elizabeth. Girls under 11, 4x1. Westmoreland is in 2. And in this event, in terms of advancing through to the final, Portland, they look extremely good. The time of 58.94 seconds. But you have to look on St. Thomas and St. Andrew. They are the favorites. St. Thomas qualified 58.07, while St. Andrew qualified 57.61. They are in lane 6 and 5. And God has sent them away. Out in lane 8 to St. Elizabeth on this opening stretch. And St. Andrew moving away from St. Thomas. It's St. Andrew on this opening leg, handing over the baton in the number 1 position. Not the greatest exchange from St. Andrew. Gaining somewhat is St. Thomas on the inside. But St. Andrew now has gone into another gears up the ante on this second leg. It is going to be St. Thomas hands over first just ahead of St. Andrew. It's St. Thomas on the inside of St. Andrew. That's the top 2 at the present time. In third, it's Clarendon, but it's St. Andrew and St. Thomas. St. Andrew in lane 6 and St. Thomas in 5. St. Thomas gets the better of St. Andrew in that baton exchange, and St. Thomas, will they mount an upset? Here comes St. Andrew, but can't catch the ankle leg runner from St. Thomas. It's an upset. St. Thomas gets the better of St. Andrew in this girls on the 11 4x1. 57.92 seconds for St. Thomas, getting the better of St. Andrew. That's the flash time. The official time is 57.92 seconds for St. Thomas. St. Andrew is second, 58.38 seconds. And in third, not on the board just yet, is Clarendon, 58.92 seconds, Trish.
Yeah, I think good running from the parishes, especially the winner St. Thomas, and like I said, it's coming down to the wire clearly, based on these performances we're seeing in the relays. Points matters, especially for the relays, maximum 12 points for the winners. So if you want to, get into the top position, or St. Thomas wanting to get ahead of St. Andrew, they are aware of the work needed. And if St. Andrew wants to walk away as champions, they think the other relays to come, they will need to definitely win those. And I don't know, this is really good. It's exciting, it's competitive, and this is why we are here. This is why our viewers are locked in, watching these youngsters. A lot will go on to represent high schools and become future stars, and we're getting the chance to witness that at the moment.
Well, we're getting a chance to witness the next event on track. We had the girls a short while ago. Now it's time for the boys under 11. In 1 is St. Catherine with a time of 58.35 seconds. St. Andrew is in 2, 58.47. Kingston in 3, 57.75 seconds. The favorite St. Thomas in 4, 56.62 seconds. Portland there in 5, 57.90. In 6 you have Manchester, 57.99 seconds. In lane 7 you have St. Anne, 58.34. And in lane 8, St. Elizabeth, 57.91 seconds. Do you know which team was the favorite here, Trish?
Tell me, St. Thomas.
Just say it out loud.
The parish of St. Thomas.
Of course it's St. Thomas. And after this 4x1, I'm going to do some terms of point standings for you, though, because it's getting close between St. Andrew and St. Thomas. And you heard from the director earlier on, Miss Hudson of St. Thomas, we're going to win. We're going to win. So we don't know if that talk is going to stand at the end of this championship.
But we have to commend the parishes and the coaches and also the athletes. The chemistry needed for relays is really important, and for a lot of these parishes, not having these athletes every day of the week, because they do go to different schools, but getting them to compete over these last 2 days, and the exchanges are not very bad. So it's what you teach youngsters. If you teach them the right things, when they come together, they really, really can put everything together, and we're seeing that.
Well, what we're seeing, the athletes going on their mark. St. Catherine, St. Andrew, Kingston, St. Thomas, Portland, Manchester, St. Anne, and St. Elizabeth. The 8 teams for this boys on the 11 4x1 final. In the set position, God has sent them away. Kingston gets out well, but St. Thomas is also looking well on the outside in lane 7. Looks to be like it's St. Anne. St. Anne with a gigantic lead on this first leg. St. Anne hands over the baton in the top position. St. Thomas is also there. On the outside of St. Thomas is Portland. But now the move is being made by St. Thomas on the backstretch. What a leg by St. Thomas. Round over the baton in the top position. St. Thomas on this third leg. Based on the stagger, they have a lead on the outside of St. Thomas. Looks to be St. Anne, but it's all about St. Thomas swooping around the bend. They are in lane 4, and they'll hand over the baton in the top position. It's St. Thomas. They were the favorites. Oh, St. Andrew, they'll drop the baton. The yellow flag goes up. Well, the ankle leg runner will run in for St. Andrew, but going to the top of the pack is St. Thomas ahead of Manchester, and certainly St. Thomas, Manchester is there, and certainly St. Catherine finishing third. 56.33 seconds is the flash time. 56.36 for St. Thomas. Manchester is second, 56.71, and in third should be St. Catherine, 57.54 seconds.
You know, the only thing separating us from excelling even greater in track and field, and remember that we are great on the world stage in track and field, but you know what's really separating us? Really money, you know. Money, it's really money that's separating us, because looking at these performances from our youngsters, not having spikes like we would see some of these same age group overseas competing in, not having the right track shoes, the amount of hydration, the right field to train on, really money that's separating a lot of our prowess, excelling greater than they are doing right now. But we will get there. Good running again from the youngsters, and doing all that is needed to give them give those parishes the maximum points, so that they can possibly walk away champions of the JTA championships. So I've seen a number of queries also taking place from a number of the coaches throughout the different parishes. Some coaches will, if their teams are disqualified, they will not be very pleased about that. So the query rooms have been very busy, and they've been even asking track alerts as well for a few video footages, so they can see where errors were made to make sure that their teams and parishes are not being treated unfairly. But nevertheless, these teams are doing well. The athletes are competing extremely well for the parishes, and I think that everyone from the various parishes should be very proud after 2 years of no competition, no major competition for these youngsters, and look at the performances that we're seeing. Really brilliant. I know the point standings are really what people will want at this moment, as we're coming down to the wire, but that will be coming soon, because we want to make sure. And
the latest point standings we have here: St. Mary 14th with 10 points. 13th is Hanover with 14 points. In 12th, Clarendon with 30 points. In 11th, Trelawney, they have 45 points. In 10th, St. Anne with 51 points. In 9th, Westmoreland with 67 points. In 8th, you have Portland with 80 points. In 7th, you have St. James with 86 points. In 6th, Manchester, 106 points. In 5th, Kingston, 113.5 points. In 4th, St. Elizabeth, 137 points. In 3rd, St. Catherine, 155 points. In 2nd, St. Thomas, 194 points. And in first, St. Andrew with 208.5 points.
Hold on, wait a minute.
That's the latest point standings we have here.
So, by 14.5 points separating St. Thomas and St. Andrew.
I don't know if it's up to date though, but it's the latest we have.
Yes.
But we'll tell you.
So at the moment,
that's the latest point standings. It's a toss-up between the two. And we just saw St. Andrew in that 4x1 finishing in 8th position. Don't know if I think they'll get disqualified because the yellow flag went up. They went out of the box. So guess what? It's a tussle between the two teams, St. Andrew and St. Thomas. Has been interesting. St. Catherine, outside chance of 155 points, and St. Elizabeth, 137 points. All teams are putting in. All teams are putting in.
Yeah,
But
so we
say-
are waiting the start of the under 13 girls. So you're not missing anything as yet.
Not at all.
Officials doing a very good job, Sean. We can't say enough about the officials. They're a really important part of what makes our track and field very good, whether at the senior level or junior level. Most of our officials are knowledgeable, and it helps, to let things go as smooth as possible. In terms of knowing where to tell the athletes to stand, you can't take that for granted. And we saw that at the primary championships as well recently. Not all athletes, know which position to stand in.
Yeah.
Many had never competed at the National Stadium,
True.
and this is their first time. Some would have last competed at the National Stadium back in 2019, before the pandemic. So maybe the memory not very sharp regarding, where do I really stand? So the officials should be applauded for guiding as best as possible where you should run, when do you cut over, and what is expected.
Well, guess what? I'll tell you the lane assignments. Westmoreland in 1, St. James in 2, girls under 13, 4x1, St. Elizabeth in 3, St. Catherine in 4, Kingston 5, St. Andrew in 6, you have Manchester 7, and St. Thomas in lane 8. Gunn has set them away the start of the girls under 13, 4x1. Great start this from St. Andrew. The inside is Kingston. Kingston has cut the deficit. They've gained somewhat on St. Andrew. It's Kingston in the top position. Poor exchange from Manchester, who is in lane 7. On the outside in lane 8, it's St. Thomas. On the inside, it's St. Andrew coming back in the fold on the second leg for this penultimate exchange. St. Thomas with a low baton change. They're out in lane 8. St. Andrew want to make their mark, so to Manchester, who is in lane 7. On the inside of St. Andrew is Kingston in the black shorts. But coming around the bend, it is St. Thomas in 8. Manchester falls over, and they're out of the relay. And on the inside in lane 6, it looks to be St. Andrew, but St. Thomas is holding off St. Andrew. It's St. Thomas out in front and will take the top spot in the girls under 13 4x1. St. Thomas takes the gold. Second is St. Andrew, and third is St. Elizabeth, 53.63 seconds. The girls under 13 going to St. Thomas, 53.68 seconds for St. Thomas. St. Andrew is second, 53.88, and St. Elizabeth is third, 54.17 seconds.
Yeah, not bad changes from both teams, or especially the top 3 teams. The exchanges were not very smooth, but necessary. The most important thing is getting the baton around. You can't stand a chance of being on the podium without the stick. And I think that they did that, especially for St. Andrew and St. Thomas, vying for that title. They know what is at stake, especially with the relays and the points that it carries. And good to see that they're handling themselves very well as we look to go to the under 13 boys. But good running from the girls.
And they're not out on the track just yet, though. With under 13 boys, 4x1.
Looking at the mood from the St. Thomas girls, and they're really happy, as they should be, having crossed that line first. Yeah, commending each other. And again, loving. I started at the primary championships and watching now the officials, just rushing to these athletes with hydration. We can't take that for granted. So big up to the Sagicor team and the sponsor, Gatorade. We see Gatorade. Gatorade is a massive sponsor. Massive sponsor to have. We're used to other. Yeah, Milo too. Yeah, but no, why I say I'm not sure who is actually giving out the fluid. I see the Gatorade. I'm not seeing Milo with hydration 10.
See the Milo truck over there.
Oh,
the Milo drove in their truck.
Yeah, so good to see the hydration fluids coming out for our athletes. And like I said, money, I think, is what separates a lot of our sport flourishing greatly compared to other countries who got the dough like that. We can do even greater if our resources were properly funded.
Hold on. I wonder if the producer can just take a glimpse of that Milo truck across there because you're talking about Gatorade and not mentioning Milo. Milo was my favorite thing when I was young.
Me too, but I did not see the Milo truck. You pointed out the truck to me, and I quickly said, "Yeah, I love seeing it. You loved Milo when you were a child. Look at the kids, and they're loving it.
Yeah, man,
the kids are loving it. Yeah,
Milo truck.
I love Milo still, but it's good to see Milo here though, because sometimes I wonder if these Gen Zs and this new generation know much about Milo and Horlicks. Yeah, me no know. I wonder. Me not saying them not knowing. I wonder. Horlicks. I wonder if our viewers. I still drink Milo.
For when?
In the morning.
No. To be honest.
I drink mint tea. I put the bush and thing and boil it. But
to be honest,
I still have Milo.
I can vouch for that. We were here the other day. Some persons were in a broadcast and went downstairs.
Yes, you remember? Yes.
And person say, you want coffee or tea? And then someone said, Milo is here. Yeah, Milo.
Exactly.
Milo. Okay then.
Yeah.
I haven't drank that in a while though.
And that's the beauty. And that's what I love about the parish, the JTA, bringing the parishes together. We can talk about, so many different things regarding what different parishes, offer. I'm a mint tea drinker or orange tea. You put the soursop leaf in the water and boil it. I like tea like that. But if I'm going to drink...
You have soursop in your yard. You pick the soursop leaf and put in a cup.
And boil it and drink it in the morning.
I have been
my
to your
dad
house. I've never seen a soursop tree at your house.
And I do have. Sorry to disappoint you.
Where it is? On the back?
Yes, sir. What is wrong with you? And my neighbor just gave me a whole lot of peppermint bush. So I'm enjoy it in the morning and drink. But if I do want to...
Cersei too, don't you?
I hate that. I'm not a fan of it like that. But I do, dabble into a little Milo drinking.
Yeah.
But I'm saying I don't know if a lot of these youngsters, even the under 9s that we saw, I don't know if they know about Milo and Horlicks.
Well, they're knowing about it now, to be honest.
Thank God for that. But outside of that, you think their parents introduced Milo to them and Horlicks? They used to drink Horlicks when you were younger?
Yes, I did.
You used to drink Horlicks. So I want to know if some of our viewers
out of Horlicks or Milo, the greatest thing when you own the tin, and it was, I don't know what it is now. I think it's packet now for Milo. But back there it was a big tin.
The tin,
and you open the lid of the tin. I used to just take out and throw it in my hand middle.
In your hand and eat it. What's our view? Let me see what some of our viewers are saying about the. See? Lottie Brown. Lottie said she's from Westmoreland. She drink ginger tea. Big up yourself. Soursop leaves are good for the blood pressure. See there? Me not have pressure, but let me tell you.
Go again.
Naturally, Mar.
No, but the blood pressure argument.
So naturally, Mar.
Soursop leaf.
Yes,
good for the blood pressure?
I read it. She says yes. Soursop leaves are good for blood pressure.
Someone must grow some soursop on the back of my yard.
You have pressure? Lemongrass tea with honey. Hi, Damian. So the thing is, I like lemongrass, but I don't have it very often. But I like it. So a lot of people, I used to drink Milo from the tin, like what you're saying, Milo and bread. Them know about Lasco. Yeah, Angela. See, I'm not tripping out. So I was wondering what this current generation knows about, and she's saying
she knows about Lasco.
Lasco, but it's true that them know for true. Lasco expensive now? My God. Mint tea for me without sugar. Big up yourself, Margaret. I still love Horlicks. All right, so the race not started yet, so let me still run through a couple of them. Soursop leaf is also good for the nerves. Okay, so Sean, you definitely need the soursop leaf tea.
I need
you definitely need that.
I need what?
Soursop leaves. Yeah, Tony said this is good for the nerves.
Hold on.
Blood pressure.
So hold on. The soursop leaf is good for the pressure. That's all I want to know.
Yes, that's what they're saying.
When I go home, I'm going to grow some soursop. I know how long it take for grow.
I don't know. I went to school with my bottle of Horlicks. You hated Ovaltine. You know what's funny? I like the Ovaltine biscuit, but I'm not a fan of the tea.
Itself.
The tea itself, yeah. So they're saying that the soursop is really good for the nerves and so on, but we'll follow up some more. But we go back to the track for the under 13 boys.
Under 13 boys, 4x1 in this event. Manchester, there are Elaine 3, St. Andrew in 4, Geelong in 5, St. Catherine, they're there in lane 2. St. James in lane 1. And now for the first leg, Manchester doing well on this opening leg. Hand over the baton in the top position. Manchester streaking away from St. Andrew, who is in lane 4. So on the inside, St. Catherine, they are in lane 2, making a run. But on the outside, it looks to me like Portland is there, and St. Thomas. Portland and St. Thomas. They're in lane 8 and in lane 7. But Portland in lane 7, or lane 8, pardon me, is being passed by St. Thomas. So it's going to be St. Thomas handing over the battle in the top position. St. Andrew is also there in the middle of the track. Not a great exchange at all. But St. Andrew in the middle of the track. But here comes on the inside. Looks to be Manchester. Manchester cutting the deficit. But it's St. Andrew, Manchester, and also St. Thomas. But it's going to be St. Andrew, then Manchester, and then St. Thomas in the boys under 13 4x1. 51.59 seconds for St. Andrew. They have struck back in terms of winning a relay. Manchester is second, 51.68 seconds, and in third it should be St. Thomas, and it is 51.71 seconds. You have your hand at your jaw. Why, Trishana? Why?
Yeah, just enjoying the performance just now. I for a second wasn't sure who finished second. It was really close. So St. Andrew, Manchester second, and out there St. Thomas in third. So good sprinting.
Final battle exchange from St. Thomas. That
threw them off completely.
Yeah.
They were right in the mix.
Yeah.
Could have even made it more competitive. I can't say if they would have won.
Could have won.
Could have won, maybe. Had they gotten it closer, or the exchange was a bit smoother. But good to see the competitiveness from all three parishes. And Manchester have something to smile about. They're on the podium in this one.
Well, St. Andrew have something to smile about. They have gained the victory, 51.59 seconds for St. Andrew. Coming into this final, 51.40 seconds under their belt. So they are smiling from ear to ear after that victory. Am I stepping on your toe, my good friend?
No, you missed it.
I missed it? Okay.
Well, good running, like you said, Sean, just now. So
I'm just waiting for the next updated point standings though,
yeah,
because
we
that
know
will be
that's what they want to
interesting
hear.
though
It's gonna
after
be
these
close.
relays, because it will be close between the two teams, St. Thomas and St. Andrew. It's going to be close at this present time. St. Andrew, they're leading, and St. Thomas right behind, knocking at the door. Not a little knock, but a heavy knock, a banging at the door.
I think St. Andrew is saying each time we pull away, here comes St. Thomas.
Yeah.
I'm getting maximum points. St. Thomas going each time we get close, you're pulling away. I love the ding-dong battle. Competitiveness keeps sports very interesting and exciting, and we're getting the chance to witness it. But someone, like I said, the beauty of the parishes, we can have the discussions about so many things. Do you sweeten your tea if you're to have tea? Because some people don't drink tea with honey or sugar.
None.
You just drink a tea plain, so?
Yeah.
Me not reach a level of maturity there yet. I am adult, but I am not adulting. And let me tell you, I don't use sugar, I use honey.
Trish,
right?
you know much for your background, you know? You talk about Alaska, you know much for your background,
I want to big up my people from the parish.
You're a honey man?
I told you about Gordontown, my grandfather.
Oh, he's a honey man?
Yes, he is.
Okay,
yeah.
He makes honey.
Yeah.
What I mean by honey man is that he makes honey. Nothing,
no man,
not anything
he's
else.
a honey man.
He's a honey man.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I use a little honey. So it doesn't, for me, it doesn't have to be, I don't want it to be sweet, I'm just trying to take off the water, the water taste. So I put just a little bit in it, but I don't use sugar.
Let me tell you something. I'm hearing you, but let me tell you something. When I was young, I used to go into the fridge and use the condensed milk and put it in my hand.
Yeah.
Or put it on my bread and eat condensed milk on bread.
I used to put condensed milk in
all
grapefruit.
of those sweetness are still in me now.
Can serve you for a lifetime.
Serve you for a lifetime. So I don't need anything sweet right now. And I'm going to be honest, I don't have the taste for anything sweet. I don't. If what you carry candy or chocolate, I will not eat it.
I don't want it to be sweet. But I just want the water taste to come off of the tea. Am I making sense?
Yes, you are making sense. But my sense right now is that if I'm drinking tea, I just throw the tea bag in it, and that's good. So for you guys, your viewership who are telling us about the blood pressure and the soursop leaf, so I just sprinkle some soursop leaf in my cup.
Did you know that? I also learned recently about something that Cersei, I think, our viewers very knowledgeable throughout the parishes. If you put your foot or soak your foot in, I think Cersei water or guinea leaf bush, it's also good for the nerves and stuff. And I think, the race is not running yet, but let me finish.
Hold on.
I think, Sean,
I'm not telling you hold on because of that.
No, I think a lot of us in Jamaica, I'm never one to knock any doctor. I'm not knocking any doctor. Let me throw that out there. So if you have to go to the doctor, you get your medication, you must take them.
Yeah.
But did you know that we have a lot of natural remedies? If we were to take them, it lessens our doctor bill in terms of having to take the tablets or taking the tablets only. I think people can take, today they can maybe take the tablet, tomorrow they do their natural herbs if they know what they have at their disposal.
So Cersei, which was growing on my fence when I was growing up back in Norman Gardens.
Yeah, you put your foot in there and soak
so
it.
all I had to do was take the Cersei off the fence, put it in a pot with boiling water and put my foot in there.
Soak your foot, yeah.
I missed
I heard
out.
it's good for your nerves.
I guess I missed out.
Either that or guinea pig. I don't remember, but to our viewers, they're very knowledgeable, like I said, throughout the various parishes.
Hold
so
on.
they will send that info in, I'm sure.
Hold on.
They let me know.
Before we go to the next race, though, the girls 4x1. Well, let's go to the race first, because I want to know, in terms of when you have chicken pox, what's the leaf you...
Tambourine. I had
leaf.
chicken pox and I use tambourine bush.
Can we go to the race now, please? Hanover in 1, 56.78 seconds. In 2, St. Catherine, 56.98 in 3. Kingston, 57.14 in lane 4. Should have been St. James. Missing in action. St. James, where are you? And St. James missing in action. St. Elizabeth in 5. Qualified the time of 55.84. St. Andrew in 6, 54.49. Westmoreland in 7, 56.69. And St. Anne in lane 8, 56.70. No St. Thomas in this final. So guess what? St. Andrew can make a mark. They are in lane 6.
And the official asking for St. James to come forward. So again, they're not running the event, Sean, before inquiring about the parishes that just might be missing. So St. James, they're to before.
So only the starter was not there for St. James. So the box 1, box 2, and box 3, they are ready. Girls under 15, 4x1. Athletes been asked to go on their marks. Hanover, St. Catherine, Kingston, St. James, St. Elizabeth, St. Andrew, Westmoreland, and St. Anne. Athletes on their marks. In the set position. And the gun has sent them off out in lane 8. St. Anne gets out well on the inside of St. Anne is Westmoreland. That's the top 2 at the present time. St. James, who just came on the track, they're moving well and handing over the baton in the number 1 position. St. James on the second leg, trying to come back in the fixture is St. Andrew. But St. James, and look who is moving well, is Westmoreland. Westmoreland has moved past St. Anne. They are in lane 7. Not the greatest exchange from Westmoreland. But now St. James on the third leg is doing well. And St. Andrew coming into the 4. It's going to be St. James, followed by St. Andrew. Westmoreland is there. Hanover also there. Cruising around St. James. They are in lane 3. Poor baton exchange, but they're still in front. St. Andrew is second. They're coming back. It is St. Andrew in second. Can they cut the deficit? No, they won't. Not on this glorious Saturday afternoon. It's St. James, followed by St. Andrew, then St. Elizabeth, and then Kingston. 54.22 seconds for St. James. 54.22 is the official time for St. James. St. Andrew is second, 54.79 seconds, and St. Elizabeth third, 55.69 seconds, and in fourth should be Kingston, not on the board just yet, but 55.69 seconds for St. Elizabeth. Now Kingston time's come, and Kingston time is there and disappeared. 56.39 seconds for Kingston.
From start to finish, I think St. James did extremely well. The changes could have been smoother. Nevertheless, they got the job done by getting the stick around. So good running for the parish of St. James and getting that win. A big gold medal performance for them. St. Andrew coming in second and St. Elizabeth also on the podium with a third place finish. Kingston was fourth. So good sprinting from the ladies, and like I said, St. James did brilliantly from all 4 legs.
Well, guess what? I was just told by the producer.
Yes.
Doing excellent work, though. Don't know how he knew or how he knows. Maybe he was doing some work down in the field. But St. James, why they arrived late? Because they were disqualified first in the preliminaries. However, they were just reinstated a few minutes ago.
And
awesome
came
stuff to win that 4x1. So disqualified first, and that's why they took their sweet time to come on the track. I use the term sweet, but that's why they came on the track late. And then, after being reinstated, they came on the one.
Yeah.
Top of top.
Big justice, I think they will say. Justice was served?
Well, no, if you come with the next saying about big justice, I will not know what that means. I'm sorry.
Justice is served. No, I'm saying.
No. You're right. You're right.
Yeah.
I know justice is served. Yeah. But if you're coming with something about big justice, flying over the land or something of that sort, I would have been lost.
It was a good running from St. James, and I mean, what a way to say we deserve to be here or being the event. You know,
that's a story.
A gold medal performance after being disqualified, reinstated just a few minutes before the event got going. So I'm sure the girls are pleased that they were able to deliver.
But were they reinstated because of what Track Alert had? I don't know. I'm looking at the producer. Were they reinstated because they looked on Track Alert and they made an appeal?
Yes.
Yeah, so thanks to Track Alert. And so St. James, when we reach there anytime, we wear a Track Alert shirt, so it was to say, thank you, Track Alert.
Yes, and remember I told our viewers that, you know, a lot of deliberations are going on. They're really, really on the ball. The coaches and managers of the respective parishes, they're following up because they want to win and they want the points. And even if you're not crowned champions, you still want to know that you got the points that you so deserved. And these athletes really worked for. And we have seen a couple of the managers and coaches coming into in our booth, you know, just to say, let us see back that race, please, or can you assist us? So good to see again from St. James that they got reinstated and walked away with victory. So
with the gold, I'm waiting for the updated point standings. That's what I want to know
and
now.
That's what our viewers want. Our viewers want that as well.
Updated points standings.
They're locked in to know how their parishes are doing, and what I can say before we get to updated point standings.
What parish you from?
St. Andrew.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Before we get to other point standings, again, just how amazing these athletes have done over the 2 days. Brilliant performances, and whether they're running in spikes or they're running barefooted, they're just on real good display and giving good account of themselves, for themselves, their schools, their parishes, and everyone, I think, all around can be happy with what we have witnessed over the 2 days, and especially today's final day.
Oh yes. At the end of this 4x1, it will be 2 events to go on the track and also in the field. 2 events to go. It will be the medley, and it will be the medley, the long distance medley and the short medley. The girls run the short medley, 100, 100, 200, and 400, while the boys run the long distance medley. That's 400. They run a 200, 200, and certainly we close out with the 800 meters. So it's interesting, and we see persons walking and coming to us. Don't know why though. We look now for the start of this 4x1. Under 15 boys, 4x1. God has sent them away. Brilliant start that was for Manchester, the inside of Manchester. It seems to be Westmoreland, but Manchester certainly has gained somewhat. Manchester moving well in his boys. 4x1, under 15. St. Elizabeth out in lane 1. No, go back. No, in lane 7. St. Andrew is also there, and St. Catherine on this third leg. St. Catherine, they're all alone, moving away from St. Andrew. It is St. Catherine cruising around the bend. They're all alone, as I mentioned before. It is all about St. Catherine on this penultimate leg. On the final exchange, St. Catherine, they're cruising, and they're in lane 6. But on the inside, it looks to me like it's St. Elizabeth in second. But here comes Westmoreland. They've gone into gold is second, but we're talking about gold. It's St. Catherine taking the boys on a 15 4x1, 51.06 seconds for St. Catherine in the top position. That's a flash time and a dominant performance from this team, this under 15 unit. 51.06 is the flash time. No time on the board just yet in terms of officials, but 51.06. Westmoreland had something to celebrate because they were celebrating the anchor leg runner who placed second, but 51.06 still awaiting the board to put the official time. 51.07 for St. Catherine. Westmoreland was second. No time just yet for Westmoreland, but now they said Manchester second. Well, 51.90. I thought that Westmoreland came through for second, but Manchester was second. But no.
I think there's an error.
I think that was an error because I did say Westmoreland.
Yeah, Westmoreland was second.
Now
yes.
it comes 51.90 for Westmoreland, and in third, St. Andrew, 52.46 seconds. Trish, what are your thoughts on that event?
I think good running from St. Catherine. They were the strongest team coming in based on how these boys would have done in their individual events. Just when you look at the anchor leg just now, the last leg, didn't have much work to do but to bring the baton home because that's how well they started. So good running from St. Catherine to get the gold medal performance.
Well, guess what? I'm awaiting the updated point standings. I've been on the site, but it's still the last time we gave the point standings. It's still at that level. Now, I'm hoping, though, it changes very soon because
I think they're keeping us in suspense.
In suspense?
They could be keeping us in suspense, I'm assuming.
Oh, my word.
Along with deliberations just might be happening because remember it's the relay. We saw a few flags go up on some of the respective legs. So you have to get those queries out the way before giving official point standings.
Well, 2 events to go to close out the 2022 JTA Sagicor National Athletics Championships.
So while we do that, our producer will show us the comments. You're thirsty and you're non-drinking of. You don't put sugar on in your tea?
No.
Wow, that's impressive.
I don't use sugar. I hardly use sugar in it all.
That's really brilliant, you know. That brilliant man.
Why is that brilliant though? I'm trying.
Because you're adulting. Because I mean, sugar, like they've said, natural sugar is good, like from our fruits and so on. But the sugar itself isn't good. But like I said, I use a drip of honey in my just to take the water taste off. But I'm sure our viewers would have weighed in, and we have been reading the comments, and we're going to keep them engaged until the next event come on track.
Listen to me now. Listen to me. It's not me, no. It's not me come and say I'm not going to drink any sugar. It's not me saying that though. What happened is my body just don't want it anymore. That's it. I've told you before that when I was younger, I drank a lot of condensed milk, threw it on the bread, drank a lot of sugar and water, a lot of lemonade. But no, my body just don't want it. I want something else.
All right, so. We'll see a few comments. Okay, so Lati Brown, hi, good afternoon. She says, I don't have a sweet tooth either. So Sean, you have company, and she loves Cersei. Angela Miller said, Guinea tea is good for the nerves.
Really?
Bamboo leaf is good for fever. So this is from Sika family. Me use sugar. That's a Damali Newman says he use sugar. Damali, stop use sugar and use honey. Honey in my ginger tea. Yeah, St. Thomas going on with it. So big up everyone from the various parishes that are locked in. Happy that you're enjoying the coverage and getting the chance to see how, the athletes are representing well for the parish.
Indeed, indeed, indeed. As one thing we can say, though, it will be interesting.
Hey, where you off to? I'm gonna study with the girls later, Mom.
Life moves fast. Be prepared with Sagicor Life. Learn more at Sagicor.com.
Okay, let's still take a photo of it. Lily, let me take a photo of you. Lovies.
Life moves fast.
Lily.
Be prepared with Sagicor Life. Learn more at Sagicor.com.
You put in the hours, months, years planning. You put your heart in, And it all comes down to this moment, this second. When you get the keys to your own home, make your move with a mortgage from Sagicor Bank. Get a competitive interest rate, $2 million line of credit, and special rate on home insurance. Make your move with a mortgage from Sagicor Bank.
Everybody, let's welcome Sarah to the team. Here's the company handbook.
Thank you. Welcome, Sarah.
Life moves fast. Be prepared with Sagicor. Learn more at Sagicor.com.
As Jamaica's manufacturing and distribution sectors rebound, Sagicor Select Manufacturing and Distribution Fund is poised for growth. Capitalize on this investment opportunity with access to stocks across the sector through one fund, which diversifies your investments. So select your best move with Sagicor Select Manufacturing and Distribution Fund.
If you are looking to earn more on your investments, invest in number one, Sigma Global Funds, the top performing funds for Jamaica in 2021. For Jamaican dollar and US dollar equity funds, we were number one. For Jamaican dollar and US dollar fixed income funds, we were number one. Our US dollar and Jamaican dollar balanced funds were both number one. Don't settle for less. Invest in the number one funds in Jamaica. Sigma Global Funds.
JTA, this is Sagicor Track and Field Athletics National Championships happening at the National Stadium. The penultimate event, medley for the girls. I can't wait, I can't wait, I can't wait.
The officials giving the instructions to the athletes because, you know, we can't assume they all know. So again, I am loving the fact that the officials are being patient with our children and guiding them as to what needs to be done in the exchanges and who should cut over, if any at all.
Well, in terms of the teams for this event, and the teams for this event, I was looking on the runners, the athletes. So Portland in 1, they are there. St. Andrew in 2, St. Catherine in 3, the girls sprint medley with there. St. Elizabeth in 4, Kingston in 5, St. Thomas in 6, St. James 7, Manchester in 8. Those are the 8 teams on hand. And St. Thomas qualified with a time of 209.45, Kingston 210.92. St. Andrew 221.25 seconds. Not the strongest team for St. Andrew. But I think though that all the boxes are okay. I'm not talking about the food boxes though, but the boxes as respective places for this event. So the boys are going across to close off the day's proceedings, going to their respective positions. As a yellow flag being waved for the final leg, which is a 400 meters. So I don't know why it's been waved right there, but the yellow flag being held up. So something is not correct down there. I don't know what could it be. Hopefully we can sort that out as we give it the lane assignments again. Portland in 1, St. Andrew in 2 in that green shorts. In 3 you have St. Catherine in the red shorts. In 4 St. Elizabeth in purple. In 5 Kingston in black. In 6 St. Thomas in blue. 7 St. James in white. And in 8 Manchester they are in yellow. Athletes on their marks. This is a medley, sprint medley for the girls. And the gun has sent them away. The final event on the girls' side in this championship. St. James gets out well on the first leg, so too on the inside of St. James. Looks to me like it's St. Thomas. St. Thomas, one of the favorites. Kingston making ground on the second leg. So Kingston gaining on St. Thomas on the outside. Manchester handing over the baton in the top position. It's Manchester in the 200 meters leg, the penultimate leg of this girls medley. Manchester still maintaining the top spot, but here comes St. Andrew on the inside. They're in lane 2, cruising around the bend. It is St. Andrew in the top position. On the outside is Manchester. Coming through is St. Elizabeth. That's the top 3, but it's all St. Andrew. They will hand over the baton in the top position. St. Andrew first, followed by St. Elizabeth. Manchester there, St. James there. St. Catherine also in the mix. And St. Thomas way behind there in 5th. But cruising around, St. Elizabeth ahead of Manchester. And we said before about St. Andrew, St. James is there on the back stretch. St. Thomas, they are in 5th at the present time, tossing for the 4th position. But with about a 10-meter lead or a 12-meter lead is St. Elizabeth. Over St. James in 2nd, 3 meters behind St. James is Manchester, is fading somewhat. St. Andrew, they are 4th, followed by the team come the east, St. Thomas. St. Thomas now, they've gone by Manchester and St. Andrew, and have gone into that 3rd position. Well, at the top of the pack is St. Elizabeth. They were not the favorites, but they're cruising home. But here comes St. Thomas, and Kingston have shown up. They've gone into 4th position. Kingston now tossing for that 3rd position with St. Thomas. But no one can stop St. Elizabeth. She looks around, but Kingston have gone into 3rd. It's St. Elizabeth, followed by St. James and Kingston, and then St. Andrew ahead of St. Thomas, and then followed by St. Catherine. Wow, wow, wow. What did you say about that, Trish?
Big performance from St. Elizabeth. I mean, from start to finish, they showed that they wanted this victory, and the same for St. James. And I thought, you know, especially St. James, where they were and pushing on that last leg to get on the podium. So good running. The performances over the 2 days, I think, showing on all the girls and the boys as they come to this final event of the day of the meet. But nonetheless, again, they should be applauded for the effort.
Well, guess what? We one event to go to close out the championship. And we had a special guest yesterday, but she's more special today. Alyssa White, how are you doing?
I'm good, thank you. Hi, Trish. I'm a huge fan.
Oh, wow. Thank you.
Huge.
Yes, thank you so much. And I'm a fan of your work as well.
Oh,
thank you. Yeah.
Well on.
Do the interview. We're coming up to the lot. Why you give so much trouble? You see, this is why the people I'm talking about you like a onion and sugar in your tea. Do the interview.
Alyssa, how it has been. No, it's coming to an end. Just one event to go.
The relays have been awesome, right? Oh my God, watching these children has been spectacular. I'm very proud of St. Thomas. They've never been this close ever since I've been here, at least 12 years. They've never been this close to the top, and now they're in the 2nd position. I'm very proud of them. I'm proud of all of the children, really, who have done such an amazing job. And I mean, when I see them fall as a mother, I feel like, Lord have mercy, maybe just go take them up. But I know that all the coaches and parish coordinators will say it's building strength in them. It's building strength. I just want to take them up and rock them.
You're starting off, Trish, now with this village argument. So, Trish, don't say a word.
I
won't. Not say a word in the village argument. Now, in terms of coordination and execution from your team, are you pleased?
I am pleased with the execution. I'm pleased with the coordination. There's some things that we do have to tighten up on for next year. We chalk that up to 2 years of no practice. But for the next staging, I feel like it's going to be even more excellence. We're very pleased that we'll be able to give even more next time. It looks like the parish champion cash award for the biggest support system really helped to bring some people to the stadium today, so we're very pleased with that. And we're also very happy to be able to give a scholarship to the champion boy and girl. That's what we're really looking forward to today.
The amount of the scholarship?
$50,000 per year for the duration of their high school tenure.
That's great, though. And for the fan, how much did the fan receive?
St. Elizabeth, the parish that had the most supporters here, has received a cash prize from Sagicor of $150,000.
Why we never build a parish, Trish?
But I must, we have been saying it's about, the parishes and JTA just, and Sagicor coming together after 2 years of pandemic. It's not about the times. You and I have agreed on that. For me, it's not about nothing other than these youngsters getting the opportunity to, one, do what they love, because a lot do love running and competing for their schools, their parishes, and just bringing smiles and joy to them is tremendous, and it's always a chance for them to be encouraged to go on to do greater things. So Sagicor and JTA should be applauded for what they have done over the 2 days.
Trish, applauding you, so you must feel good.
I do. Thank you, Trish. Thank you. And
but like you,
JTA too.
Yeah.
Listen, to mobilize these students from a development meet to a parish championship to come to the National Stadium and have them for many of them, sleep over in Kingston for one night. It's tremendous. It's a lot, and I really applaud them for that.
All right. Final question, though. My final question. You said you did some track and field back in your day while you were at Meadowbrook. What event you did? Because Trish was at St. Andrew High, and I know Trish representing St. Andrew High and Jamaica. What event did you do?
I did the shot put. I was a larger lady don't roll your eyes. That's a very big.
And she has done well.
Put and discus. I did.
What was your distance?
Oh, I don't remember that. it wasn't that great. But the point is, I was here.
And you competed.
I was here competing when this track was red.
Long time, that's
No. When boys and girls champs were separated and it was just girls champs. When High tent was right over there in the bleachers.
When the girls had no support.
When the girls had no support.
Yeah, we have come a far way in our track and field.
You enjoyed the great work with you and your team. I will not comment on that.
Now I'm doing something far better. I found my purpose.
And I think you have. I'm agreeing with you wholeheartedly there. Let's leave that track and the field behind. But you guys doing great work though, and I'm commending you guys and keep up the great work.
Thank you so much.
And you're not the only one that wants to pick up the kids when they go down. I am all about babying them. I call them our babies. As adults, they're our babies.
Alyssa White, VP Group Marketing at Sagicor and Executive Director of Sagicor Foundation. Wonderful speaking to you.
All right, so we await the start of the under 15 boys distant medley. The boys are at the starting line and they are not yet properly positioned, so we await for them to be put in positions around the track. Any point standings? Our viewers are yearning for that.
Till 10 o'clock. So St. Catherine in 1. In 2, you have St. Anne. In 3, St. Elizabeth. In 4, St. James. In 5, St. Thomas. In 6, Hanover. In 7, Kingston. And in 8, Manchester. That's what I have here. So I won't jump and leave you just yet because we have to get the point standings and who are the winners.
You're hoping you will have that.
Huh?
You're hoping you will have all of that.
Let me answer you again. Huh?
You're hoping.
Huh? We're not hoping. We're going to get you that. It's a must. It's a must. No matter the final event, it's a must. We will before we sign off. Before we sign off, we're going to give you the winner of this championship. We can't be here 2 days and not give you the winner. And the point standing must be updating now, but I can't go on that site just yet. It's 5 o'clock and it's on schedule. It's on schedule. So kudos to all other staff who made it possible.
Yeah, especially with squeezing in and incorporating the opening ceremony. Again, good job by JTA and Sagicor with their execution for the 2 days. And running events on time, it's a pet peeve of mine. I'm not about, Jamaicans and Caribbean people don't know time. I dislike that because our youngsters are so good when they go representing Jamaica and also their schools overseas. They have to be on time because events are run on time off the island. But we go now to the boys distance medley.
So just a reminder though, St. Catherine in 1. And the individual running in lane 1 for St. Catherine, not wearing his color shorts. Maybe he messed it up. Wearing blue shorts. Or maybe that's his shorts. I think that is yard shorts. I think so.
Could be.
Yeah. Or his football shorts. But it's okay. It's last event. He's tired. So are we. And we are happy to bring you this event to you.
So I'm not sure if our viewers are able to see a man in white shirt, red cap on the track. So he has gone to all the boys and instructing them where to cut over. So he's not taking any chance of them hearing collectively. He has gone to these boys individually to outline the rules, where they should cut over once they receive the baton. And I can't say it enough or applaud our officials enough. We can't take them for granted.
Well, the viewers can see it though.
Yeah, and a lot are not paid. They're given lunch or a stipend or, I think it's voluntary, a lot of these services from our officials for them to do this happily and guide our youngsters should not be taken for granted.
So he's right there standing at the finish line in their picture in a white shirt. But the race is about to begin. So St. Catherine in 1, St. Anne in 2, St. Elizabeth in 3, St. James in 4, St. Thomas 5, Hanover 6, Kingston in 7, and Manchester in lane 8. God has set them away. The final event of the JTA Sagicor National Athletics Championships. And away they go for Manchester. They're in lane 8, looking pretty good on the inside. Manchester is Kingston in 7. That's the top 2 based on the stagger. Also doing well on the inside is St. Anne. On the outside of St. Anne is St. Elizabeth. So I'm looking on the athlete in lane 1. Where is he? St. Catherine. Did he stop? I don't know what's happening there. He's way behind. He may have stopped and started again. He was in that shorts we're talking about. He's way behind, out of your picture. But going back to the top of the pack, Manchester out in lane 8. On the inside of Manchester is Kingston. And moving well in the middle of the pack is St. James. And that's the top 3. But Manchester and Kingston. I think Kingston hand over the baton in the top position, but St. James caught in the deficit. Also there, well, is St. Anne. So St. Anne alongside Kingston. And St. James there. St. Anne on the inside. And on the outside, it is Manchester, followed by Kingston. Kingston goes by Manchester and accept the lead for the second leg, which is at 200 meters. So it's Kingston. St. James has gone by in that third position and almost into the heel of Manchester. But Manchester and St. James tussling for that second spot, but Kingston out in front. And followed by St. James. And then you have Manchester in third and St. Anne in fourth. So cruising around the bend on this penultimate leg, the 200 meters. Still Kingston, athlete running in lane 2. It's Kingston out in front, followed by Manchester in second in that yellow shorts. In third in white is St. James. St. James now have gone by Manchester. So Kingston handing over the baton in the top position. St. James in there, the full white. Manchester in the yellow shorts. And followed by is that St. Elizabeth in that fourth position. The young man from St. Anne is running in lane 4. Doesn't realize though, it's 800 meters. He was sprinting around that bend in lane 4. It will affect him later on in this event. But the top 3 is St. James, Kingston, and Manchester. They pass the entrance of the marathon tunnel for the first time of 2 on the final event. Can you call it, Trish?
Really hard to say at the moment, but Manchester looking poised in third position. If he can keep that pace and gradually bid his time and go around if he has the strength to do so, just might make an impact, but should be very intriguing as they come down to the wire.
On the front stretch they go. St. James out in front, followed by Kingston about 8 yards behind. Manchester now slipping into that second position. Manchester moving into second. And in fourth, looked like St. Elizabeth. And the Garden Parish of St. Anne is way back in sixth position.
Yeah, so 400 meters to go.
Yeah, 1 lap to go. St. James maintaining their lead. Manchester in second, about 50 meters off the pace.
But
6
still
meters
looking
behind.
good, Sean.
Huh?
Manchester's still looking strong. Still looking strong, like he wants to. Yeah,
Kingston
coming
now
up.
has kicked a shot a while ago. I think it's urged on by the coach on the inside. So St. Elizabeth, they're in fourth. In fifth. Gan Parish has certainly dropped off. In fifth is St. Thomas. And sixth looks to me like St. Anne. But with 200 meters to go to close out this JTA Sagicor National Athletics Championships, the team from the west, St. James, all out in front. Manchester, they're in second. 10 meters behind is Kingston and St. Elizabeth. They've gained somewhat, but I don't think no one will be able to catch St. James. They won a relay earlier on after they were reinstated, and they're going home for glory. It is all about St. James cruising home, but St. Elizabeth, who were in fourth, and they'll move into third and into second, but certainly taking the gold, stopping the clock, 434.5. And there's a lady blocking the clock though, 434 on the clock for St. James. Winning the gold, St. Elizabeth should be second. 434.60 seconds for St. James. St. Elizabeth second, 438.27. And in third is Manchester, 442.51. Your thoughts?
Good running from St. James. I thought they started controlling the race from early. Their anchor leg for that last 800 meters. And he did very good in terms of keeping the pace very steady, moving whenever he needed to. Manchester, though, tried, not having enough to get that silver medal, but they're on the podium with third. St. Elizabeth, I thought, ran very smart and getting on the podium, staying from behind, gradually timing when to run, knowing his pace and knowing his strength as well. You don't want to go to get by too quickly and then not having enough and get on the podium. So I thought it was well executed from the top three, and all the other boys gave very, very good effort as well, and doing justice for their parishes to close out this championship.
Well, guess what? The point standings have been updated. So the latest point standings I have: St. Mary in 14th position with 15 points, Hanover 13th with 18 points, Clarendon 12th with 38 points, Trelawney 11th with 54 points, St. Anne 10th with 62 points, in 9th Westmoreland with 88 points, in 8th you have Portland with 101 points, in 7th St. James 122 points, in 6th Manchester 140 points, in 5th is Kingston 159.5 points, in 4th St. Elizabeth 176 points, in 3rd St. Catherine 192 points, in 2nd St. Thomas 251 points, and in 1st the defending champions St. Andrew 272.5 points.
Yeah, if it should stand, like I said, at this moment, 21 points separating first and the second place, but good effort from St. Thomas, even if they're to walk away as runners-up. And like they showed at the Eastern Parish Championship, primary championships, during May 2nd to May 4 at the Stadium East Field, the championship was something completely different from what I've watched with the teams from the East, and they did so again when they came on to win at the primary championships overall a few weeks ago, two and a half weeks ago. And here they are, you know, like Alicia said of Sagicor, this is the first time St. Thomas have done so well at these games for the JTA. Like I said, you know, it should not be taken for granted. They should take comfort in their growth and their development and look to get better from here on. St. Andrew always been a dominant force, and they have done that. St. Catherine also a powerhouse. St. Elizabeth did extremely well. So, okay, so the current point standings.
So the final point standings after the distance medley.
Yes, 256, 250,
272.
Yeah.
272.5 for St. Andrew, who have won 16, the title.
Yeah, so 16, they're runners up by 16 points.
Yeah.
And if you know anything about sports and track and field, that's nothing. Work to be done going forward. So big up to St. Andrew for winning. Like I said, they are the team or the parish to beat over the years. But for St. Thomas, this is the first time they've ever been this close to even thinking about winning. They've never been in the top 5, so let's not kid ourselves. So for them to be runners-up and only losing by 16 points, that's massive.
The coordinator stated that they had few injuries, though. Don't know if that was the case or not, but I'm going to take her word on it, though. But to be honest, they posted 256 at the end, 272.6. There are a few errors. They were not as strong. And this is 2 races.
They lack, like I said, they're not unique because there are other parishes and other schools and so on who are suffering from lack of resources. But I believe that for our parishes and our schools and so many things regarding sports to be to do well, it has to be competitive. Number of athletes across the region needs to be doing well so that we can be making progress. And I think for them to be, to some people, they'll be like, oh, it's just another. No, it's not just another track meet. It's not just another parish or just another JTA. It's showing that development is happening, maybe within a number of schools throughout the parish in St. Thomas. And here they are, as a result, doing very well. So like I said, it's good whenever, the schools, the parishes across the region are competitive. And this argues well for our athletics. As we look to go forward and building of the future.
Well, guess what? At the end of the primary championships, we asked you the question about who is your top athlete at those championships. And the question is being posed once again right here at the JTA Sagicor National Athletics Championships.
Wow, that's difficult. I mean, at the primary championships, Texeria Johnson of Exchange Primary in St. Anne. That was easy. I liked Mario Ross of License for the Boys, and I like him now overall. From St. Thomas. He's powerful, and all being well, if he should look to pursue, I always say that because a lot of times we see athletes do well as juniors, even at the high school level, and we automatically assume, him for be star. The first question you should ask, do these athletes actually want to compete beyond where we're seeing them? Because they might do it now because teachers say, you're fast man, come run. So I like Mario Ross, and I think if he should land in the right hands, he can go places. I'm also a fan of Sinclair of Carisbrook Primary from St. Elizabeth. So those would be my top 2. I also like Faulkner of Spanish Town Primary. He represents for St. Catherine. So I think there are some good athletes, from the different parishes that has done well for the last 2 days, and even when they competed for their primary school.
The final point standings rolling in 14th, St. Mary 15 points, 13th Hanover with 22, Clarendon they're 12th with 38 points, Trelawney they're 11th with 54 points, St. Anne they are 10th with 65 points, and in 9th is Westmoreland with 88 points. In 8th, Portland, 101 points. 7th is St. James, 134 points. Manchester, they're 6th with 148 points. In 5th is Kingston with 165.5 points. In 4th, St. Elizabeth, 186 points. In 3rd, you have St. Catherine, 194 points. In 2nd, St. Thomas with 256 points. And in 1st, the defending champions, retaining their title in the JTA Sagicor National Athletics Championships with 272.5 points. Congratulations to this team called St. Andrew. Congratulations to St. Thomas. And we have to big up our production team, though, led by Anthony Foster and Kiara Williams, Jermaine Thomas, John Michael Nelson, and Timothy Savage Broderick. Now, is his name Savage for real?
Maybe just a swag name.
It's a swag name?
Yeah, AKA
Savage?
Yeah, maybe boss just settings as it is. I don't know.
Is that his real name?
It doesn't need to be his real name.
Timothy?
What do you mean? I doubt that's his real name, but I'm just saying maybe that's what people know him as.
Timothy Savage Broderick.
Yeah, man. You have some, all right, in Jamaica, you see here, you go again, getting our viewers that are left online now. You didn't know that you have some people, like you'd name, people would say, you're Sean Grant, right? Yeah. But when we go to your family yard or we go somewhere, them say, you don't know if Danielle did it. Lo and behold, Danielle is not even on your birth certificate. They just have that yard name. You get me? So Savage could be what the people them know him as. That's all I'm saying. Right? That's all I'm saying.
The man named Timothy Dwayne Savage,
So I'm real name. I love it here. So that's his name.
In the show me driver's license.
And who are him parents? Who need to talk to them? Why them
Savage.
name is Savage? Savage?
Is
I
it
like
middle
that.
name?
Big up him parents. But it should have been, yesterday the man could have been star, you know. They said name
jeez,
make creates an impact. So them said me not know. So had he been named Savage Timothy, it could have been a superstar. I don't know. Just saying.
You know what? We're going to end this broadcast
I
here.
don't know. But no. So let me tell you something. I saw one of the comments when we were talking about tea, right?
Mhm.
So you didn't know Elaine Lindsay say soursop tea helps you to sleep. You didn't know that? So you can't drink some. So if there's anybody online, you can't fall asleep. Make some soursop leave.
Can we finish this
Or eat
broadcast
or eat piece of lettuce.
Tashana McGowan has been wonderful working with you again. We were happy to bring you this special meet,
They can
JTA
go and watch
Sagicor.
they can go and watch my YouTube channel.
Oh,
you know,
your
for more of me,
YouTube
you know.
is your YouTube.
Tashana McGowan. You can't miss it.
You're premiering now, right? It's 5 o'clock.
It's 5 o'clock,
It's
no?
no on.
Oh yeah,
It's no on.
So I'd set
Her
it because,
interview with Akeem Blake, though.
Yeah.
So you can get more of her, Tashana McGowan. If you don't like her, go watch it. If you like her, watch it. But guess what? If you enjoyed today or didn't enjoy today, just subscribe to the channel. And
Share.
trust me, we're not done just yet. The season not done just yet. We'll have a lot more to give you. We're happy to broadcast you this event, this 2-day affair. This is where all the talent is unearthed. Final words.
You know, one, not because I'm doing the work for Track Alerts, but I'm a fan of sports in Jamaica. I'm a fan of track and field, and I believe that we have some of the greatest talents. We don't have the money, you know, but we have some of the greatest talents in our athletes. And for us to, through Anthony Foster and his team, Track Alerts, to bring coverage of the JTA Sagicor Athletics Championship for 2 days, it must be applauded. Like I said, even if I was not a part of the team or I could not come to stadium, I would want to be watching, whether I know the athletes or not, but getting the chance to see these youngsters on display, it should not be taken for granted. Keep giving support and applaud these kids for the job that they have done over the 2 days, whether they were on the podium, whether they were in a final or not. Their effort after 2 years of no competition should not be taken lightly. It's a pleasure working with you and the viewers for chiming in on the non-track and field aspect, providing insight to your question asked, because many did not know about the goat mouth, so you provide a different aspect of things. The tea drinking, I'm going to take the comments when I go home, because I'm a trier, so I'm going to try some of the stuff for them say. Somebody said I must use honey, I must use something, so I'm going to read all of the comments. So big up to the viewers, because without you it would sometimes be pointless.
On behalf of the entire team, Foster, Williams, Thomas, Nelson, and I won't say Broderick, I'll say Savage, Tashana McGowan, Sean Grant, signing off. It was a pleasure to bring you the 2022 JTA Sagicor National Athletics Championships, which took place on the grounds of Independence Park Limited, which houses the National Stadium. Until then.
Hi, my name is Shelly-Ann Fraser, Olympic and World Champion. For your latest track and field news, log on to trackalerts.com. Trackalerts.com from start to finish.
Hi, Mom. Hey, where you off to? I'm gonna study with the girls later, Mom.
Life moves fast. Be prepared with Sagicor Life. Learn more at sagicor.com.
Okay, let's still take a photo of it. Lily, let me take a photo of you. Lovies.
Life moves fast.
Lily?
Be prepared with Sagicor Life. Learn more at sagicor.com.
The Sagicor Business Center was started in 2021, primarily to build the capacity of small business owners. It's the first that has happened in Jamaica where a financial institution has partnered with a quasi-government institution, it's the Jamaica Business Development Corporation. IFC was interested in seeing how this particular model works in Jamaica.
So ISC in Latin America and the Caribbean and is focused on financial inclusion. When I see resource centers like this that help bring new companies starting to access third-party financing from banks, it really fits very well with what we're trying to do.
Sagicor Bank is very clear that in order for Jamaica to grow, the SME sector will have to grow.
Sagicor wanted to find some way in helping small business to grow, especially in a globalized world We can't compete internationally without the requisite skill.
Sagicor advantage, bank with ease, as you please, like a breeze, pay no fees, rain or shine, save your time, it's so fine when you bank online.
Finally, there's a savings account that meets your need for speed and ease. Sagicor Bank e-Advantage. Bank online. No monthly fees. Unlimited free Sagicor Bank ABM withdrawals. Interest on your money. Sagicor Bank e-Advantage.
It's so fine when you bank online.
Open your Sagicor Bank e-Advantage account today.
Seaside Inn, this is Jillian. How may I help? Hold please. Seaside Inn, this is Jillian. Hold please. Hi, Mrs. Ashby. Yes, I'm just putting on the final touches to your necklace. Thanks for holding. Golden what delivery? Yao Zhong Wen, Xia, Ding Dan, Qing, and Golden what delivery?
There's working hard for your money.
Hold please.
And there's making your money work hard for you. With as little as $500 or $50, get started with earning from Sigma Global Funds today.
You put in the hours, months, years planning. You put your heart in, and it all comes down to this moment, this second. When you get the keys to your own home, make your move with a mortgage from Sagicor Bank. Get a competitive interest rate, $2 million line of credit, and special rate on home insurance. Make your move with a mortgage from Sagicor Bank.
Everybody, let's welcome Sarah to the team. Here's the company handbook.
Thank you. Welcome, Sarah.
Life moves fast. Be prepared with Sagicor. Learn more at Sagicor.com.
As Jamaica's manufacturing and distribution sectors rebound, Sagicor Select Manufacturing and Distribution Fund is poised for growth. Capitalize on this investment opportunity with access to stocks across the sector through one fund, which diversifies your investments. So select your best move with Sagicor Select Manufacturing and Distribution Fund.
If you are looking to earn more on your investments, invest in number one, Sigma Global Funds, the top performing funds for Jamaica in 2021. For Jamaican dollar and US dollar equity funds, we were number one. For Jamaican dollar and US dollar fixed income funds, we were number one. Our US dollar and Jamaican dollar balanced funds were both number one. Don't settle for less. Invest in the number one funds in Jamaica. Sigma Global Funds.